Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me. I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
At the end of last year. Let's see if they can get things started off.
Ale. Co to tady vidím, kamo? Harbor na Abyssu. Come on. Joru. Může to číst správně týpek, je to Joru. Dobré Rejno, poledne nebo cokoliv to je pro vás je. Vítám vás u druhého hracího dne Champions. NRG EDG. Dvě sovy proti sobě, nádhera. Proč mají Harbora a je na něm Som, co má kámo legendární prohru s Harbor Orbem. Sage Wall, zajímavá. Aha. OK. Come on, fella. Sheriff Sova, co má za crosshair? Bčko na retake. Predikce je, že vyhrajou NRG asi. Vůbec nevím, jak hraje jako EDG, ale podle mě jsou ve slumpu, či? Kdo je GN 7? Oj. Ten má nejhorší pozičku, ta sova. Nejhorší 2v1 v historii 2v1, kámo, co tam skáče ta sova. Tak to je halus, kámo. Tak to je masivní. Kurva nábušený klipy. Kurva nábušený klipy. Nevím, kam házeli revealy, do prdele.
Oh my god, what a way to start. And the energy trade well into every other part of the map. There's a 3v1.
Nevadí, čet. Všichni vás tady zdravím, všichni vás tady pozdravím. Odkud droní z okna. Není špatný, kámo, na rankeru, vole, použiju, kámo, tam mám menší šanci, že mě někdo nepokryje, vole. Kámo, to je dobrá úchylárna, ta sejčka, by the way. To je jakže dobrá úchylárna, vole. Fuj, ten skin víš, jak je špatný, jak chcím fully. Kecam. Šmogy, vole. Kankan, vole, co mu stalo? Lux Maxin Kankanver. Mám hlad jak svině, čet. A dneska mám chuť na poké, kámo, dneska to vidím na... Zdravé papání. Jebat croissant dneska, vole. Jsem nestihl, kámo, dojít. Ukáž revealci? To byl nějaký bounce revealek. Konec randy. Som je nejlepší, by the way, Som je strašně dobrý. Klepnu si tady ten revílek, vole.
A barrier orb is up in mid. It cuts off the B to mid link right now. NRG trying to re-clear into A main, take some space. They've got Ethan pushed up in the corner, but at the moment...
Son!
Yeah, Brock has retreated towards...
Co hodí za angle, kámo? Jsem si říkal, kámo, jestli ten angle má nějaký názor nebo ne, ale kámo, však to je gamba prostě. Tapíku, děkuji. Na croissant, ty kámo. Děkuju, Tapíku. By the way, jestli chceš ebook, stačí na Kicku vyplnit formulář s e-mailem a já. Máš ho tam. Počkej, určitě vyhraný bonus pro EDG, ale jako pikli se to EDG a mají jako atachom. Ale je to abys.
No choice but to save. EDG converting on their bonus round now. Offer some serious aggression initially.
Jako EDG měli náběh na to mít Generational Run minulý rok, nebo kdy to bylo, kámo. Já jsem jakoby milovník Legacies, že jakoby nějaký tým by pokračoval v těch vinech. Oni vyhráli Champions, ne? A potom, kámo, byli furt dobří, ale pak to nějak fumblnuli ten batoh, jak se říká. Tak uvidíme, ale jak jsem na tom teď. Co to má, kámo, zelenou myš? Má za zelenou myš, kámo. Kuba Sodík za odběr Ross. Musím nahodit storíčko, chat, jako správný influencer.
It's only really Sunset and Bind where they were struggling. Everything else they were looking very solid on, and that includes Icebox, which has been swapped out for Abyss. Now Icebox, that was EDG's worst map.
Že prostě to není jediný den, co by nebyl dobrý zápas Bindu na těch Champions, to je magořinec, fakt.
A bad situation for NRG to be in, and we have to find out if Abyss is going to be a competent enough map to replace Icebox in their pool.
Dám storíčko ještě.
Definitely a bit of a hit to this NRG squad. Bonka already in the boys' ears. It's a timeout called just prior to round number 4. And I think they're going to have to adapt to this pace we're seeing from EDG up mid. It's early drone onto B, maybe pull some players out, and then that library control there.
Hraje v těch DRX furt MaKo do piči.
Also, Kung with great mobility on that Yoru. EDG can cover a lot of this map and the rotation.
Těším se na ty zápasy, hraje tam MaKo, ale já jsem nekoukal jiný regiony než můj. Ahoj Emo, komu fandíme? Přemýšlím u tohle zápasu, actually. Nevím, komu fandíte vy, chat. Já fandím samově Kankano, chápeš, já jsem takovej, že fandím jako hráčům tady v těch zápasech. Nevím, kámo, to jsou oba dva dobrý týmy, víš, oba dva týmy chci, aby se jim dařilo. Nevím, kámo. Já jsem tady hlavně, nebo takhle, můj hlavní job u tohle zápasu je krádež. To prostě dva insane týmy, jak to určitě navařili. Klip je nastavený a jedem, vole. Ten double angle je cool.
Pretty standard high-low.
They can relax, they can slow the pace of the game, allow EDG to execute where they intend on doing so, play for retake with the Reckoning and that man advantage.
Nobody with the spike over at A. They're just playing for an info push-up, but Scuba and Mano with the high-low setup over at B.
Pickens mám energy, ale Kanka mám taky. Jo, vlastně Pickens, no, mám, vole, Pickens mám energy taky. Pickens mám, že postoupí Liquid a energy. Myslím. O 7 Kankan. Ale kdo ví? Já nebudu smutný, když Kankan, vole, postoupí. Ale kde, pičo?
Here's the high tide. More stall now. Reckoning going to be deployed. Slow orbit Ethan's feet.
There's just such little time for EDG that Sam is ready to
15 vteřin, fellas.
Nobody on the wrong side of the wall here is going to have to.
Co tam voluje?
The backside at some point, and there's already a timer. Tick tock. Here comes Cuba from the backside. Kukuk and Chichu.
Halo!
On the side. Spike.
Jo, nepokryl nikdo.
Last standing, trying to get away in a tower, but there's a wall in his way. One of his own design. He'll fight for his life and lose.
To bylo divný kolo, kámo. To bylo strašně divný kolo, kámo. What the fuck. G2 Heretics, syn má jak svině a já ti říkám, že actually Heretics jsou jako Sleeping Giant. Pokud ne, tak bohužel. Ale oni hráli ty huby a v těch hubech, kámo, jakoby... Co to bylo? Jakože Sayonara dostal div od Woota. A to jako in my honest opinion je Sayonara nejlepší hráč této videohry right now, vole, na světě. A Wood ho diffnul, takže jsem zvědavý, co předvede na Champs. Jako Roxen. Tohle je taky nechutný offengle, kámo. Tohle je tak skurvený offengle. Tam to nejde clearnout. A potom, vole, jo, tohle je taky dobrý, no. Tuhle ty věci znám, no.
NRG heavily indexing in the read that this is going to be a hit towards B, and as it stands, they are absolutely correct. Scuba has that garden.
It's volatile. Messi.
Messi?
Chichu delivers.
V Paříži? Come on.
In his domain, and then punished for it. Scuba with the great round previously cannot hold his own on the side.
No tu volu dělá už po několikátý, vole. Tuhle ta vola, kámo, na rankeru nasype jako svině, vole.
NRG getting very aggressive there, trying to get the mid-round re-clear towards the orb, and they are...
Všetko tady MAMKO, mám tady pozdravit. Vidím tady Vityho, čau Vity, čau Paťas, čau Pablo, čau Petr. Ahoj Kulas, čau Blebchleb. Čau Spacey, čau Lipo, ahoj Shimi, čau Chris. Teď jsme ho trochu přetáhli, by the way. Měnili stop hráči a role nějaký a jeden čínský region se zlepšil, takže se jen tam fakt sešlo. No uvidíme, včera čínský region zahrál absolutní močales. A nebo jsou BBRX jenom moc dobrý, jo. Čau Fraxon, čau Fightball. Čau Jendis. Hej Grace. Čau Smilo. Je tu tatko Average? Je tu tatko Tatkovský? Jak mu hodil tu bambu jak psovi, ne kámo. Klasik.
On several occasions throughout America's stage 2, regular stage, and playoffs, MADMONQ will have a slow start to a game and then suddenly go nuclear and bring them right back in.
Never count him out. Not the kind of guy that seems to. Ten týpek suddenly půjde nuclear. Tak se připravte, vole. Co bylo, jak si klikal, ne? Klikal tohle vytlačítko, co to bylo. Čau tady až. Já prd dělal. Čau Adam. Ne, v pohodě. On má dobrý nožík som, ale... Co tam sakne? Záhada, ty pičo, čím na to? To je tak trapný offengle, kámo. To je top 10 nejtrapnějších offenglů, kámo. Kdyby spadl, ne? To je škoda, kámo. Give me some content, fellas. Honza skok. Jak Energy tě nejebale dobře, kámo.
an electric game right now. 11 for 2.
NRGs, jako to bylo Eko, ale stejně, vole.
That was sick. So sick.
No, that's sick.
Damn, he is playing so well individually.
And that's after NRG get that first kill from mid, that push up for MADMONQ.
They just don't have the weapon.
Jak se máš po piči, ale mám hlad, takže potřebuju poké, aby mi přišlo kámo za chvíli. Kankan nasypal. Sick backstory. Jaký? Píšo jsem. A dám storíčko, já jsem influencer, počkej chvilku.
Not expecting the operator to be in play. And this is really a matchup of one of the greatest operas of all time in Kong Kong versus MADMONQ, who I think is the best opera coming out of Americas right now.
Currently with the record in Americas for number of aces, and he's got it in one season. 10 aces from MADMONQ.
Alone on this site, going to feel the pressure of the dimensional drift, but this is
1-6 má Isan. One of the best operas coming out of America. Nebo jak to řekl týpek? TikTok streamy? No. Mám piči TikTok. Kamo, EDG Čiču, vole. Jeho playbook, kámo, s těma sešvolama zatím masivní, vole. Chlapi, teďko dám fakt dobrou volu, kámo, to se ještě neviděli. Jo, co to bude, kámo? A jednou dělal už jinou, jednou už voloval CTčko a zase voloval nahoru, ale by the way. Facičky, by the way, kolik hrajou Fantomů zase? To mi neříkal, že na ty lance Fantomy jsou ještě lepší, ale overall, kámo, říkejte mi Fantomový Fantom. A ještě budou hrát dneska Liquid Chat, kde je nAts. Zase s Fantomem. Co to bylo? Co pinguje? What? Co to bylo?
NOG's IGL playing that situation very perfectly.
Just a dirty flick from Kong Kong there from Crows though, could have gone either way.
Yeah, that was mental. All right, Genie here with that overdrive going to pick up the Bucky.
Early flash off rip.
Já flash off rip, kámo. Vždycky vidím zase sa. Ok, počkej, jdeme na Ačko, co bude za volu, chat? Přemýšlím. Čau, Brumík. Heaven? Jako aspoň nedostaneš... Tak to ti mrdá. Tak to je ještě lepší nesmysl, kámo. Ale viděli ho, myslím, že ty vole. A je hotovo. Defender sided mapa, by the way.
And even if he didn't find that, Chichu was already over the top, ready to fight NRG immediately on that retake effort. Fair attempt from Brock, who is a very trustworthy site anchor for this NRG team, but ultimately they are still...
Smoky byl zase na nějaký krabici, by the way. Oni furt lezou někam na nějaký high groundy, kámo. Hrajou Fortnite. Co to má, kámo, tak klávesku, to má Wooting kabel, ale měl, kámo, úplně full nějakou custom, vole, průhlednou červenou. Klasik.
High tide from Psalm gets thrown very deep towards the attacker's side of mid. So they absolutely know there could be some pressure coming from NRG. They could be walking down, trying to take...
To je hodně cool, Pablo. Nebudu lhát, kámo, docela mě impresnul. Celý jeho setup, jakoby... Dřív to byl takový bobík, teď když se podíváš na tu kameru, když hraje, tady jeho setup, jak tam sedí, tak už z něj mám takový jakože milionář vibe, kámo.
B-side, seemingly.
Yeah, Kong obviously can rejoin them easily enough with the gate crash.
NRG, they are gambling on this B site, however, so things could get dangerous for EDG.
And Kong couldn't get enough information about the lack
6-2, pravděpodobně 7-2 chat. Ofangel, nasype tento Ofangel. Line up na stun. On to clearnul ten Chichu by the way, ten Ofangel. Flash byl od koho? Od Kankana. Tak ten má radost podle mě, vole. Klasický tým, Flash znáš, to VENKU.
They had every single player on that B site. They didn't have the best weaponry, of course.
Ono neclearnul, ale...
I mean, he's really been a menace as well. He's put up 12 kills. It's just that Smoggy has had, I think, the flashier kills and does have 14.
14-3 tam má týpek. No. 14-3 Smoggy.
As you mentioned, they didn't have the guns for it. Now we're all turning up in mid. Fast push to library for Jenny.
To full redux? A to si neskládáš sám, ale ne, jakoby. Jak to funguje, kámo? Nebo slodíš si to sám?
And now, looking to give that space up, maybe punish a reclear.
You can see NRG, they of course have
to easy total.
That it's Ethan jump spotting towards that B link side. Mana focus on B with the operator, but shouldn't have any opportunities to take a shot in this round. It looks like EDG, they're ready to just go for this A side, execute, and Kong wants to cut off a rotator with the op face down mid.
This denial of information and nothing spotted by the Aldro means that Brock is pretty concerned about mid to B, or someone hitting him.
Line up with nobody.
Their side of the map. But now it's going to be a straight main push here for EDG. Kuba has to be ready. Shield wall, of course, active. Brock might have to drop down off security, otherwise...
Co se děje, kámo? Co se děje, ty vole? Co se děje? Kde, kdo? Zase smoky, pičoviny.
And gets his second. Plant stuck. Some falling by the wayside. NRG are looking out at C.
On spare, just getting completely.
Kámo, tak tenhle týpek.
Just some nerves maybe showing up there.
Tenhle týpek má 0 discipline, 0.
Removes the operator from the map.
Harbors. Čau, Jakub.
NRG also being able to start on defense throughout Americas when NRG, for the most part, outside of maybe one map against Sen on Corrode, when they've had blowout wins, it's come from starting on defense and being an absolute crushing.
Stres opadne.
But EDG are running them over. A lot of it due also to just individual skill right now. They are dipping them in the gun duels. Like, they are straight up just winning these fights against NRG anchors consistently.
That's how NRG are trying to set the playing field, though. With all of this controller util on these sites as they're being executed on, NRG are asking for these pockets of...
A je to pick od EDG, že jo? Dobrý kill, by the way.
Jenny, just dominant. And again, was by their own admission, consider the wild card here for EDG.
Ahoj, Tinko. Neříkal si, bude hardboard meta na champ? To jsem říkal, ale když dostane buff, ne, ale... Já si myslím, že celý příští rok bude by the way harbor, jakože rok harbor, a nedělám si prdel. Protože na začátku tohle roku, 2025, tak sliboval Riot, že budou buffovat harbora, ale ten buff není. Takže... jim to podle mě někdo bude vracet do ksichtu furt a příští rok se stane ten buff a bude se hrát for harbor, no. Ty jsi full gambler, by the way, Palo, full. Co to je?
And again, that same info push up for B for NRG is shut down.
And Chichu has just had
Vypadá, co máš monitor, 24,5, nevím kolik to je, kámo. Actually, já si budu kupovat nový monitor, by the way, chat, mám. It's the last piece of the puzzle. Last piece of the puzzle, fellas. Bude asi 24 palcový. Kámo, tak ty NRG zatím strašně tragedy, jako. Celou NA hrál Brock, Odin a teď nic, tak to hraje na Lotusu, že jo? Na Abyssu Odin není úplně šťavnatý. Málo věcí na spam. Hodně long range. Odin má actually disgusting damage. Disgusting damage fell off, jako víš. Line up. Klipuju si ho. Na Abyssu zatím nic novýho jsem neviděl, kámo. Co se týče sovýho gameplaye. Freaking time, jak to insta přepnuli, ne, by the way. Jak insta dali pryč tu kameru z něj, aby nedělal další pičoviny. Round games. Nechal, že teda je Som Harbora, kámo, když se mu na Harborovi stal nejhorší incident kariéry, kámo, a Harbor actually není strong. Imo teda. Třeba mě ukáže jinak na druhé straně, vole, ale... Reálně, kámo, Viper lepší jak Harbor. Legit bych byl radši, kdybych to viděl Viper na tom Abyssu.
And EDG absolutely have their number.
Inside the smoke is Ethan. Opts to back out of it now, and they still want to anchor these sides. Last chance here for NRG to make an impact on the defense side, and they're down to 2. Scuba though in a decent spot. Can't quite mow them down.
Počkej.
The last line of defense falls. That is a paltry 2.
No, to nemohlo vyhrát, no. Byly ještě 2.
Absolute dominance from EDG start to finish. Smoggy went
strašný hadman. Dneska by the way Snappy dělá big steps. Jsem viděl. Mohl to udělat na V1, jo, ale stejně by to projebal pravděpodobně, no. Vteřinku. Podíváme se potom na intro dnešního dne samozřejmě. I am Labos. Co to je I am Labos? Tak. Co to pokéčet? Už tady mělo mohlo být 2, kdybych se objednal hned. Poké Bowls. Já jsem viděl nějaký jeden, vole, TikTok, kde, nevím, jestli to byl Wagner nebo někdo jiný, kámo, nadávali, vole, na prostě ty raw lososy tady v EU, vole, že to je nejvíc, kámo, karcinogenní, vole, maso, že pokud nejsi v severských zemích, takže bys neměl dávat, kámo, tady ty ryby, vole, nebo co, píši, já nevím, kámo. Tak nevím, jestli to mám objednat nebo ne. Já si to dám tady pokéball s lososem v temptuře možná.
half of Abyss.
Takže bude vařený, kámo, tak možná to z něj dostane, vole, ty sračky, ne?
for your Coinbase econ report. I think we all know who we're going to be highlighting. Kicku with incredible impact.
Včerejší hra mě jako Merc zklamala.
Have a look at this.
Jak to myslíš, Danilo? Jak projebali Sentinels?
Kicku somehow is a better report than Smoggy, who's at 16-4. But that's not to take anything away from the impact Kicku was having. Got a number of really sick kills, and on top of that was just getting
tak beru si rýže, losos, temptuře, avokádo, edamame, jádra, japonská dýně, mrkev, okurka, vakame, jarní cibulka. Nevím, kámo, mluví na mě tady, vole.
And again, it's the first time we've seen it here on this stage, and frankly, NRG don't quite look ready for it at this level, but they've still got a whole attack side to show.
Kámo, texture, no má texture. Genji texture jsem si objednal, Pablo.
That just immediately put NRG in a horrific position. They would have to do the unthinkable to get back in this game. We always favor their defensive side as their best.
A když bude, kámo, usmažený, uvařený, tak to z něj dostanou, ne, ty sračky, vole. Off the rip? Is that he's gonna rip it?
Yeah, that is one benefit of running the harbor for sure. It's just being able to throw some of those cascades, high tides towards mid.
Nic, tady se jde na Korout, jako. A na Korout se těším, kámo. To bude krádež za krádeží. Nevím, kamo tady zatím hodili, každý jeden dart, co hodili, vole, obě sobě, tak byl nejvíc basic, ty vole. Fakt full basic darty, jako zatím. Jediný, co mi tady tímto udělalo hezky, byly ty offangly, co hodí.
Decent damage done from the middle of the site here. It's Scuba up mid. Needs to do more. Smoggy catches him with the Paranoia in the way past the one. Brook quickly has to throw down as he gets out of the dark cover. Does Smoggy again has to clutch it up. Not again.
Oh, koukejte na to, nový haudečko, chat. Come on!
He got a drop on it but missed. Smoggy at 70 and he cleans him up. Job done.
Na ty NRG.
This guy's got plot armor.
Nejvíc fumblují under pressure, ale že nejvíc, kámo.
18 for 4, clutches both pistol rounds. Yeah, this one is just cooked. It's done and dusted.
Cooked.
It's feeling like corrode time.
Brook had to react so quickly out of that dark cover and had the drop on Smoggy.
What a shot.
Look at this. He's throwing a smoke.
Je to cooked, prej.
Oh, buddy.
Oh man, he only has 2 bullets.
Co ti jebe, kámo? To kolik lidí tam fandí, by the way, proti NRG? Co to je? Ale prostě mají EDG hodně fanoušků v EU, I guess, I don't know.
This one is so done. Time for NRG to lick their wounds, reset, and try to get back in the game on Corrode, their own map pick. This
Still a good map for EDG, by the way. A very good one.
Yeah, by round win rate percentage, it was EDG's best map of stage.
Ty týpek už dává úplně do sáčku. Ten komentátor americký dává ty NRG do sáčku. Co po třetí?
Ping out on Jenny even before he got back behind that right side, so Som just sprays and gets one. Not the pinged out target, but that's just a footnote. Here's Brook looking to step up now. Had a window before the relay ball connected. Ends up being a trade. Kang here still trying to command from tower with the Bulldog.
2,5 kurz na EDG, to je crazy, by the way, no. Ale jako, kámo, nedivil bych se, kdyby to byl reverse sweep. Legit. Jakože nedával bych celý NRG do sáčku, ale jako tuhle ta mapa není hezký pokoukání, no.
Kicku now with the Bulldog in that 1 versus 2. Mata checks, confirms, looks to have a swing. Kicku's gotten into half. The time is not on his side. Puts him out of his misery.
To ještě prodlužujou, kámo, to utrpení. No nic, je to objednáno, bude se chálovat. Dneska na úrovni. Kolik si vydělal, Pablo? Vás nebylo rozpoznáno. To vypadá máš tak na hovno. Je nepoznání. Face ID. Average Kaufland plat, kámo, ty už si ale jak za vodou, Pavlo, do píči, ty to sázíš takovýhle věci, kámo, aby je mrda. Čau, Dane. Nesmíš vyhrát točí Champions? Kámo, ještě jsem neviděl hrát všechny týmy. Takže ještě nevím, kámo, jakože chápeš. Až uvidím hrát všechny týmy, tak můžu udělat víc educated guess. Kdybych měl dát na základě toho, jak hráli ve stage, tak jsem viděl jenom evropskou. Ale jako ty Liquid, kámo. Plus se to hraje v Evropě, víš, 0 jetlag, home crowd buff, v úvozovkách home crowd. Jakože... Byl bych překvapený, kdyby Liquid nemakeli top 4 třeba Champions. Liquid individuálně jsou nechutný, vole, hráči, jako nechutný, kámo. Nechutně dobrý, kámo. A tam největší weak point, Liquid, je Patitek. A Patitek, když má dobrou hru, tak taky, kámo, je dost dobrý, vole. A má víc values, než jenom střelecký, chápeš, takže jakoby... Liquid, no. Budou dobří. VaporX včera vypadali strašně dobře, no. A nebo XLG vypadali strašně špatně, ale jako VaporX stříleli fakt dobře, kámo. A taky mental boost jinak by letěl? Ne, tak Patitek, kámo, je prostě complete hráč dost, on dokáže zahrát skoro všechno až na dualisty, že jo? Mluví, kámo, má experience. Patitek, kámo, byl v G2, ale prvních tady v EU 2021, kámo. Fuj, ty píče. Oh. Better to win around and stay in the game than allow EDG to get to match point. I think NRG will do whatever it takes. Expend anything necessary. Again, there's just some of that nice util that you can get early mid control with when you're playing with the Harbor. A deep cascade, recon past it. Co to na nedali? Příští rok, kámo, příští rok. Český nějaký to, vole. Bejci, to je dobrá Sage Walla, by the way. Ale docela FPS hra, ne? Docela FPS hra, ty vole. Tady se možná klipnu reveal, nevím odkud já za Sova reveal. Já vím, ptíku. Pardon. Mám hlatek svině. Throw that tsunami of util onto Chichu, who's caught backside. He's flashed by the paranoia. No, kolik je tomu Brokovi, vole, nebo kdo to jako byl to Brok, ne? Kamo. Ten už vypadá Battlescard.
Chichu was no longer playing an FPS game. He was just passively existing.
Jo, Patitek, kámo, je proven player takzvaně. Fuj, co to je? 25 mu je jenom. Vypadá na 30 klidně. Úplně v klidu bych mu řekl 30, kámo.
It certainly looks like they'll be able to do so. Chichu on very low HP, healing himself back up though.
I ten vypadá, kámo, jak nějaký mexický ten, vole. Z Breaking Bad do piči. Nějaký boss. Fandím, kámo, fandím starým pardálům, vole. 2? Isan! Derk!
Scuba on low enough HP that he's actually susceptible to just one sheriff shot. Now Kong does have to activate that shear wall that's behind NRG, and they're going to adjust multiple players ahead. I like that decision a lot.
Kong is going to be looking at multiple barrels trained in his...
Kong na tím potichu byl dost, no.
Som, the first to look this way. Cove dissipates. My goodness, Kong. Som's going to opt out of that engagement for the time being. And Kong's going to see what he can get.
Ještě se flashil.
Scuba meets him at the door.
To byl jeden top 1 nástup všech dob, byl, no, kámo. Ale máme další event, Pablo, který bude mít taky nástup, tak třeba konečně navaří. A tam to bylo tím, že to byly strašně dobrý dva týmy, že jo, kámo. To byly tak dobrý dva týmy, co nastupovali, jakože...
Now, because of the way EDG like to select their comps, they're often double duelists. On the defense side, we see them stretching a little bit to get some value out of it, right? We often see them pushing off sides early in a round, and sometimes you could, you know, suggest that they force the issue on occasion. I think that, like, XLG matchup on Lotus system really try and take those rubble fights to the extent.
Jo. A i ten týpek, jak řval, tak to bylo jakoby vtipný, zároveň dobrý, no.
It's just Sheriffs and Jenny's hoping for something as he comes forward, but looks like NRG used to playing against this style. We talked about their experience against double duelists. They play a pretty stately early round. They receive the info.
Takovou FNRG? No, řekl bych, že Isan!
When you're playing against that double duelist on defense, it's just so...
Kámoško, brýle z diamantu a zlata. Taky mají všichni pod těma sluchátkama, ne? By the way, všichni mají pod těma sluchátkama, jako jsem na to koukal.
B, where they used all those ults to get the kill on Chichu. It was a really fast flood from EDG, and that was shut down, and NRG are going to...
Jsou mi mladší než já, kamo, klid.
To keep clawing back into this game. It's a good go at it so far. They're on a 4-round run, and they've got a Steel Garden plus Dimensional Drift to play with on a round where EDG are beginning to get the ultimates of their own finally online.
There's that Kong op is in the mix now.
A ty EDG jsou všechno bobíci, myslím, ale... Možná Nobody je starší, nevím kolik je Nobody, ale to jsou bobíci. Tím myslím, že je mi kolem 20. Prostě.
Taken out by Ethan. Mado's off.
Jaký bys nejradši hrál v tom, co vyhraje Champions?
And he's just not. He's being so patient.
This is really bothering EDG. They have to be so mindful of it. Just the timing.
Nevím, kámo.
Here's the Steel Garden just as EDG.
Jakým tier 1? Počkej, kámo, klid. Ten Mada má vždycky takový jako náběh, že bude huge a potom prostě nevím, kámo. Jakože vidím to tam. Vidím, že ten Mada může jít huge. Tak to je tilter, kámo. EDG mají největší plat na světě, furt? Ale jak to, kámo, je tam mají tolik peněz? Já to nechápu, vole. Jaký je potom zápas? Liquid versus DRX. nAts versus MaKo. Možná se těším ještě víc na druhý zápas než na tenhle, protože Liquidi jsou number 1 seed. Podepíšou tě někde?
But for them, they're gonna feel okay about that. Okay, we trade off 1 round loss. We still have a 4-round lead, and now we have a 4 ultimate lead. That's not a bad offer, honestly.
Podle mě Kang bere jak celý NRG dohromady krát 2. Ale odkud berou ty peníze, chápeš?
Som is able to collect that orb in B main.
Educate me, vole.
One away from the reckoning being active yet again.
Again, they're playing around those early info pushes off sites from the double duelist defense side. Nothing served up for them this time, though.
Nobody does spot one player on the cross. That was
marketing.
Quickly breaks that drone.
Je pravda, že oni mají, vole, vlastní nějaký ty social media, ne? Vlastně, vole, prostě, kámo... Tak nám se ke mně to ani nemůže dostat, basically, co tam, vole, dělají s nima za content, nebo nedělají, vole. Třeba tam, kámo, Kankan točí 7 reelsů za den, vole, co já vím.
Here we go, this is about to get messy. Around the corner, catches Ethan. And that's your controller off the map so early. Reckoning popped and now...
Tohle bylo dobrý, kámo, ale od Kankana, vole. To bylo dobrý jak svině. Ten insta flash na, vole, delay. A repeak. Bylo po piči.
No connection just yet. There it is. There's a ping on Som's position, but he's still going to look for this plant behind the cove. MADMONQ looking to fight back. He's going to be here, and Kang is an issue. It has to be respected at some point, but no one is looking at the goal.
Pardon.
Scuba's on the reflank through heaven right now. Do EDG expect this, or can he get the backstab off? G2 is ready.
Extra sensory perception for G2, and with the Sheriff, he's taken the vice out of the game. It's MADMONQ that side to slow off. One is Scuba, the second hard to come by.
To mi včera říkal Mini, že že je nějaký problém, lomeno drama v CSku, že Číňani dělají prostě výkupy skinů, vole, aby mohli ovládat market. To je halus. To hrajete Baxi? Četl jsi, co jsem četl?
Energy going back to the well. They found that most of their success on these B-side executes, and again, it's just that high tide.
Oh!
That's just the Vandal, and Som is down.
Že Demon 1 naskakuje, jo. Tak je v těch videích, že jo. Jo. Viděl jsem Twitter postích včera o Kašu, no. To je dobrý content, To je prostě 99%, že to bude totální sračka, protože ani neskrimovali. A 1%, že týpek nasadí Performance 2023 a bude to cinema. Ale spíš to bude sračka, ale bude to prdel aspoň. Mada už je back, ale... Ale Mada už začal hrát, kamo, to je dobrý pro ty NRG na druhou mapu, legit. Legit druhá mapa podle mě jako to, no. Proč Som nestreamuje? Jak viděl jsi na té kameře, jak se podíval jenom, že... Já špiču. Kamo, nevím, proč nestreamuje Som, jakože... I guess, aby nevyhořel, víš, že prostě z těch scrimů, vole, máš potom pár hodin volného času, mohlo bys streamovat třeba 3 hodinky, ale jakoby radši si odpočine, plus jakoby ten dostává píčoviny, ten Som. Peněžně, jakoby je to pro něj úplně jedno, jestli streamuje nebo ne, no. Ve stunu! Smogy má 23-9, kamaráde. Kdyby zajebal 25-9 tady šerifem, a tady je Vandal na zemi. Ani nemají bombu furt. Ať smokne Heaven Isan do píči. Jestli nesmokne Heaven Isan, tak trolí. Smokl main.
Ethan is smoking off main right now on A. Just concerned. They don't know where Smoggy could be at. He could be anywhere right now.
Okay. That contingency as well. Arcaros thrown up and
dobrý, slow, okay. Slow na Heaven je dobrý.
Plant back sight. Scuba is in a position to keep Ethan safe.
On posral silent drop.
Didn't get the silent drop.
Here's this now and starting to inch forward. Scuba ready to play out of security. Can Smoggy?
Ty pičo, byl strašně na kraji, kamo. Ještě šel doprava dál, ty kokot.
The dark cover gives it a tap. Where is Ethan lurking? Still on the other side of the boxes, and now Scuba's given himself up in security. That's valuable information for Smoggy.
Ovi obou, no. NT.
NRG really slow the game down there. Take their time, make sure they work themselves.
NT, fellas. Off-seasonu budou všichni streamovat zase, no. Tak to ti jebe. Ten udíš jinak. Co ti jebe, kámo? Celkově ten agent je prostě disgusting, kámo. Jako Neunka je prostě disgusting agent. Jako to je pravda, chudák, kámo. Chudák som.
Previous round, a good look for NRG, a set play that got them that early tower control on A side. This time a little slower in the approach.
And now the ult cycle is going towards NRG's favor with that dimensional drift. And Brock on the cusp of having the Hunter.
Kámo, to z jaký dálky dal tu volu. To je v piči.
This wall, it goes up from Chichu, and that's going to make it very safe for Brock to get that Hunter's Fury, in fact.
Mají dvě huge ultiny NRG, actually. Čoko nef.
Minute left in the round. NRG still seem to be convinced that A is where they should be ending. Clear a bit here, spotting out.
Rekom se ti líbí víc, Čoko Hans.
Dimensional drift just to clear the way.
The rest of NRG temporarily going to be halted by that slow war. You obviously spotted out. There's that Hunter's Fury right onto him. MADMONQ can just pop out, but
Oba dva se mi moc nelíbí, abych pravdu řekl. Ani jeden komp podle mě není ready na to, aby vyhrál Champs. Asi tak bych to řekl.
There's a chance at a timing here on Ethan.
Spike is planted for these Heaven players, but Ethan going to need to win this 1v1.
Turns it flash.
Oh!
Flick. A correction that brings Kang to his knees.
That's actually for comeback.
Do not have the money to take the risk. They have to get the heck out and allow NRG within 2 rounds. Are pushing us to overtime.
The value of that ultimates comes through for NRG yet again. They work the map a bit with the off.
Jo, feedí ještě.
Smoggy with a casual 25 kills in regulation.
Jo, feedí.
Crazy. The respect to the NRG players who've been able to surge up the scoreboard after.
Kdyby měli NRG místo toho Harbora.
22 for Scuba right now.
I mean, what a great use of the dimensional drift.
Let me think.
Combination.
Let me think.
That is just the classic play.
This is deterministic. Chichu genuinely has nowhere to go.
He has been getting caught on a lot of these side executes.
KO by byl overkill, už na ty flashe to nepotřebujou. KO je super, ale...
Frustration you feel starting to brew.
Hacking.
8 of the last 9 rounds won by NRG.
Nevím, kámo. Dají tu sejčku bych tam měl radši, kámo, ale když už chtějí tady něco, to nevím, to oni mají ten mid-take skrz toho Harbora zajímavý, víš? Oni dávají tam tu, ten Tight, se to jmenuje, myslím. Tight se jmenuje to Cčko od Harbora, tam tu vlnu, kámo, vždycky dával, vole. Ale že by vyhráli na to nějaký kolo, nemělo to moc value, nevím, kámo. Reálně? Úplně reálně? Kámo, kdyby Som hrál... celkově ten komp, kdyby místo Harbora byl Jetka, tak by to bylo furt podle mě cool. Úplně v pohodě, vole. Nebo Chamber, no. Jetka, kámo, podle mě aby super top mapa pro Jetku, jakože top. Však to byl DRX komp, tam hráli furt Jetku, vole. A i předtím EDG hráli, vole, Jet. A i Heretics hráli Jet. Kámo. Co se tady děje? Jako přijde to pokečko, vole. Tohle ty mi vždycky připomínají, kámo, proč nesázím, vole. Mě to má skurvilo celý den, kámo, kdybych měl tady EDG až to projebali. Proč to vypadá tak čudně? To vypadá čudně.
bear in mind, it was a 10-2 half for EDG to kick this game off. And NRG have clawed this all the way back on the attack side. Their weaker side.
E-Sun, my god. E-Sun!
From them. Yep. The players with so much resolve. Scuba having a fantastic game, as is Brock.
He's disgusting.
Mata right back into it after a pretty tragic start. And EDG are going to be forced onto this timeout to try to close out the game in regular time. NRG on the cusp of bringing this to OT against all odds.
And why, once again, they can set up a really nasty side hit between the Steel Guard and...
M8 VCT, tam má někdo ceduli.
So having to play for retake, having to fub back in with these somewhat weaker weapons is a big ask. There's going to be probably a Guardian in the mix here. Nobody has that Hunter's Fury, but EDG are definitely digging for pocket change. They've got a couple of buttons, some links, a couple of pennies. That's it. That's how they're going to try and avoid an old-time scenario, because the wind is in NRG sails for sure.
They just have so many high-power ultimates with this comp. They've been doing a great job at cycling the orbs to certain players. There's really only one moment.
To jsi nevěděl, jak to bylo 10-2, měl jsem NRG, strašně plné drinky jsem měl.
In terms of the ults, one round only. And that was the one they converted.
Jako Sabina.
They got a Hunter's Fury with the dimensional drift off. Outside of that, it has been all NRG.
Můžou plně Jagger. Kdyby si stejný tým dvakrát za sebou plně, jo?
Can EDG lock it down here? Looks like maybe a push up mid here for Jenny early.
Mám ale svrbění, kámo, že to je fake comeback. Nevím proč, mám svrbění, to je Muffinovo fake comeback, kdy prostě to skončí na 11-13. Kankan Guardian. Kankan Guardian, no. Kdo ví, ti co ví, vole, ti co ví, Kankan Guardian na Abyssu.
Ethan out of the round, but they are running a double controller comp. If they weren't, man, it would feel over.
A nemají smoky. NRG nemají smoky, kámo.
Still have the Steel Garden and the Reckoning too.
They want to go towards this B site. They've won a number of rounds over there. I think their best execution on the B site, really.
Marta's posted up. He's seeing nothing from B. Again, they have to plant coast, otherwise Smoggy will threaten to.
Mají Harbora? No, říkám, že nemají smoky.
So I'm just creeping forward, all of the space taken for free. Smoggy dodges out that hard.
Here comes a controller util. Cascade to block. Smoggy will be spotted out by this Owl drone. Important information here for NRG.
The spike is going
Ty
down.
pičo, ale plen takhle zadarmo, mají ultiny na relay, čum na ty ultiny na relay, čum na to. Ještě Harbor ult.
Time wasted for EDG, and then next it's going to be the Reckoning, cycling these ultimates to just cause so much.
Volá, aby nemohli jít flank, kámo. Interesting decision. Kankan dal někdy dalšího, by the way, ani nevím kde. Dolů pod okno. Tu som. Jaký flash? A to byl čí flash? Ale nebyl čas stejně. To 1v1 haudečk mě baví, kámo.
When those players go down, when it's left to just Som and Mata. What on earth? That transfer from Ethan with the Vandal catches Ginny on the entry. And Mata holding the cross.
Jako Som tady zandal, no.
And just lives for a bit. Mata pushes onto Chichu, ready for the jump. Unbelievable.
Like, come on, man. Like, come
How
on,
have they done it? EDG were up 10-2.
No něco mi říká, kámo, je ta Sage, vole, na defuse by možná měla lepší value, vole.
Deep breaths. EDG on the attack side now as we begin overtime. Glass cannon up for Mata, as is customary.
Musí je strašně bude pocit, no, kámo. Tesťák trunerův.
This B side at the moment, all of EDG stacked up, just using that clone to
Tohle musí být po piči, vole, feeling. To je nechutný angle, by the way, co furt holdí tu ten šupák. A chudák Som zas to schytal, vole. Gets involved. Getting involved.
They've really just been rooted out of the common positions they were playing. Ethan at least does get the one back onto Chichu, who is holding the cross.
Means NRG have a real shot at a retake.
Kong somehow, by the way, has a dimensional drift at the moment.
Jestli EDG bude, bude to konec EDG. Okay.
Jimmy's isolated, that's a teleport.
It doesn't seem to matter, he'll take the fight either way, and even Marta can't make the flick. Jenny on his feet. And
EDG are counting days.
And maybe they can close this out on OT. They finally get a reprieve.
Crazy, jak moc attack sided to je.
Playing defense, they're back to their favorite side. They immediately
To je EDG komp podle mě, no, ale.
out those NRG anchors from the B side. They were playing in much the same positions that they did when they were running defense before. Scuba kind of pressed forward towards that cliff.
EDG má auru. To se tým se vyhrál Champions, kámo, no to není jen tak, vole.
He was isolated, essentially alone. But the two players in tower for NRG concerned about the individual off the site on NRG's side. And not the duelist threat right under their noses.
Now it's a timeout call for EDG. They want to close this game out now.
Yeah, it's this problematic defense side, right? They really need to...
Kolik tam je změn? Jedna změna tam je, ne? Či ten GN tam nebyl, jinak tam jsou 4 jakoby World Champs. Nebo ještě jeden tam byl prohozený? I don't know. A Chichu, Nobody a i Kankan tam byli 100%. A ještě Simon a Smogy tam byli, ne? Prostě. Ta 5 vyhrála Champs. Myslím, ale.
Certainly would not be a surprise.
Down to the wire in this first map between NRG and EDG. Such a compelling...
Nevěděl jsem Chief Keefa. Mám za 6 minut tady pokéčko, kurva. Kámoško, jestli tady nebudu na to, jak se ta mapa dohraje. Takže neznám Patagode.
All brought in up from challenges. Som reprising his role in this team. And honestly, Ethan, who's come so far in his leadership and how he set up his teammates, pretty wild that we get this kind
of match. Týpek jeden na kole, takže to tady bude za 15 let.
It is wild to see Scuba, Mata, and Bros, that top graduating class of challenge players in 2024. These guys didn't even make it to Ascension, but the heights that they're reaching now with NRG are absolutely insane. Taking it to last year's world champions in their very first global match.
Pičo, 5 minut, dělej.
Time out there, so an extended pause. NRG wanted to concoct something for this attack side, which looks to us is early A presence.
And they will be going up against the operator for Kong, which has been dominant on this map.
Crazy ass
at the moment.
Okay, Brooks sees a recon come out of vent there.
That door is broken very early.
Někdo asi viděl koho?
Chichu with a slow orb now. Sees the clone come through. Flash on him. He has to retreat. Play back in tower.
Now that is a lot of utility expended.
I think they're serious about this. They've even thrown in this paranoia. They want the plant here on the A side.
They are going for that full
hit
cove down to try and get the safe
Shock dart.
NRG. They've been doing a good job taking space after
Shock dart. Shock dart. Come on, 4 shock dart.
Nobody back. That lets Marta get up rope. He could have been pushed up while he was climbing.
Kámo. To je disgusting, co se děje na tuhletom heavenu, ale ty killy, co tam padají, vole. Video jsem neviděl, se podívám potom. Kámo, dobrý srovnání od Isana. Tohle je throw možná. Tohle je možná throw, kámo. Ty pičo, tak actually má štěstí ještě za jednoho, ty vole. Phantom. Phantom po druhý. Co je?
NRG's got the jukebox now.
That was a beautiful game plan from NRG. They get all of the util out of Chichu, re-hit with that high tide up.
Tohle je disgusting, no. A i ten huge kolo, vole, jak se vině. Čum, on dal ještě jednoho dá. Čum. Co ti jebe? Čete, já to vidím tak, že já tady nebudu na poslední kolo, by the way. Co se děje? 2 do smoku dal nobody. Kámo, prostě fantom. Fantom prostě, kámo. Oni se zabíjí, oni se nevidí ani. A ten Som má největší smůlu na světě, ten zapneme jeho líto, kámo.
This is NRG just fighting to avert a map loss at this point. High-low set up there. Jenny slides on in, takes the fight, and converts.
Jenny has had absolutely no lack of confidence. Given the weight of this game, the situation that EDG are in,
Čumek dal nobody 2 killy.
The team that he's found himself on at such a critical moment in their history.
Strange variation, isn't it, from NRG to push up and aim in and take
They just want to try something new. It's just something that they haven't done before, right? And nothing else has worked, so hell, let's throw a curveball at it, but it doesn't pay off.
Now, how many ideas do EDG have left on their defense side? That's our question.
And this cascade is going to be thrown out over towards a main from Som. Trying to apply some pressure. It's a high tide towards mid. NRG are making it feel like they are pushing up multiple lanes. It is true, but it's the B side that's one of them.
Mada by no means is committed. Can always pull the plug with a gate crash should he need to.
Nejde nic.
On Jenny, he might want to take a fight, realizing his window is closed.
And with that drone coming through vent from nobody, Mada absolutely has to retreat.
Jenny to reposition towards B.
Mada sticking around mid for just a moment, has the gate crash to get back towards the team, while they are really trying to get these orbs onto Som.
Zničili tu bublinku. Kámo, ne. To overrotl takhle ten Kankan, co to je? Co mu dal? A co to je za overrotate? Si vypomů sebral? Kámo, já prostě nestínu dokoukám mapu, vole, to bude další overtime do píči.
Now it's been confirmed. He can't win the fight.
Další overtime, kámo.
Many of those crucial 1v1s away from the play has found success.
And at that, Som, with that effort to round the world, get the orbs, get Som the plant, they have the reckoning as well, and Mada.
Bere, víte, co oni odebrali? Oni odebrali toho high top fragera. To je actually škoda, podle mě v tom HUDčku není ten top frager už. Jak tam byla ta lepka, to pičovinka.
Chichu picked off up on side, and now it's on Jenny. Fast lane to maybe cover the sideline. But Som riddles him with bullets.
Feels like this one might be going all night, bitch.
Okay.
Kamaráde, co to je za opening match?
Great reserves.
Surely at some point.
Co match, kamo, mapu?
Figure out how to win a round on defense.
A nevím, proč to overrotl, kámo, jak totální prase ten Kankan, by the way.
They've been trying, but
Mada just off his own timing, able to explore onto that A side. Just want the gate crash back for Kankan is what unravels them.
Yeah, and he hears Kankan running away. That's when he calls for everyone to rotate back. That's when he gets into the site.
He's shot to the top of the scoreboard, by the way.
Mada is back to that glass cannon operator, used it in the first OT round.
Som pinged out. Rather unperturbed, but knows there's a pressure in his direction. He'll opt to leave the code.
He needs to run. EDG are all the way up mid with
3 minuty, no.
duelists at the moment.
Tak to je hnus, kámo, já to actually nebudu, když to budu dohrávat do piči.
Jenny picked off. Scuba has been left as an insert here, and if Chichu challenges and isn't ready for it, that's the spike that goes loose. Now on the side.
16-14 NRG, BTV.
Wall up in mid, nobody going to be spotted up on account of that flash, the audio cue, the ping.
Straight up shield wall here for NRG. They've all congregated around this spike drop.
Kong doesn't have a flash to pop out of this dark cover, just has to wait for it to expire straight up. Duels need to be won by him in heaven.
There's layers of double swings here set up for NRG. Potentially, Scuba finds the first.
Flawless. To je GG, kámo, já to nebudu na poslední kolo. Kurva! To je den TDM? Už ty vypadal jak den TDM. 1:1, kámo. What?
Completely catches out EDG on that B split up mid, and Scuba tucks in the corner. Mada makes it seem like he's the only presence there. Scuba has been playing so many really dug in B-side anchor positions.
Se on má bojí ten bonkar.
Remain cool, calm, and collected that time.
Just the first map of the series. Kangkang with an early push up into main, and Mada is felled instantly.
Nach, fella, ole, nach, fella, nach.
Not favored.
No, Kangkang, he wants to keep this going.
But this is wild. TP forward, Jenny's on the line. Timing!
Co ti jebe ten Isan? Ten Isan strašně vaří, kámo.
Ethan playing around this high tide.
Smokey has to get off the side. It's so dangerous for him to be there.
Knows he can get out now. That recon doesn't ping anyone at bookshelf. All of energy moving up towards this site.
Kámo, mě bude volat chat, já se poseru. Já se poseru, kámo. Já se poseru, kámo. Oni mají retake a mě bude volat kurýr.
Still has a lot of util in that kit. Chichu could even try to wall to defuse the spike. There are options for EDG on this retake.
Ethan's just refreshed the smoke. Kangkang has to challenge it and he wins it out. That interloper could be coming down from heaven, but
co mu dá?
Chichu gets the better of him now. Around the corner.
Som tu. Nejsom tu. Ty pičo. Tak jo. Oni dají surrender, já to cítím. Tam někdo klikne remake. Surrender. Týpek se ztratil, vole, já vidím tuhle mapu, on je jinde, než má být. Já se poseru. Pičo. Kangkang už to prožívá, ale...
Mada is up to 28 kills after an abysmal start on this map. That is the most Mada-coded result. How does he
always může už to jídlo dojít do píče, už skapu nálad.
Set it up any better, and now NRG need to win another defense side round. Oh, buddy, little shock dart there.
Fair little bit.
Actual Brunslav, vole. Já Brunslav v Plzni.
Wants to get close to that dimensional drift. Uses the clone in case the wall was placed there, but it is not. It's over on that B side.
Now EDG really haven't worked any of the rest of the map. They're in the dark.
You can see this adjustment, I think, from NRG. They have that wall deep on B because they've been getting exploited on the executes with Genie running deep into the site. And now they'll know when that's the case, when that wall gets activated. They're doubled up, face towards main.
That sets them up for a fallback as well off that high-low position on B, should they desire it. Compared to the side rounds.
That last one was just a...
Mám pocit, že kdo vyhraje tuto mapu, tak vyhraje celý zápas. Nedělám si prdel. Že to jako ten druhý tým, co projebe tuto mapu, tak tohoto zlomí, kámo. Dobrý den, Steska. Jo, letím dolů, děkuji. Čau, Kobe, vykřičník, kick. Amo.
Diving away, down to about 40%, but here's Som. Kangkang takes the fight at the back of the side, but Som's able to find his second. Kangkang sees nothing but a clone. Som waiting for him to show up.
Co to je za angle? Co to je za angle? On volnul, ty pič!
Just firm handshakes for the boys. As NRG again find themselves on map point.
Unbelievable play from Som. Goes
10 seconds left.
For those two 1v1s, gets the win on both, then stays alive, playing around the high tide, throws down the cove, swings out while the rest of the team offer up the distraction, fighting forward.
Yeah, you gotta doubt the boys up.
Crazy play. That is the energy from Bonkar coming back. NRG with another opportunity to now close this game out.
And EDG back on defense. Once again, an early info push. We'll tell them that a rotate might be in order.
All of NRG gathered up in spawn towards this A side. Chichu once again playing the anchor on this position. This time the wall far deeper. Still has a slow orb in the kit as well to just offer some stall for this flanking effort from EDG to come to fruition. They're all the way basically in the attacker spawn at this point.
Nobody, of course, the recon from Tower will be crucial. He might have a chance to make use of it. The spray takes him low. MADMONQ not able to finish the job, and unwise to just how low he's gotten this over.
This is new for EDG to have so many players retaking from the flank. NRG have been playing for that main spam a lot.
No plant yet. They're going to fight in security now in numbers, and they roll over Kicku and nobody. Now it's up to Smoking. Amen come the rest of EDG.
It's the perfect adjustment at the perfect time from NRG.
GG.
Close breakdown, sat in the relay button, still alive somehow. Jenny puts him out of his misery though. Favoring NRG still in numbers. They're playing at the back of the site, but they've got to make a move.
Isan. Kankan. Smoky nemá životy. Co ti jebe? 10-2. 10-2 throw, kámo. 10-2 throw. Tak to ti jebe. 10-2 throw je crazy, kámo.
And lost both their pistols to Smoggy clutches. They bring it to OT and close it out. That is shocking.
You wanted some good ass Valorant? You got it. You'd be mentally go anywhere else. Corrode on the docket for our next map. Don't go too far.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different.
To bude hodně mrzet, kámo.
They let everyone in my family.
Nechtěl bych mít kameny na EDG, kámo, to zápase. To bych měl skurvený den.
An update is required. Financial system updating.
Takže doufám, že tady nikdo takový není. Henky. Doufám, že Henky ve svých 16 letech neměl kameny, vole. Jak to vypadá, jdem se na to podívat, kámo. Doufám, že dobře. My favorite meal, dali mi tam. Já to tady rozjebu do píči. Dali mi tam i pitíčko. Halus, kámo. Jak víš, že se jmenuji Jakub? Já jsem tam nikam nepsal, vole. Halus. Ty asi, že kdyby to bylo 10-2, na NRG byl kurz 9, dali tam někdo 500 a vyšlo to. To jsi udělal ty, doufám. V Robloxu. Dobrý den! Katarinkous. A dobrý první zápas, ne? Jakože dobrá první mapa, ne? Dobrá první mapa, ne? Dostali jsme full package. Imagine, kdyby to byla třetí mapa, kámo, a takhle hráli. Imagine. Mě to vyhodilo ze hry 13-13 overtime D-run game. Jak vyhodilo ze hry? Jako teď nebo včera? Jak to padalo? Dneska by to nemuselo padat. OK, jak vypadá? Looking pretty nice. Looking pretty nice, fellas. Poké pro Jakuba. Teď to padlo zás? Zase nemůžu dočkat, až si dneska zahraju. No. Moc dobrý. Místo wingmana netančí Patagot, až budou Masters Prague příští rok, tak tam bude Paťas.
A map. That was amazing. Congratulations on that. How were the boys able to come back from that? The score was 2-11 at some point in favor of
rozhovor.
Talk to us about how the boys were able to adjust and how you think that carries over into your map pick of Corone.
Yeah, I mean, so after halftime on defense, we spoke briefly. We said we're unfortunate. Quite some rounds on defense, to be honest, especially the pistol round. We just said round by round, do our set stuff, follow our protocols and everything, and we felt it that we were a little bit better than them. We were just a little bit unfortunate, to be honest. But then, yeah, round by round, great calling as well.
Round by round. Well, let's keep it going. All right. Good
Round
luck.
by round.
What a game that was for NRG to come back.
Tohle jsem se viděl, zvoletil na zemi a nemohl nic. To je nový book, no. Musí dostat damage. Že pokud někdo z tvýho týmu má damage abilitu, tak ať ji na tebe hodí a budeš moc rád. Když máš klopu málo. Jeden nebo dva z toho té hry jenom. Ta hra nebyla moc top. Inovativní, co se týče soft. Já si klipuju věci pro sebe, že jo?
But first, let's take a look at our HyperX reflex moment of the day. This one goes to Smoggy. Can't believe this is how the game started.
Yeah, everything started so poorly for NRG as well. Smoggy in a 1-on-3 here, just stealing things away. Absolutely.
Video si pustíme si zápasama, kámo. Do teaser video si pustíme si zápasama.
Nobody ever really knew exactly where he was, and to be fair, to give Smoggy his credit, he played that to perfection.
Oh yeah.
Ať to nemusím vypínat půlce.
Oh yeah. I loved his pathing. I love how he played every single part of his positioning, and obviously being able to hit the shots is the most important part. Smoggy did that, but you mentioned it. From the beginning up until whatever round it was when the comeback started, they played, I mean, NRG looked lost, dude. We were talking about it, and I said, why do NRG look so lost? Because they looked like they had never played the map before.
And truthfully, it's an abyss moment. Like, you forget, this is the most attack-sided map that we've got. Like, back when we were seeing it, and we started things off round 1.
Klasicky to funguje a potom si dají update, aby to nefungovalo. To jsou moje oblíbené updatey, kámo. Když ta hra funguje, neseká se mi, můžu hrát, že update, seká se mi, mám méně FPS a nemůžu hrát.
As well onto that stage. I was down there for a little bit with Katie and Kelly. You could really just feel the stress, first of all, from the NRG fans.
Oh yeah.
But then just the pure energy radiating off of the players on stage. Also, 16 out of 16 plants coming out of NRG. They had a great game plan on that attack side.
Yeah, they did such a good job, and I think that they really figured out, especially just playing their post plants.
Jak si říkáte, fake comeback, XD.
But I think NRG consistently were leaving players on site and fighting.
Daniel, já se rád se bavíš, kámo.
Where they're going up rope multiple times.
Co piješ a odkud fandíš, takzvaně.
Numbers, but they keep fighting and it worked.
Oh, it's rough.
For
EDG fans, so I hope Coach MaKo had some nice words to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, Mika and Valora here with Muggle of EDG. That was a very tough map to lose on. It was very exciting.
To je top turnaj rozhovor, to je top, kámo.
They do have to make that comeback now. I'm curious because we saw Chichu on the stage roll, so what is the dynamic?
Tak co, proč jste projebali? Proč jste projebali, basically se optám.
Does nobody come in to help him? Can you tell us a little bit about the team and dynamics in that kind of situation?
首先可能确实很遗憾，咱们今天没能拿下图一的胜利，但是也想问一下，因为我们看到今天球就是来到了一个贤者的。
Nešel bych na ten rozhovor, říkám ti, že by na ten rozhovor nešel.
指挥可能会稍微有一些困难嘛，对他来说会不会相应影响到他的一些风格？同时 ，Nobody 也在这个时候会去协助他吗？
其实他这个位置就是也是属于那种少尉嘛，所以就是以偏站后面的队伍比较靠后的位置，所以不太会影响他的场上的指挥风格。
něco jako potřebujeme se resetnout, půjdeme na druhou mapu, byli jsme unlucky a půjdeme hrát jako svoji hru. Schválně.
So I think it won't affect a lot on Chiu because he's the sentinels of our team. He always like on the back side of the team. So it gave him the room and the time to think about what he's gonna do. So it won't affect a lot. And nobody gonna to share the responsibility with him. And especially during the game in the mid round, maybe sometimes Chiu is not on the side with the team, and nobody will do some callings.
Well, eager to see that tandem on Corode. Good luck to the team.
I mean, it's a very interesting dynamic, right? Having nobody mid-round a lot of the times, and Chiu was really stepping into that IGL role. On the stage, I mean, he was individually performing well as well, but what do we expect from Corode? Because this is NRG's mapping.
Yeah, and this is a map that has been so strong for NRG, and they're playing a funky...
Mid-rounding asi nic moc.
Got a waylay, and they play with multiple Odins as well, so I think that this team, one of the things that EDG are going to have to beat is especially those waylay execs onto sites. I think what we've seen from Mada in the past is he can overwhelm the B site. Usually that would mean diving over Vi's utility and these things like that, but EDG, Doug, don't play with a Senti on this map.
No.
Liquid DRX?
Really just, yeah, I think
Nevím, jak hrajou DRX, ale Liquid hrajou God tier.
Given that that's not a part of the equation,
Já bych řekl 2-0 Liquid, ale...
Is this a wasteland?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Není to investiční rada.
Like, is he gonna wasteland? You guys you don't have that in Americas? Okay, never mind. Yeah. You know what slay means?
Yes.
My goodness.
I'm sorry, we're kind of just no-butting you here instead of yes-anding.
Yeah.
We need to do a little bit better. Honestly, Mada, incredible on this map.
So he does wasteland.
Yeah. We'll give you that.
Sova? Já jsem nekoukal, jak hrál NRG v lize. Sova solo iniciátor? Ne, říkají, OK.
But I am a little bit concerned on the defensive side if they have enough stopping power to deal with this NRG comp, and as a result, so much will rest on Kong Kong and Jenny to stop NRG before they actually...
EDG mají o moc lepší komp, vole. Ani jeden Sentinel, ani jedna Vice, kámo, ani... Halus.
If you're ignoring the middle of the map, I think NRG are going to abuse that. We know how proficient they are on the defensive side, although Abyss would suggest otherwise, given what we just saw. I'm concerned. I'm genuinely concerned for EDG here.
I'm just so excited to see the Odins. I want to see that come. I want to see how EDG deal with it.
Hrajou Odiny i tady. Hrajou Odiny i na Corode, na tom midu, viď? Stojí na top midu, vole. Sova a Fully Odin. Si typl, to je hrozný humus, kámo.
Because the game is too exciting for us to hee ha ha. Let's get back in and send this over to Uber and Wyatt.
An unreal moment of vindication for NRG. A comeback that ties the greatest in Champions history, obviously around Delta of 9.
Je to šampioní jsou plné překvapení. NRG není moc překvapení, kámo. NRG jsou number 2 seed.
Now swapping over to the Waylay, this has been the go-to comp for NRG. It's the comp that has them sitting at a 4-0 record on this map. They have been one of the absolute best in Americas here, if not the best.
Nejlepší v Americe a nehrajou Fateku, jo.
They destroyed Sentinels on that attack side, but
this is statistically EDG's best map, Wyatt. They have had so much success on
so far. A je hotovo, dobrá mapa. Ani jeden se neviděli se. Ty sami se neviděli, kámo. 2 umřeli přes smoke. Dobrá mapa.
To get back into this game after a really tragic defeat on map 1.
There's obviously an exchange of shots. Jenny down to 50 bucks.
Možná ten první duel se viděli. Možná viděli, než ten smoke popl, vole. A ten druhý se neviděli, no. Ježiš Kriste, kámo. Corode je strašná rakovina.
Dark cover will allow them at least to assemble themselves before trying to flood here with their remaining 3. Here's Mada. He can refresh if he needs to, but trade it out before he can get on away. It's on Scuba in a 1v2. Tough to win these, especially on the reload. Kicku brings him down.
Co se stalo, kámo, vůbec? Nevím. Vypnu si to, protože jsem zmatený.
I just want to see on the replay what happened at the beginning of the round because that basically dictated the entire.
Okay, viděl prvního? No. A druhýho. Jaká mrtka, ty vole, to je jaká mrtka.
Very awkward. All right, EDG just make that one look easy, and that's a nice little confidence booster pistol round to win, to forget your woes of map 1 and
obviously
back into this swinging.
Expectancy plenty of span through smokes. NRG have their characteristic double scan initiator. Obviously they have the KO on this map, which is fairly unique to them. But no one really does it like Ethan.
Well, Choo definitely knows that they pushed out of A. That was a lot of footsteps that he
zajímavý angle.
just accelerate into this.
Zajímavá pozička.
Scuba. They'll be able to find a second, though. Scuba had no information of anything that was happening outside of his direct sphere of influence there. So there'll still be a spike stick. 2 players top mid for NRG. Obviously not board up whatsoever. Right click central, anybody? Summer smokes. Here's Marta steps up, brought down instantly. Som suffers a similar fate.
Som Omen, ale už se mi líbí víc než Som Harbor. Škoda, měl ho vrdat, já bych taky vzal nožík a začal bych dělat VS.
Go over some aggression while planting. Just take it nice and easy. Claim the kills. Hong Kong working decently towards that dimensional drift early as well. Has 4 orbs.
Might be worth keeping an eye on Brock as this game progresses. As he's someone who, I think,
měl šanci, Skuba, měl šanci.
Spam back into Vogue in Americas.
The Odin has been the hallmark of NRG's success on defense, especially in the map pool we have right now with Corrode, Ascent, and Lotus.
Nah.
And Initiator thrives with that.
Nah.
Absolutely.
Okay, put the fries in the bag, fella.
The most frustrating.
Ranulky do sáčku.
That is absolutely something that EDG are going to need to be very prepared for.
Yeah, it just makes fighting for mid so brazenly like they did on the pistol.
I'm jako Odin by the way, no ale. I'm Odin.
Easily spammable. Can just fight spamming all of the corners, deny trade swings to come in because you're getting
Odin, čum.
bullets slowed down. It's
bude fullit tu levou stranu celý kolo. Jak botlejs.
It's got to be said though. EDG coming back
Ach, jo.
flatten it there on Abyss.
Ach, jo.
This early lead converting off the pistol. His bonus though features, you know, Marshall, mix of sheriffs. There's still a guardian here for Smoggy.
Okay, Crash goes up mid, but that is just fake.
And evidently, there's an appropriate amount of respect for the Odin given by EDG.
Yeah, they are taking their time right now, working both extremities.
Díky za odběr, Jagger BBL.
Main and they main control. Safe from NRG. They don't want to throw anything away right now. Peek from MADMONQ though. That's very aggro. Just runs into 2 players. Shot down.
This likely allows for a spike scoop.
Veiley nabrala hodně na tom, no, na popularitě tady na Corrode, vole.
On that side of the map.
No rotates pulled.
You know, on this execute, players could get stalled out on account of mollies and the choke.
He's going to walk up again?
Yeah, well,
he's got a 0 point.
Spot out the north.
Dangerous Jenny wants to slide on in. It looks like they want to force.
Odběr? Dal mi odběr, no. Uj. To je mini pozička, vole. Má tu díru v té vole.
Bro was poised and waiting for that. Another little rat spot for Scuba pays off.
That is one sight anchor that you never want to run into. That duo of Scuba and Brock have been so potent for these NRG defensive sides while anchoring. They certainly didn't get to show that off on Abyss, but I think on this map, Corrode and multiple other maps in the pool, they are definitely the standouts.
Zajímavý je, že prostě ani jeden tým nemá Sentinela, vole. Na tu té mapě zrovna.
That definitely puts a stop to some of the plans from EDG, and obviously not enough time in the round here to make anything happen for it. So NRG pleased with this result, win the round, lose 1 gun, keep the Odin, and flatten EDG as they attempt to be here.
Not too bad considering they lost MADMONQ very early on there off that little A-main push that he went on early.
Yeah, bro likes to simmer a little bit before he really comes alive. It's like sea monkeys. You got to add some water, let it go for a couple of days, and bam. Instant entertainment, just add water.
To je nechutná ta vole, kámo. Tohle přece stalo se mně, kámo, actually. To je humus, já jsem proti minimu, kámo, já jsem naběhl do tého díry a on vyběhl z té díry prostě. Jsem strašně těžký punishnul, kámo, tu volu, do píčně.
Nothing to be seen though, as EDG are actually playing pretty conservative on the B side.
Kong was tucked behind that wall, so not spotted out. Prowler has to be used now for the reclear. Someone could have posted up in main.
Brock is over at A this time around.
Oh, Fangel. Oh. A je minus. Jak žije. Ok, DG trolí, kámo, jak žije.
Ethan can now post up.
Kong is down to 1 HP, tucked in the corner.
How does he get out of here? Spike loose as well. Plenty of time board for all the King's horses and men to arrive on the site. Can EDG put this back together?
Ono wallbangne tím Odinem. Mě na piču.
Pushing any further than where Kong is should be lethal.
The energy, they're not rushing this. They're just playing off this crossfire setup.
Straight in the eyes of Scuba. Guy has been unflappable so far.
Zajímavý omen smoke tam házel, volem. Okay, mid-side smoke tam hodil som.
MADMONQ with some overkill, steps out and finds Smoggy with nothing but the silverware.
Dominant as it gets. Scuba again, this anchoring on the B site. Little bit of a change.
Pohodil chat stream. OBS mi tady hodilo nějaký error.
Gets the spot just before the wall is fully activated. That was a collat that brought Kong down to 1.
Let me watch.
Ethan gets right in, and I love how they play this. They just set up that backside crossfire. They don't over-aggress. They just play it patient. Allows the rest of the team to rotate in.
And EDG.
Už mám PTSD, kámo, tady z OBS padajícího, volem. Jdeme tady na tu volu.
And now EDG, they are relegated to a very peculiar.
Jsi to neviděl, kámo, já jsem měl tady PTSD. Kámo, co je? Randowní, kámo, jak psi.
Smoggy wants to inch forward here. It looks like EDG are priced.
Podívám se, kam udělal reveal aspoň.
NRG, they can just again here kind of take the time, wait for everyone to group up. This time play for that full retake. They have a lot of tools to do. And Nightfall goes through that link, but what can they get off of it? Nothing really. EDG.
I'm not sure if that caught onto anyone.
Gonna double up and spawn.
MADMONQ. Oh, the double ping is pretty good. Very lightning. Som able to back up MADMONQ. Converts that kill and inside the dark cover. Smoggy has to succumb. Ethan being in control.
Tím kvůli hraju Fantomu zase, by the way.
Throw it in the side if you will. And NRG on a bit of a roll here on defense now that they've found their footing.
We've seen this NRG team in situations like this. Getting the ball rolling on defense, completely taking over the game and being an
Vyzkouším fintu babičkovskou, volem. Je nějaký problémy, kámo, s bříškem, tak zkouším, kámo, kolu. Vždycky, vole, hrneček koly nedávali, vole, babičky. Komorovej kous.
I'm impressed. This is going to be a timeout for EDG, surely.
Scuba is sat at 8 kills already, has the Viper's Pit. On his global debut, back-to-back maps.
Doufám, že to se mnou zatočí, vole.
He did the same thing in playoffs. Even in that game, I think against Sentinels, also against G2.
Yeah, even in the finals.
Má po roušcích. Taková kyselina, kámo, že to rozselačkuje všechno. Bez bublinek. To je hnusný, kámo. Bublinky jsou dobrý právě, kámo.
9 first kills, 0 first deaths
against Sentinels.
In 4 maps. Yep. Just an obscene game from him. We know what he's capable of.
He was 82 for 52 over 4 maps.
And this is one of the maps where he absolutely lit them up.
Now, of course, like we've mentioned, much more skill from EDG on what has been their best map.
Žvejkač prostě. Tyhle brýle chápu, že má pod sluchátkama, ale ten kankan, ty pacičky, jaký má, vole, to si nechává pod sluchátkama, ty píč musí mít díru v hlavě. Slivku nemám, kamo, mohl bych si dát ten gin normálně, panáka, vole. What? Tohle wallbangu je taky ten prasák? Nic jsem ještě nikdy neudělal. Tohle wallbangu, jo? Pravou stěnu, ale... Dobrý hnus, kámoško, dobrý hnus.
dispensing his various
On
pieces of
zahnus.
utility to get some info as to what EDG's plan in mid is, and there isn't much of one. They've retreated after spamming, after making all that.
To se tam holdí angle, jakoby, že bude spamovat skrz stěnu, ne? Čum. No jasně. Čum! Je týpek na mě na rankeru, že what are you doing, VASEK? Holding. A wallbang.
Yeah, that hindrance buff could be a debuff, rather could be a huge issue for EDG if they try and break through a main. He's that dimensional drift though for Kung. He's going to get ahead of the game to some degree. And here comes the pass now. Ready to fight Isman.
Co se děje? Já nevidím nic. Zase ty vole, Valorant 2025. Žodin. Žodin. Tak to je disaster, to je ještě Patagon Žodin. Tohle neměl prohrát som, ten duel. Tohle nesměl prohrát, ten duel, kámo, by the way. Ten low-key troll. Tohle už je low-key troll na druhou. Elite ball knowledge, já si pamatuju, kámo, taky věcí, Paťago, dost. Je to, že si zdával monitor, kámo, na krabici od bot, aby ho měl vejš. Chodící encyklopedie, kámo. Patagoda. A kde jsou 3 Mississippi, by the way? To je crazy, by ten týpek, že je z tier 2 vzanej, ne? Tu ten týpek je z americký tier 2 vzanej. Skuva.
Supreme anchoring on that B site into the 1 versus 2 clutch. But I do want to talk about prior in this round, the moment from Brock, which was after the convergent paths were used, really stalled out EDG's effort to get into that A site. And then once they are finally able to kind of go for that second wave entry, they're hit by the saturate as well.
Light work.
Just pops off. Chill as ever.
Light work.
As we've seen him on the run to get here.
That brand of nonchalance only seen in NA Zoomers. It pays off for NRG.
Sneaky golem.
Drifts or a 0 point off the rip that conveyed a little bit of info to Ethan.
It's another half buy here for EDG. Couple rifles, couple stingers, no ultimates to their name just yet. Maybe Genie could get an overdrive active in this round.
Timing.
Yeah, just expected another step forward, but it was 1 step back there.
They're going to test the kid again.
This site has been uncrackable, but they are going for it. They're running into Scuba. He's got the molly ready.
Round win. Push. Let's go. Fuj, kámo. Patagot Odin dělá věci.
Perfect. Wasn't even needed there. Scuba very comfortable from that spot. Brock eventually that was brought down. Still no plan. Nobody has to stick it here.
Chichu miles away, has to get through B main. Smoke's coming down now from Ethan. Well connects.
The setup was perfect. Ethan picks up nobody like it's nobody's business.
Nobody's
Chichu
business.
now has to play off the side
Oh.
Retake will be toggling his way. That's a factor.
Oh.
He's taken down handily. Now the bias this pit is set up for him to get back in. Risky business. Som's looking to get this to half and likely to get off. It's outside of the pit. Dangerous as Chichu shows himself with the traces. And some blows into smithereens.
Just a commitment to testing this B site and failing from EDG yet again.
Oh, nebylo dobrý.
NRG, the way that they're adjusting their setups with those 2 anchors of Ethan and Scuba.
Nevěřil vlastnímu molíku, nebo co?
Buy time for the rotates to come through. The support from Brock was right in time. That was a pretty nasty.
On by to mohl styknout v tom molíku, ale
After the fact though, they just can't get into back sight.
po jenom náboji, kámo, už to mělo uklidnit, podle mě.
Fully controlled by Ethan and Scuba. That time a high low on a prior round of Crossfire.
Bro si myslí, že to zahrál on? Ten nalevo, co ti jebe?
In order to give him a way back into the B side.
A lot of confidence, but also feels like desperation. We need to get around on the board, and I'm going to try to do whatever it takes to claw for it. And it's all for naught. That ultimate just thrown to the wind.
Proper buy here.
Sayo reveal.
0 point should tell a lot.
Posral ho.
Two in mid and the neon spotted crucially.
There are 4 ultimates available for
Jak který hráli MA Demona vy? A tak I am on the team. Na rozdíl od Blada.
Nothing off that Hunter's Fury, but Scuba now preemptively throws a Viper's Pit down on the A side. This isn't enough yet to deter EDG. They may exit via Link though.
Yeah, all of it encompassed by that. All EDG feeling pressure to retreat.
Oh, Scuba's here. Let's go the other one.
Yeah, genuinely time to go to B, but now you're going to deal with Brock with that Odin and the total lack of main control. You know, when they come in, Brock could try to go for some spam, retreat.
No, týmek vypadá i prostě někdo, kdo hraje Odin, kam. Podívej se na to, jak tam sedí u toho. Co to je? Co to sleduju, kamo? Na Champion sleduju sebe v roce 2021. No. Oh, wallbang.
And now there's this wrap coming in. Ginny getting into elbow. Som has to drop, has to make some sound, and beautiful, beautiful. Perfect moment for the swing. EDG finally get one on.
No uvidíme, jsem zvědavý, kámo, na provozní stran, vole. What? Co dál do piči tam Mada?
I mean, imagine if Mada, even with low HP, just gets back around the corner. There was no one who would have been able to kill him. He could have just posted up in main. That would have been so difficult for EDG to deal with.
The sick from Kang.
Yeah, and then that 3K is beautiful. Beautiful stuff.
And also, the null commanding Ethan is not in a position for that ultimate to have any effect. So he spares his team the suppression and gets 3.
So many ultimates used in that round.
Kdo je number 1 seed z Číny, by the way?
Get any serious level of value. And this has put EDG in a situation where they can get back in this game. Now they're the one with the ultimates advantage.
Je crazy, kámo, že EDG jsou number 3 seed až. BLG? Ty hrajou zítra proti Aspasovi, kámo. OK. Krikolnul skrz body, to jsem zvědavý, kámo. Jakoby, nevím, ty EDG mi přijde, že hrajou dost dobře na to, že jsou number 3 seed, ty vole. Že jako, proto mě zajímá, kdo je number 1 seed, vole. Zvědavý na to.
They want to keep this going. Look at this triple face from NRG to try and hold backside. Som goes down early.
That's not been swung into yet.
Yeah, EDG, they don't fully commit. They're just planting for offsite to play from yard, play from lane.
Only playing where they have information, and Ethan that actually stepped up into the line of sight. Marta with a shorty, not close enough. He's in deep trouble.
To byl trapas.
But he's leapt upon instantly.
Actually, jejich strategie těch EDG, najít Skubu a jít od Skuby, funguje zatím dobře.
Now it is going to be time for him to save. Ethan is on very low cash, so they would love to be able to make sure that they can.
Neměli už dlouho jistý champs, Pablo, EDG. Aha.
Towards spawn, EDG, they finally stop the bleeding, get back into the game. They made the right decision.
Prosím, bude tady kanonýr, vole.
In terms of where they were planting, playing off of the spike. They didn't overcommit. If they had, they would have went right into that NRG triple.
What? To co je, kámo, za spot? Co to je za pozičku, kurva? Tam není, tam musí hitnout, ne? Když crouchne, tak mu vidí bříško, ne? Furt. What the fuck, kámo, co to je za kanon vyjebanej? Tak tam kamera jde sebou furt teďko. Moje si klipnu ten kanon, mám piči.
Might offer a wider array of options for them on the attack side.
Absolutely, it is time to just simply avoid Scuba on this.
To je pravda, Frozno, když seš kámo čínský tým, tak number 1 věc, co chceš dělat, je porážet EDG, no.
Focus your attention over on A. 0 point goes down bottom. Mid doesn't catch anyone out from EDG. They waited out and now they start to press forward.
Je tam jsou, kámo, public enemy. Jak já na fialový.
Set up top mid to spray through. This time he is out droning. Through link out to mid and doesn't spot the player on the other side of the wall.
I don't think spotted him, but Kong thought he was. Can't really blame him. Teleports to the team. They're going for the B exec again. They're testing Scuba again.
Jenny tucked in the corner.
Isan, dobrý molík, hodně dobrý molík. Malem zajebali to Omena molíkem, čum. Isan, huge kolo. Jodin výser, vole. Jodin. How did he not trade out? Jednoduše, protože hraje Jodina, vole.
And back in the mid has Kang gone.
You can see Kang calming that. He did hear those footsteps behind him. Saw him now through heaven.
Má svoje mezery ten Shodan, no.
An acute awareness of Mada's positioning at the very least.
Ne pod ním, že? Oh. On vylezl spoza něj, to je dement.
Som could start to cut the side up a little bit with these smokes.
But still, he has to worry a bit about his elbow. You can see he is paranoid. That smoke comes down to Smoggy try to get in front of it. Time is beginning to get very low.
Kankan, ty pičo. Replay okamžitě.
Chi-Chi survives at 5 after Brock tries to trade him. And things just break very well, very favorably.
A přibral trošku Kankanči.
Those were some very snappy, gorgeous shots from Ethan. This little
Ejval Bobíček.
left on nobody was lovely, but
the fact that Genie gets that foothold and finally he's able to take down the Viper on the entry is massive.
The first time they've been able to immediately deal with Scuba.
Ano, to takhle clearnout, jo, ty pič, to bylo dobrý, to bylo dobrý, to bylo dobrý, to bylo dobrý. To bylo sexy.
And he tried to go for an aim adjustment.
Tím zvítězci žije? Jau. Jako ten týpek podle mě nejbohatší hráč Valorantu, ne? All time. A to spustili Čínu až později, vole. Plný týpek to dohnal.
Convergent paths from Mada. And they are going for a full investment, it does seem, as well. This has been impressive from EDG.
Actually se mi uklidnilo bříško, kámo. To je z té chemikálie. To denně tlačilo břicho, napil jsem se koli a je hotovo. Vamos. Domácí doktor.
What is the play from NRG? EDG have been very willing to press up mid, get that space.
Zase nesáká earnings. Tak to nemyslím podle earnings, to je podle výplaty, víš, Poláček.
Has been Kong solo on the effort to take this mid control on most rounds.
Je nějaká úzka, že nemaso KFC. Díky bohu nejím KFC. Takže nevím vůbec, co to znamená, nebo co jsem dělal, ani jsem to video nekoukal, ale mi to úplně jakoby volný, chápeš? Nejím ani mekáč, ani KFC.
Off some contact, Ethan is ready to just flash out. Take this fight towards mid. The dark cover drops, so he doesn't need to get out of the way temporarily.
Carter also set up to just stay entrenched here and then respond quickly.
Ne, si prodávali zkažený maso, tak to je dobře fucked up.
A link control, but they are going to step forward now.
Prowler alerts them to the lack of players there.
Michal, vy víte kdo.
Now the only option is to try and play through mid. It's nobody caught inside a conversion pass. Runner Jenny also suffering that hindrance. And so, Smoggy now in a 1v5.
Je hodně. Oj.
Knocks down to 6 though. Too much damage collaterally. Even though he takes 2 key kills.
Tam by vybrali s klasikem. Byla dobrá pozička docela, no. A nejdeš spamnout tam, actually, kde on stál, tak nejdeš spamnout, tam je jakový růžek. To si ukradnu tohle. Jdeš spamnout, ale fakt na hovno. Takže klip. A moc mu nechodí do toho Odinu zatím, no. Ale to neznamená, že to nemá value, ale to je jak Vipo, kámo. Když ti nechodí do Vipa, tak oni ví, že má ten Odin a ví, že má Vipo, ale takže hraješ jinak, no. Takzvaný conditioning. Do češtiny nevím. Kodicování. Nevím.
Gate crash all the way at the top of mid. That's just going to be a
fake. Facts.
Kong, but NRG, as far as they know, could be, you know, looking down the barrel of a B split. They've lost all that control.
Yeah, Somdo can get back into tower on B side with that ultimate, able to reinforce pretty effectively, and they're looking to.
They back that lineup, pičo. Našel ho, ne? Našel.
Stalled out by the mollies on main. Another now from Ethan.
Nobody's dug enough into that corner that
Huge nožík, co ti jebe. Dobrý teleport od Soma, kámo. To je v píči, ne? To EDG je... OK. 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 Tohle neměli vyhrát, kámo, EDG ani za hovno, ale prostě Kankan. Měli tam nějakou mezeru, kámo, ten Kankan tam týpka zabil do boku. O co? Poslouchej, komentátory. Kámoško, 6 kol za atak na Korout. Čum? Vidíš to? Ten Isan, vole, jak umřel Isan. Neviděl zvěli celou hru? Uvidíme na ataku, no. Teda ty byla... Ne, nebyl to atak, piče, pardon. Na ataku, no, uvidíme. Zmátli ty barvičky, vole, jak to bylo z jeho POVčka. Jako na ataku, kámo, na rankedu. Máš ten slow za ten Bčkovej pičus, za tu budku. A jdeš na top side té budky ze safeu z mainu. A zahraješ na ten svůj vlastní slow, kámo. Actually insane. Zvědavají, co navaří energy. Energy na Korout a tak fakt dobrý. Ten energy. Ukaž ten energy. Jestli kecáš nebo ne. A nekecáš. Proti Sentinel z 11-1 za atak. What the actual fuck? To jsem zvědavý, co mají ve statbooku. Se vlní, kámo, jak had. 1500 damage Kajo vydal? To je píčovina, ne? To zabíjel Kaja na zemi. To zabíjel Kaja na zemi, ne? To nedal jakoby Kajovi normálních, vole, 1600 damage.
Outside of even just the individual play, it seems like Kong is really keeping his team hyped.
Už to tam mají, kámo, ve statistice, ale... Kámo, má dobrou klávesku, má tu, co má jas, takovou tu custom těžkou, a má na tom ještě to, vole. Jak se jmenuje, vygravírovaný VCT China tam má, kámo. Takhle chci, aby... Tam lidi psali, že... IP. VASEK. Jo. Tak ukaž. Energy atak. Counter strat, ale tady jsou counter straty. Týpek šel pro ten nožík jenom a porto zpátky insta.
Smoggy was the highlight player of Abyss. A little quiet at the start.
Žere frenzy, kámo. A dva šerify, co to mají za nákup? Herec. Herec, ten mada.
Very uncommon that he's not able to put up numbers with that weapon.
Takhle chci, aby hrál můj týpek na rankedu a main, by the way, jak hraje Chichu. Proč moji teammatey na rankedu nezvládnou dělat tento jumpík? Kámo, toho jak blindl ten flash. Mada Ace, první kolo.
And he takes the hit through the masonry. He has to stand up here and give his best.
Certainly wouldn't be an NRG series if we don't get a MADA ace in it.
And the man has produced them with uncanny frequency in Americas.
Yep, he is the all-time ace leader in the region.
Oh!
Smoggy on for another pistol clutch, but denied by Smog at the last moment.
Kámo.
Closer than NRG would have liked it to be, but you can see what.
Viděl jsem to tam, viděl jsem to tam, viděl jsem to tam.
Like that crosshair placement, threatened to overwhelm you very quickly. That's just a pistol round, but you can see the ID from NRG. Who want to make use of this guy.
Dobrý support dostal čum. Co? Nah. Jít do prdele. Nah, to jít do prdele s tímhle, kámo. Prostě Riot, kámo.
Stabilizes for the team, and now they have that second round buy, which involves a couple rifles, a couple pistols, and the one stinger for MADA on this entry towards Link in prime position to get his.
Jako jak, že sáča střílí, Pablo? Pičo, Kankan je online, ale jak svině. Tuhle tu mapu Kankan je online, jakože připomíná mi, vole, starýho Kankana. Tuhle tu mapu, piči.
And of course have the penetrative power of the Vandal to try and dig him out.
And they're able to pick up the important guns onto some of the players who did just have pistols and now go for the rotate towards that B side. A B side where the gate crash from Kong has just been thrown to, so can get a fairly fast rotate there if necessary. EDG, they do want to commit to the effort of holding mid, catching a player there.
You see how important it was that Scuba stays alive in that early trade. It allows NRG to get out of mid, and Kong's none the wiser that they're headed to be.
Convergent paths already.
Proč jako Pablo, vole? I v oficiálech? No, na rankedu.
A fair guess to assume there'd be an entrenched defender here for EDG.
And honestly, when you get him on round 2, I guess sure.
Vašku, prosím, někla hláška hranolky do sáčku. To je přeložený, kámo, fries in the back.
And right on up here. MADA, of course, has a light speed to get in.
Jako, vzniklo to tak, že si vezmeš svých pár prdů, vole, a vezmeš si to sebou, vole, v restauraci a jdeš do beachi. Ty šer, že takhle to vzniklo. Ty pičo, ale dobrý jako.
And NRG converts, only one gun taken out of the round.
And much like the pistol, Smoggy just suddenly collects 2 at the end of the round. Significant damage done, and it'll be curious to see what the commitment economically from NRG will be now that we're headed towards the
What? Co mu dal, ty kokote?
The bonus with the rifle double pistol, you're hoping to get a pretty legit bonus by going with rifle. That is not going to be the case.
No, there's going to have to be some...
I mean, unless they just hard force it.
No, Bulldog here, some on a Sheriff.
Nobody can Odin.
As well.
So it is a mixed kind of half by really fast from MADA getting into that link. 0 point confirms a lack of presence.
Jako ta Vele má nejlepší gap close, no. Vele má action nejlepší gap close.
Very far ahead of the rest of NRG on a solo mission that goes wrong.
To je nechutný, Pablo, no. I s Fantomem, kámo, jakože skočit na close týpkovi do ksichtu s Fantomem, to je taky extrémní šance, že ho uprcáš, vole. S Vandalem ne, ale s Fantomem, kámo, ten fire rate.
Shock dart to soften up Smoggy, who waded into its area of effect.
It gets a good amount of damage off onto these 2 players, but still they are...
Gap close, myslíš Ačko? Ne, Kvačko.
Not moving off that B side yet, swinging the double face, the dark cover breaks it up though. Jenny down, this is dangerous now.
Oh, Kankan je strašně online, to je tu.
Up to a casual 17 kills. Leading from the front.
Jo, Kenzera bude určitě hrát ty redničku. Já koukám jeho vodka docela dost, ale... No, docela dost ne, jako viděl jsem jich tak 5. Ale jako vnímal jsem spíš jeho rotace a tohle, no, než dueling style. A on furt něco pušuje, vole, s nožičkem, pičovinky dělá. S NA koukám Popina nejvíc asi. Popina a Kario koukám, vole, vodka, no. Popin taky hraje docela crazy, vole. A ne tolik. toho wallbangu do midsiteu. Nebude tier 1. Nevím, kdo by je mohl zastavit, no. To taky postupují 2 týmy, nebo jenom jeden? Nej.
Yeah, this attempt from NRG to go for a crazy fast side exec with the teleport with the light speed is
Pop flash.
Okay.
Pop flash smokem, vole.
He's able to do so. Was able to get his gun up in time, but he's mindful that Jenny might have dropped down behind him. Kang's just causing problems all across the map here.
Ale ty Sentinels nemůžou postoupit, takže to je dobrý, kámo. Ty kostičky nemůžou postoupit. Jo, Pablo. To je jako, já se actually z části se těším na ten systém 2027, kámo. Oj. Jo. No a Lenu by vyhrál ten duel, podle mě.
Yeah, frustrating for Scuba. Tantalizingly close to a legendary moment.
27, kámo. Až budou ty Open turnaje trochu víc, kde budou moc tier 2 týmy hrát proti tier 1, tak konečně se expoznou frauds tier 1. Konečně. Konečně. Málem. To jsou hlavy. 27, 26 věty, kámo. Step by step. Step by step, kámo. Po tuhletom eventu už to je tady, kámo. Po tuhletom eventu je tady, to na to čekám celý skurvený roh, kámo. Čau, Kudemivice.
The stopping power of these EDG defenders has unraveled them on multiple occasions. Some are simply seeing what he can get for his money.
Kakon really just feeling himself at this point, hungry to take more fights, hungry to get more kills.
Sees Decayed down, TP across the way. Chichu mindful of it though. And Brock obviously completely elsewhere, fighting his own demons.
Headed into this next round. Want to take a look at the status of some of these ults because they are getting online for NRG and can't say the same for EDG.
Chce Mastodon věc? Co pak?
Real opportunity for the team from Americas to put a gun round win together. They have that null command to get into a site. They have the Viper's pit.
Když budeme hrát 3 mapy tady prvního zápasu, to je. To je Mastodon věc. To je.
Got to be mindful, of course, of what nobody's doing early in some of these rounds. Marta with the fast play over towards Link. Now, last time he just walked out and got picked off, so we'll see.
This is a pretty standard open.
XLG a RRQ, kdo by fakt jeden z nich padl do tier 2, to je halus. Má to mezery ten systém. A tohle to je taky mezera ve videohře, by the way. To je, jak ho zabila ta neonka,
Cannot stand.
He really overstays his welcome.
Line up na V pro ultinu. Až do mainu je ta ultina. Klip pro Miniho.
Scuba needs to stay alive though. Kong needs this kill desperately, but Brock ready on the angle to support.
Odin in hand as well. That's going to be a problem when we come to this post-plant scenario. A very timely 0.6 top mid.
This is a
vyhraný kolo díky té ultině, by the way. Legit.
The backstab can activate at any given moment.
Jenny's going to try and accelerate over towards main, but there's far too high density of players here. Chichu in the pit, fighting for his life. Surely knows he's better off playing from outside and keeping his gun in hand. Spots some in tower, and he will be judged.
And it is those two ultimates being used to perfect effect. The pit, the null command. I did really like this play though from
Divný plant.
Modded dashing up.
Nevím, kdy bylo plantnuto, ale ten plant defaultní, jakoby... Ne, normální plant. To je ten plant. Mi přijde dobrý s tím. Tohle je nejvíc safe plant, že jo? Nebo jako ten druhý pod, to byl taky, by byl taky v pohodě. To je druhý safe land, podle mě. Ten neskočí do toho rohu jakoby dolů. Ale určitě v pohodě plant.
Finally in the hands of Kong Scuba, removed instantaneously.
Absolutely brazen. Bro basically bathed in that molly from the Viper. Was happy to trade a little bit of health for the kill.
Mata on the verge of getting the conversion pass. Just one orb required at this point.
Won't do a whole lot to Kong, who's perched up here waiting for a push through B main. Mid really not explored at all for NRG yet. Jenny with a fairly safe posting top mid. Shoulder peeking at regular.
21-12 má Kankan.
Yet to show himself.
Nebo někdo jiný. Tady skape, kámo, mám blbý pocit z toho jiglu. Spam.
Virginia goes down to half HP.
Just warning shots though, but NRG are looking to scale up this mid control now. This is about to get ugly.
EDG, they want to pop out.
This is about to get ugly, no. This is about to get ugly. A NRG vyhrali trady.
Ethan and Mata, they're hindered.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that is criminal.
Snaps the crosshair position.
Já bych rozsekal na hovna.
That spot to play back through spawn.
And now Ethan planting for Mata to keep playing in that.
Killing na liquid.
How aware are they of the tower position? What is that from Ethan? 5 points of health. Well, 4 more than he needed.
That is just a pixel shot from Ethan. I can't believe NRG win out that mid fight. EDG have 3 players ready to activate on
ten trade byl dobrý.
They fight in the smoke and they lose out. I mean, that is just a disgusting way to be able to get the fight isolated. What is that shot? Oh my god! Same reaction.
Give me something, bro.
Give me something. Give me something.
Well, now it's very much the opposite. However, the weaponry isn't quite there to match it.
Wow, instant dimensional drift from Kong used right down mid.
Všech 5 bingo. Ne, 4 vole. Ty pičo. A ultil by the way na takovýhle nákup? Otazník. Frink? Nevím, jak hraje Frink bez teža. Zvědavej na něj, to byl težo one trick.
A lot of damage dealt to Smoggy and Ethan, respectively, in that little exchange.
NRG, of course, aware that the weaponry isn't where it needs to be on the EDG camp. Jenny can supplement, of course, with an overdrive if you want to commit more into this half-bought round here. Kong chilling in pocket.
Smoke's being cycled on main. Of course, it's Paranoia ready to go from Smoggy, but it is temporarily deactivated.
Spadlo tempo. Nechápu.
Paranoia comes from NRG. Now they're going to assert themselves on their way over towards the A side, and Mata's good for it. Chichu posts it up, completely flash. And nobody has to work his way in from mid.
Did you see that counter util from
NRG? Že hrajou furt pomalu.
Paranoia immediately. Paranoia.
Myslím, že hrajou furt pomalu, kámo. Oba týmy. Většinu kol.
With absolute ease from Mata press forward.
Obviously, outside of the fact that NRG take another big step towards a series win, it's a buff around economically where they don't suffer any casualties to the sheriff buy of EDG. Can build that foundation a little bit more. Now Convergent Paths comes online for Mata, gives them something to say in the conversation.
Druhá mapa. Ten aby zhrali rychlejš, no. A jak se dělají ty Viperky, vole, I don't know.
Very late in the round. I don't know, feeling
na každý jinou barvu podložky, vole.
On the entry into sight, wants to ensure they pick it up and get to 11. Maybe regretting it a bit though, given the state of EDG right now.
To by the way, jejich merch, ta bunda, to vypadá dobře jak svině, kámo. Jestli to je merch. Vypadá to, že to je merch, podle tom logu, kámo.
It is only relatively quote-unquote early in the series. It's our second map, but with a 32 mapper for Abyss, 32 rounder, excuse me. Corrode now going pretty close.
A to je trapná zbraň. Outlaw, moje predikce na příští rok. Outlaw nerv, ještě další neon nerv. Harbor buff. Co ještě, kámo? Ten nový agent by actually mohl být fakt scan, kámo. Ten nový agent by actually mohl být moje role. Když to byl Težo, no. Težo je taky takový polosken, nevím, kámo. Trochu to vypadá jako něco jako sejčka do píči, ale ten orb, co líknul, vole.
It's a convergent pass. Smarter still has that in the back pocket, no. He actually refracts it out of the sight.
Yeah, they want to draw out some of this initial utility, and they do it effectively. Now, what is the pace on a re-hit? It's immediate with a convergent pass.
But it doesn't cover the elbow players. Smarter still able to get in there and find Jenny Brock down early in the round.
Asi GG.
Out of the open.
Asi GG, kámo.
And now Nobu's going to fight his way out. That is sharp shooting. Scuba falls, but he's not ready for the close swing from Som.
Jsem molí v kapse, hajzle. Breeze back? Ty vole, to bych taky si rád nabídl, ale... Čiču je nějaký umytej na to. Kámo, Čiču jak hrál loni. Kámo, Čiču jak hrál loni. Úplně jiný level, kámo.
They try to flood in with that nightfall. They have all the players there. It's absolute pandemonium on the site. I can't believe NRG get ahead. Sick kill from Mana. Scuba scales in quite quickly. And that drop from Congo just a little bit too late. The timing's just not there with the flood.
Strašný ryb dostávají ty EDG, co ti jebe.
One by one. NRG have a great re-hit. Getting in with a convergent pass after extracting util with that fake first hit.
Smoggy has no armor at all. Force the Vandal.
No ale květečí hodně, to bude hodně kradení, kámo, od Trexe. Trex má strašně unique ability usage, kámo.
Brock does get it. Yeah, a little bit of danger to have the Vandal in that pit, not gonna lie, so Chichu doesn't go for much of a spam effort at all. In fact, doesn't spam at all. Kong is peeking through mid. Yeah.
Co dělá? Týpek se ztratil s tím dronem.
After being down 11-2 on the first map.
We're looking for some prime 2024 Kong here.
Kong Guardian.
Going to have a shot in this game. Gate crash out, realize he doesn't really have the tools. Scuba, who's had a phenomenal series, a great map. He's got himself nestled up towards A main.
Ale mu neby zrychlili? Mohli by klidně. Ale jakoby, chápeš, mně by se líbilo, kdyby ten movement byl zrychlený, jakože z POVčka těch lidí, co po tobě střílí, ale nemusíš nutně běhat rychlejš po mapě, jestli chápeš. Kdybych chtěl udělat těžší to fajtění, ale nepotřebuji udělat rychlejší rotace, nice shots.
And the 0 point not able to be made use of. Brog's in trouble, big trouble. And EDG fire back right when it matters.
That was excellent counter utility from EDG to stop that hit in its tracks. That paranoia from Smoggy had a serious connection. I mean, look at Mana, he was just blinded up, didn't know where he was looking, didn't know where he was dashing. Stun connection as well.
Mít fantomata, ten týpek dá 3, ti říkám. Další overtime chat? Come on, fellas. Come on.
Alright, NRG with 2 opportunities to close out this map. Mana back to this fast late take. Does bait out the paranoia and just refracts back to bottom mid. Wants to gather up with NRG.
Ty pičo, to je jeden takovýhle delšíček do midlinku dojebe. Ty lidi jsou v piči, jestli poube. Hotovo. Portne a skape. He is him. Kecam! Portne a zajebe 2, vole, what? What? Nah, fellas. Not like this, fellas. Not like this. Do smoučku je spamovaný. On z Heavenu flikl do midlinku a vyspamoval druhýho týmka do midlinku. Not like this.
Brock spots the player jump on the side. It's going to be Jenny. Scuba has to deal with him now. Overdrive at the ready and long range.
Vyprsil ho, vole.
EDG are far from done.
That overdrive is just too much to deal with. But what a play from Kong Kong. That brazen confidence just sends it into the
reklama.
Flashes for himself.
Díky chlapi za podporu streamu.
Chichu and Kong Kong do such a great job.
Zase YouTube rozhodl vám dát reklamu.
This overdrive though, just too strong in a situation like that.
Oh my God, some frustration there for NRG, just trying to put this game to bed before EDG take it over.
And now, juxtaposed to Abyss, it's been them on match point, them struggling to close this out. One more for EDG to take us to back-to-back.
Tak je tomu Skubovi tak 20, ne?
To stay in this series.
Nebo.
Just an unbelievable showing from both teams. Our 2023 champions winner in Ethan against the 2024 champions winners, starting this tournament off in amazing fashion.
And honestly for NRG, it's been
to hodně prožívá dneska. Furt prožívám. DRX mají ty hráče TBA. To je dobrý nickname.
Now, that hit towards V, you mentioned that Kong Kong just materialized in the middle of a hit that was in progress and still finds 2 kills. The guy's got composure.
NRG mají penízky. A Sova ultinu. Ačko za Sova ultinou bude jako ostrý, no. 22 mu je. Tak to je prime věk. Je prime věk. Ty si to užíváš? Takhle, kámo. Overtime, come on. Že line-up je všude, vole. Kankan actually read, vole, čum na to. Kolik klipů, už docela dost. To trochu přecítil, ale ne? To bylo moc. To bylo moc. Přesně viděli, tam budou, kámo, jakoby. A píkl to úplně jak žebráčisko. To je škoda, že nedronil. Kdyby dronil, kámo, tak dá víc času Kankanovi na rotate. Kurva. Molík na zem, vole. Nice. Asi v píči. A není vod, jak ho to neslounulo. Isan to proběh, vole. To bude těžký, jestli to plentnou, kámo. To je hrozně na piču angle, píči. Má jedno. On tam měl jedno zrovna. Dobrý trade od GN, vole, 7. Oh shit, Isan. Isan, kámo. To vzal na sebe, vole. Ty kok. Senior to furt má v sobě prostě, Isan. Furt to má v sobě Isan. Kalkuminy, dobrý režim, si naladí.
Absolutely lit up EDG on that map 1. He goes 5 for 12 on the first half, but drops 31 kills total to win that out in an unbelievable comeback. A 17 to 15 round OT. And on Corrode, when it looked like EDG were going to make that comeback.
Comeback ještě 2-0, je to crazy, no. Z 2-10, vole. 2-10 začátek. Mám line-up pro tebe, Mini, po piči. Som klipol.
And you can argue this is one of NRG's greatest challenges yet. They face another team that's adept in the double duelist style.
Dávaj pro ult. Free elo, kámo, na rankeru, free elo.
Waiting for those input pushes, being able to punish them. It still goes to the wire. Smoggy basically takes over the first part of Abyss. It's time for the single greatest comeback.
Look at this, fella.
On a
Look
map
at this.
in Champions history. A 9-round delta that NRG overcome. Let's head down to Lou and Mada down on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Et je vais pouvoir rejoindre Mada après cette master.
Mada, revoir.
I borrow you for a second. After the selfie, you've already... Wait, I'm on
Nemůžu to najít, kopič.
Congratulations, first of all, for
Směl.
this insane performance, both as a duelist and as a
Mám to.
team. And the first question I wanted to ask you is,
Vteřinku, rozhovor
how did
ještě.
you manage not to give up?
Rozhovor, pak ukážu line-up.
On Abyss, how did you manage not to give up to get your confidence back? How was that?
I think we just stayed in the game the whole time.
Outfit. Low peote. Juj.
And I think we saw that in your mental as a duelist too. You were carrying on that first map.
Yeah, I was. I mean, thankfully the boys had me on map too. You know, Scuba, Sam played amazing. So thank you to them. We played good as a team.
You did, indeed. Donc première
Outfit
question,
cinéma.
comment vous avez fait pour
Donc essaye de
pas
cheating.
abandonner? Ils perdaient 11-2 sur Abyss. Comment est-ce qu'ils sont remontés? Bah tout simplement le mental de la team. On est resté dans la game de A à Z. Et moi individuellement, j'étais chaud sur Abyss. Mes teammates étaient là sur la deuxième carte, notamment Scuba, qui nous a fait aussi une masterclass. And I have another question to ask you is about the Odins. You know, we see Odins in the hands of your teammates, in Brogues.
Si to jmenej, mám to ukázat?
In yours. So, do you like the gun, and what makes this Odin meta for you guys so good?
If you guys see me use the Odin, then there's something wrong. There's something very wrong. So no Odin for me.
But what makes it strong according to you?
It's Brock. Okay. It's not the Odin, it's Brock.
Okay, it's your teammate basically, not the gun, right? And you just defeated, you know, like current champs holders, like winner holders. So who do you think will be the hardest team to beat now in Paris?
Team Liquid is probably going to be next. So I think it's going to be a hard
A v mainu má dírku.
And I'm excited.
Okay, so you're seeing them winning the next match.
A tam sedí, vole.
Deuxième question, il joue
Hotovo.
à Odin, les énergies, on a vu Brox, on a vu aussi son coéquipier Som qui la joue, jamais Mada. Donc pourquoi est-ce que tu la joues pas? Et ensuite, pourquoi est-ce que c'est si fort? Et bah tout simplement, si jamais vous me voyez avec une Odin dans les mains, c'est qu'il y a quelque chose qui s'est mal passé. Et c'est Brox, c'est pas la Odin qui est forte, c'est vraiment mon coéquipier. Et je pense que Team Liquid vont être les plus difficiles à battre dans cette
Dobrá mycinka.
Thank you very much, Mada, for your time. Congratulations and good luck next. And speaking about
Ačko lepší. A tak může se hodit, víš co, znáš to, někdy prostě Ačko too good. Ukážu vám něco ještě, počkej. Vteřinku.
If these dogs want to fight, bro, let's give them the fight, you know?
If these dogs.
Man, I'm just so much better than these shitters, man.
Where's Sam?
Co to říká?
He's a noob. He's actually a noob.
That's what he does, man! Come on!
Chat, ta komentátorka se jmenuje... Ta komentátorka, chat, se jmenuje... Lone, jo, to je ona.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
Potřebuji do Paříže, real quick. Tahle by ti moja mámu? Jak mámu tě mladší jak já, ty idiot? Počkej, ty jsi myslíš, že je starší než já? Je to úplně bobík, vole. Tak já jí znám, vole, od té doby, co hrála tady, profi. Teď je čerstvě 23. Já jsem nějak šli hrát snad i pár dojíček tenkrát, vole. Jak jako 23? No. To dělá prostě vole, ten make-up, kámo. Všechno, čím tady má nějaký video, vypadá úplně jinak. Vypadá prostě jenom starší možná, kámo. Díky si Gentleman W rozhovor. Omlouvám se, Matuši, jestli zajímal rozhovor. Já už jsem měl dost těch energií. Jdeme na Liquid.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Že to jste si radši myslíte, že je víc jak 23? Nevím, kamo, já tím, že jí znám dlouho, vole, tak vím, že jí není 23, vole. Teda, že je 23, není víc jak 23, tak. Kdy další zápas? Za chviličku podíváme se na intro. Jak se jmenuje ta druhá, kámo, by mohli dělat mámu, jak se jmenuje, vole, co tady vždycky gůníte. To je ta, kámo, Kakuka, vole, ta podle mě je starší, ne? Tady bude tak 28. A to tady není, kámo, totiž tohle je Francie a ona je Španělka, vole. HERNÍ, jak je starší. 29 Kakuka. Ta by mohla dělat mámu, kámo. Klid, kámo, jsme tady pro Valorant gameplay. Jdu přejmenovat stream. A prostě jim to sluší, jako co? Čet, jako co? Jsme lidi, ne, vole, jsme lidi. Když tam bude týpek, který to bude slušit, tak klidně taky, vole, ho tady budu ukazovat. Nejlepší je ta Jenny, ta je generational, kámoš říkal. Jenny? Jenny nebo Jen Lee? Nevím, koho myslíš, Pablo. Anitka je první v pořadí. Já ani nevím, jak vypadá Anita, kurva, nikdo to neví, kámo, klidně to se. Jej 17. Jo, Jen Lee, no, a to je 30, kámo. Myslím, nebo kolik. Jak se jmenuje, kámo? Všech je to ne? Jo. Jej 30, no. Aleškovo, tej. Queen.
아슬아슬하게 챔피언스 막차 티켓을 성공한 DRX인데요. 원래
엄청 거의 MaKo?
서보신 경험이 있는 만큼 이번 파리 진출이 어떤 의미가 있을까요?
서비바.
다른 챔피언스보다 너무 불리한 상황으로 진출을 해가지고 일단은 개인적으로는 되게 뜻깊은 챔피언스라 생각을 하고 있습니다.
MaKo, vole. Jako ten bude dobrý, vole, to se těším.
Unlike the other champions that we were dealt the unfavorable cards coming in as the last seed, but yeah, I'm looking forward to enjoying every bit.
And one quick last question. IGL 누구예요? There's been a little roster discussion.
I'll say the English part. Who is the IGL, MaKo?
Translating.
IGL 누구세요?
접니다.
Did you get that? It is me.
I did get that for the record. Yeah, Korean. Thank you very much, Mao. 감사합니다. DRX fight.
Tak potichu dách, kámo. Překladatelku neznám. To je ta arena, to je ta arena.
DRX, they will be taking the stage very soon, and it will be under the leadership of not a straight up Bane is the team. He's confirmed quite today. I think all of these are surprises that we probably didn't anticipate. Exciting.
No, not at all.
I don't know, fellas.
Under a rock after Bangkok and weren't following Pacific, you'd be like, okay, I guess it's normal, you know. Bane's still playing.
MaKo, flashback, Bane, Hyunmin Freak.
Bane hasn't played a game with the
Estrela out. Estrela hrál totiž strašnou sračku. Strašnou. Actually, já jsem koukal nějaký vodko DRX. Já jsem kradl od DRX a ten z Estrela, kámoška, myslím, že to je nějaký coach nebo něco, vole. Ten týpek hrál takový hovno. Ten full rundown, to byl full prodavač, kámo. Minus 40. To je minus 21, no. Minus 9. Když vyhráli, tak plus 2, ok. Minus 13, když vyhráli.
Yeah, they have. That's what the history says. They're the masters.
Plus 5.
Or 6th place. And yet this group feels like it's going to be really tough, especially watching that first series, how competitive it was between EDG and NRG. So I think coming in with a strong showing here against the top seed is a really big indicator for them.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it a little bit earlier in the pre-show. I don't know that DRX have ever looked this weak coming into a global, coming into champs either. So while they do have a lot of that history of being prolific and performing in that situation, I'm much more hesitant to put money on that one. That one's tough.
Does that have anything to do with Bane though? Or does this buff them a little bit, Doug, that they come in with Bane or nerf?
I almost, so my initial thought was okay.
Podle mě je jedno, kdo bude hrát ty DRX chat, upřímně. Myslím si, že Liquid je jakoby roztrhaj na hovno. Který má popiči jméno? Jakože někdo nebitne jméno Luna. Videa Lun má nejlepší jméno. Nejlepší. Který se jmenuje jak? Nohanju? Noha se jmenuje týpek. No nic.
Coming into the tournament, and I can hope that we see that from Bane. Go2 from the IGR can get it done.
One of the benefits, however, of making it to champs is that our
no nic, kámoško, ale jako Lun.
French cuisine. Here's human enjoying the
Burák Alkan, vole. Jakože burák, kámo. Já se omlouvám, fakt se omlouvám, tak to je častý jméno v Turecku. Ale toto je moc.
We're gonna get a taste of Paris together, and I heard you saying that you like French food, right? So far. So, are you excited?
Excited.
Okay, so the first dish that we're gonna try is obviously. Do I have?
Tam jsme měli jedno písmenko byste viděl, Pablo, a bylo by fakt zle. A toto je co?
Question that I'm gonna ask you about the croissant, but first of all,
ochutnáme croissant?
Yes, we are gonna try one croissant.
Okay.
You can. Do you want to do it with your
Proč
hands
příborem bude jíst?
or knife?
Is it okay to do my hands?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Let's see one piece.
A to je normální croissant?
Please.
Do you want to do it yourself?
Yes, I can do it myself. Merci. Okay. So let's try it out.
Okay.
V Koreji si myslíš, že nemají croissant? Kamo...
What do we think?
This is croissant.
This is croissant, right?
Yeah.
Do you see any difference with the croissant that you've eaten before? Like, what makes French croissant good?
I guess it's more flaky, like more like.
Kdyby řekl, že je horší, ne? Kdyby řekl, že je horší, kámo.
There must be more butter in it also. So the question about the croissant, and I hope you get it right. So is it true or false? A croissant typically can have as many as 55 layers of butter and pastry dough folded into each one. 55 layers.
55.
Is it true or is it false?
Sounds pretty interesting, so I'll say true.
And it is indeed true. Typically they have between 20.
Takže Benji byl schopnej, poslouchej. Všechno je možný. Když jsme s Benjim začínali hrát, tak se nás zeptal, poslouchej, in Czech, I just bought this new jacket. Do you know Adidas? Se nás zeptal. Nás. Čechů, vole. Slavik prostě. Známe Adidas. Takže, kámo, ty si možná myslíš, že týpci, vole, neměli croissant, vole.
Any particular flavor?
Maybe something like yogurt.
Yogurt? Okay, let's try it out. You know what?
Okay, crème brûlée jsem actually neměl nikdy. Actually, tohle co jako tam jí jsem neměl nikdy.
I think this is one of my favorite desserts.
Tastes really good.
Ne, Simek, já to nosím celý rok. Já nosím celoročně Adidas teplákovku, vole. A co jako? A co jako?
This one, right? You will order it at the restaurant too. Okay.
To je prostě otázka, vole, z pekel.
A very famous French dish that gave also
Ratatouille?
Film that you watched. Ratatouille. So it's more of like a salty dish. Okay.
Ty vole, tak to bych si nedal, kámo, asi. Ty vole, to není hezký. To není hezký jídlo.
eat too much. It's like French gastronomy, you know, only one bit.
It just looks. It tastes how it looks.
That's not a compliment. That is not a compliment for ratatouille.
It tastes like tomato.
Okay, a lot of tomato sauce, right?
What I expected.
Okay, ready for the question?
Yes.
Ratatouille originated in Paris, France. It's a dish from Paris. Is it true?
Jak to řekla doslova? Neřekla, to je French.
You would say why? Why Paris?
Chudáka, už ho netrapte, už ho netrapte. Už ho netrapte, kurva. Ono má líto.
So south of France, you know, they make a lot of like dishes with vegetables, you know, like dishes you can eat in the summer also that are not too heavy. You know, like big dishes. So no, it's false. But you got 2 of them right. So I think that's pretty decent. You passed. You passed the French exam. Taste of Paris. And I hope that you're gonna get to eat a little bit more in Paris.
Jsem mohl pustit to intro videjko, ale možná víc, co?
He's very ready to experiencing more French things.
Teda mě řveš, kámo, se uklidní okamžitě.
But what's he been like over in Pacific? Has he been scoring full marks?
Absolutely. I mean, this guy was tearing it up. He leads his team just from the front to topping the group. And even though the squad sort of bombed out in playoffs, only won a single series, he still is second highest in the league in terms of ACS, so he was still putting up insane numbers.
Which is such a unique thing. Like, that's gotta be rare to have a team bomb out the
6 minut akorát chat, jdem si pustit intro k dnešnímu dni. První zápas teda už, chápeš, nebude relevantní, ale druhý bude relevantní, takže come on, fellas. Má to 3 minutky akorát. Ty piče, vypadá to zase navařeno jak svině. Kamo, actually oni step upli s těma videjkama. Čum na to. Kámo, počkej, let me lock in on this. Let me lock in on this. Imagine, tam je prostě Praha. Imagine, tam jednou bude jakhle Praha v těch videích, ty kokote. Aleškovo hlas.
챔피언스 우승은 제가 지금까지 발로란트를 해왔던 이유라고 생각을 하고 있기 때문에
Praha. Fighting.
오직 그 생각으로만 할 것 같습니다.
It's my 5th year in Valorant. It's an amazing feeling. I hope I'm gonna keep doing that as long as I can, perform on that level.
GOAT.
2021년 베를린 마스터즈 때 나츠 선수를 만났고 그때 나츠 선수의 플레이는 너무나 독특했고 그 때문에 좀 많이 무기력하게 졌고
Nats hraje takovou dobu už, ty kokote. Actually crazy, vole. Nats zažil všechno, takže všechno. Legit.
That's why it's gonna be interesting to see. They also had a bit more time to prepare because they made champs by points. So let's see what they cooked for champs.
팀 리퀴드도 아마 저희랑 비슷하게 만나보고 싶다라고 생각.
Ale tam víš, že v Liquidu hraje nikdo jiný než Nats?
재밌는 경기 한번 만들어보시죠.
Je mladší než já, Nats, no, mu 23, myslím. 22. Já vždycky to orientuju podle sebe, abych se pamatoval, kolik komu je, víš? Tohle už je v piči. Bude bečet. Tohle je bolestivý oč. No, počkej, já to koukám, vole. Tohle je bolestivý oč, když prohráli.
It's rare that a team that wins champs continues to have success the next year or the years after that. EDG, obviously they won the last champs, but definitely not the same team that they used to be.
Jasný, že vyhráli, dostali hezčí videjko.
2023年的美国冠军赛，然后跟伊森交手过嘛。我们23年的时候输给他，所以说我现在想复仇。我觉得23年到现在其实进步是非常明显的。然后因为以前是不是那么自信嘛，然后现在其实是比较自信的。
Both teams have something they're playing for. For me, is getting a second trophy.
EG are your Valorant World
Second trophy.
For them defending their previous one.
Back to the climb, ever chasing, and this is a squad that knows what it is to chase.
在今年，我遇到了未曾想象的困难和挫折。我曾经在舞台上说过，让世界聚焦于 CNFPS。这一次，我将燃尽一切，让其又一次实现。
Nevypadá úplně hezky tu ten záběr, co? Hell yeah, brothers. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, fellas. Hell yes. Hell yes. NATS je EMEA Grand Finals MVP, kamaráde. IGL nehraje dualisty a je MVP, kámo. Jako tenhle týpek mastodont. Můj si typnul, když jsem ho potkal v rankedu, jestli byl se mnou nebo proti mě v týmu.
He's incredibly young. He has so much experience. As I mentioned it earlier, he's a household name.
Yeah, and the Champs trophies always eluded him. Who knows? This time it could be his, but we can't talk about nAts without Kicku. Luckily, MaKo caught up with him a little bit earlier.
Mika here, and I'm with Kicku of Team Liquid. Wasn't it your birthday a few days ago?
Yes, it was.
Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you. Well, Team Liquid seems to have really gotten their stride in stage 2. So I'm wondering how you guys are going to be able to continue that momentum and progress heading into Champs.
I think that we just focused on playing our own game, playing to our strengths, and you know, just working on the fundamentals. I think that's what's going to bring us over.
Well, best of luck to you, birthday boy.
Thank you so much.
I mean, Kicku has also been one of the reasons that Liquid have been successful. You know, the secondary duelists, roll swaps, the smokes. At least in EMEA, he is considered the best.
Jest úplně out. Ne, kámo, byl první zápas. Všichni typou 2-1? No ne, takhle, jo, že mají 2-1 a typy. Většina typů je Liquid.
Very strong, and the rest of Team Liquid, I have them, you know, picked to win this series. This is not a Team Liquid playing musical chairs with Penny and Cyril or whatever, trying to get nAts back into it as well. No, this is a Team Liquid that's coming in as top dogs into this tournament out of
To psi, to jsou kao psi. Poprvé proti sobě.
Let's bring our teams onto stage and see who comes out on top. It's Team Liquid versus DRX.
Kdo skončí nahoře, chat? OK. Isan! Na walkouty si bude muset počkat ještě. Nikdo tím žádný hráč nevyhrál 2x Champions. Ne. Nevyhrál nikdo nikdy 2x Champions, no.
Just scraped through to make it to chance, but for MaKo, he is one of 3 players that's made every single Champions tournament in the history of Valorant. And the one time he played against nAts, when nAts is on Gambit, he did lose. So this is a very, very historically rich matchup, despite the fact these orgs have never played against each other.
Yeah, you've even got the history of this year where
dobrý mapy.
Back then, but the thing we all have to be freaking out about is Abyss is map number 1. 2 of the best Abyss teams in the world.
Isan.
When it was in the pool back at the start of the year. This is our first time seeing them on the field of battle in a long, long time.
Přemýšlím.
Open the series too. I mean, we're talking about a tone setter. You know,
Kom k tomu nebyl blízko. Skrz Leviatán potom. Ne, Jogimu k tomu, ne, Jogimu taky nebyl, byl Masters. Jogimu mohl, no, Jogimu mohl na tomhle eventu. A nebo Aspas. Že zítra dostane 0. Kdo ještě, kámo? Nebo Demon 1. Imagine, kdyby Demon 1 vyhrál Duel Champions, kámo. To by bylo moc.
here's the thing: is I think just focusing on agent select is really interesting because the meta has changed a lot in terms of what has been popular on the map. Back when Team Liquid were playing it, they were playing like
Kotrex, Sova na Abyssu.
with a cipher in there for
Cinema,
Nats,
kámo.
and Jet, single smokes.
Cinema.
DRX were playing it. That's with the Teo still in the play because that was back when Teo was so strong at the start of the year. So
Rozhovor by se všem nadával, no.
to see them running the same comps in the
Honestly, honestly, fuck the haters. I'm the best. Fuck you all.
How is it that you could come and say, yeah, we know what nAts likes to do. He likes to go here, he likes to do this more, he likes to lurk it, but he doesn't lose.
Yeah, because he likes to do a lot of different things. You might know a lot of his plans, but he's going to change his timings. He's going to change that plan based on what he sees against you on the other side.
Dej tam tu sovičku, no jo, už to vidím.
And he's also so mechanically gifted that even if you do know what he's going to do, there's a good chance he bests you anyway.
Yeah.
Kolik vy ty píčo. Jestli budou hrát, tak hráli v Evropě, tak může většina týmu dát hranolky do sáčku. Ne, prostě největší weak spot je patitek a to prostě, chápeš. Když má dobrou hru, tak to není weak spot ani. A potom jsou čtyři týpci, co prostě velká šance, že nebudou mít špatnou hru. Jakože Kamo, Trex, Keiko, nAts, aby měli 0,5 KD. No. Nebo takhle, oni klidně můžou mít 0,5 KD, týpek může mít Kamo 5 na 10 a pak ti tam vyfikne takovou 1v2, že je prostě nashledanou. Vejlejoru bude aspoň zajímavá koukanice, no. A ten základ mají stejný, no. Cypher Sova Omen je podle mě goated core. Zase dělá proslov.
And why would Kiko ever change anything? Because he's perfect, he never does anything wrong, he's the best.
Alright, they have locked in though, so Doug, you spoke about a default, very not...
Jdeme na to, fellas.
No, and I mean... I don't even want to say it's comfort. I mean, we'll see how it does against.
But it is comfort.
Yeah, we'll see.
100% win rate. 100% win rate z 5 zápasů mají Liquid. Nice, a ještě dobrý komentátoři, nice. Derke? Ježiš, to jsou takový kokoti, kámo. To jsou takový kokoti. Oni si dělají prdel, že jsou plešatý oba, vole. To nebude komentovat. No bude? Ne, nebude. Kámo. To je můj oblíbený vtip, Co tam dělal Daniel Landa do píči? Kámo.
This is what it all comes down to. It's map number 1. It won't decide the series, but it will decide who the world looks at as your best
no nic.
on this map.
Vítám vás u rank 1, top 1 evropského týmu proti, bohužel, top 4 až, Pacific týmu. Predikce absolutní stop 2-0. A krademe. Kámo, ta pozička, kde hraje, tam hrál Bas celou kariéru, kámo. Když hráli předtím, vole, Abyssy a prostě vždycky tam našel něco, to je top pozička. No,
well, minute 10 on the clock and blood yet to be drawn. A slow approach from DRX, but the same level of patience shown from the defensive side. Spread.
Co to je, kámo? Sbírání orbů? Double orbovka na pistolky? Co to je, vole?
They managed to pick themselves up an orb towards that A side. Of course, ult's not going to be in play in this round, but it's all about the future. For now, we look towards the B side. A trap in play.
Kámo, hraje taky ten VENKU, co hráli tam ti, vole.
DRX are going to be
Amici.
bursting through with full force.
Revílek zajímavý.
We'll be able to retreat back. Camo only just spotted, but it's the openers going the way of DRX.
What?
And Trex has been dealt with as well.
Já jich dal 2.
On the rotate, but I'm looking at that flank coming out from Freeing. I wonder if he's been heard. I think he has. Paditek just pop flashing.
Tohle to je trošku slabší.
Even just the time that has been.
No, piči, tak má postřel Paditek. Pokud je kvalita slabší, jak to je na straně jejich vysílání. Jako je to míň sharp, než když ty si zapneš hru, obviously. A jestli myslíš, že oproti mým rankedovým streamům na Kicku, tak taky ty jsou nejvíc clean, no. Protože kodek. Myslel reveal? On stykuje bombu první. To bylo strašně close, kámo. To bylo strašně close, jakože not gonna lie.
I think someone somewhere is going to be
záda jak Válendu, jako on sedí tak, že má v jedné linii záda a v druhé linii hlavu, kámo. Basically 0,01. Čum.
That's actually outrageous. That's completely outrageous.
He thought he had it. I thought he had it.
0.01.
Ten Lohan, kámo.
In everybody's minds he had it, but
takhle sedí?
It will be 1-0 for DRX.
Takhle má hlavu, kámo. Jak to dělá, kámo.
A good start for DRX. Of course, going back to the beginning of the year, these are two teams that
bude muset řešit
absolutely
podle mě tohle.
this map. I was going to say that Liquid coming in are going to be even happier with the map pool changes. Icebox going out has helped them quite a bit. But in 2020,
Resku, vychtyčník res na Kicku, kámo, doslova stačí napsat a máš to. 14:40.
3-0 for DRX. And now we are back to that roster of DRX that kind of started out the year. There's been so many different changes, so many people coming in and out and all about, but this was the roster that they wanted to look towards.
Come on, fellas, come on, fellas, come on, fellas.
From DRX, patient.
As it should be, really, with what they're up against. You don't want to give these pistols the chance, but I mean, the problem is executing blind into a site. It has its risks, and I think that's one thing that Hyunmin is here to help out with.
Má to za pozičku s Kajem, by the way.
His quick teleport back in the other direction as he runs into the site, grabs them point of contact, and fades back out. We saw it in the pistol round with great value. And here it's used to scout out. Whoops. Here it's used to scout out that there's nobody.
Nah. A jdu skočit taky.
Yeah, Lothar's disappointed, but it will be the way to go. You don't want to give those orbs over to the rest of the squad. It is just to go down to the map, deny DRX the orbs that they have been farming up, and a key point being flashback.
Nad skočil na té spawnu, podle mě. On skočil na té spawnu. Kámočka, tohle dneska dělám na rankeru, by the way.
Yeah, have a little bit of fun flying through the map, but this is where things should get that little bit more interesting. Rifles across the board for Liquid, and of course just touching base on expectations here. DRX form-wise.
Počkej, tady teď to dá smrt, ale. Tohle ti dá smrt. Tak nic, to bouchám na bombu, kámo.
Liquid on the other hand. Champions of EMEA with a flawless 3-0 victory after attending every single international. These two teams should, in theory, be a different level.
Dvakrát outlaw. Ty Jarek jsou špatný, Liquid hrá outlaw na 100, kámo bude hrát outlaw určitě.
But they've not got nAts. Hyunmin landing that shot from afar, and now Team Liquid on the retake. They're forced into a fight close range against weaker weapons.
Fantomy už jedou, čum na to.
But it's still a 3v3.
Fantomy už fantomujou. Kurva, ale flashujou.
And that's going to put the numbers into favor for DRX.
Nožíček dobrý.
Back a drone going through though, and that's going to stop.
No tagnul.
Even going to get the tag on Trex, so more time taken. And as it ticks away, that spike getting closer and closer to its final moments. Kicku traded out, and now Trex in an impossible situation. He has to make it into a fight. Patience from DRX is what will win the day for them. It's 2-1.
bonus.
He'll make them pay for the round, but it's DRX. 3-0.
A confidence.
Yeah, such an important start. I mentioned about
confidence dobrý.
And how things have been going in the matches we've seen so far, but
Pičo, robotik aim. Tohle je nechutný. A jeden život! Jeden život.
He just didn't really. He was like, no, I'm not swinging until.
Mně se líbí, jak týpek slaví a vedle jsou lidi, co fandí tomu druhému týmu, kámo. Ty pič.
That's another thing, right? You talk about Team Liquid, they look dominant regionally. Look at that grand final against GX, who ended up making waves here in the international scene already in their opening matchup yesterday. So for DRX, a team that has had these roster changes back and forth, you expect them to look a little weaker. And against a Goliath-like Team Liquid, perhaps a fall. But Pacific's number 4 is in here, and they are making waves indeed! It's an ambitious play from nAts. Back on the KZ server now, as this one's looking like a 4-0, but that's not a surprise. What will be damning is if it is a flawless round from DRX.
No, DRX má 4 smrti a z toho 2 jsou, že skočil z mapy, kámo. Patý tak na tým kameře je generation, kámo. Jako on je ten kámo, není od toho daleko.
Same sort of talking point. How much damage? As of right now, it's not looking good.
To je postava kaštanový zvířátko, kámo. Kaštanový zvířátko, jak si skládal jak malej, vole.
That's at least one. Now the rest have to cross over into the same corner that you already see MaKo in. It's whether he can do anything more.
Postava paralen, kámo, je to taký kokotí, vole.
Like he almost didn't hit the point of demise.
Vole, champion. Kámo, mě horko je kokot. Takhle jsem se rozpískal na také pičovině. Já jsem tomu taky směje, kámo.
Oh, Andy. Yeah, that knows what he did. But for DRX coming into this round, yes, both teams are now on rifles. So for Team Liquid, that should be their chance to fight back on square footing. But
to je line-up, už jsem ukradl, no. Ale ukradnu znova, klidně.
For the defending side, especially thinking about how much impact you can have. Popping that Yoru ult alongside Sova, the two together, Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury.
Jako postava paralel mě rozsekala, ty kokote. Skurvení. To ani nedává smysl, ty idioté, chápeš? What? A tu ty line-upy neukážou! Kokot!
Both trips gone, clearly knowing the positions that nAts likes to place them. Which I'll be honest, is impressive. He's normally very well known for being flexible and where that utility is put into play.
Může bude replay.
But those already being removed, it leaves him at the back of the site. Now there is still the cam in the corner, ready to catch them as they walk out, and an immediate dash.
Nice shot.
Is ready for it. An advantage taken, and an advantage.
Týbek one-tapuje všechno i klony, má to pepíč.
A backside still being hold. They can't have got any further forward. Flashback is going to try and peek this, but well, that flank yet to really be spotted.
Yeah, in fact, it's not going to have any real impact here, you'd imagine.
Já chci zpět patitka, kámo.
They know there's a player, but well, close to having it. He's on the left side, but the walkout is going to come elsewhere towards the spawn. Flashback already watching forward. He'll find his first fade back. Gate crash to fall back on out as the ult is popped. Two spotted. Fring knows that he probably has a target coming his way. Ready for the fight towards the vents. They're suspicious of it. Swing from Camo gets him. But the numbers kept even as the spike keeps on ticking. This is a round Team Liquid desperately need. And the defuse inside the smoke puts the pressure on. Already hurt to half. Dropout punished. And this round goes to Team Liquid.
Liquid so back. Ať mi ukážou ty shock darty, kámo.
Yeah, no, it really was. Skin of their teeth. Had to diffuse within the smoke and a solid fight back, especially from Flashback, who has really got off to a flying start. 8 and 4.
Mi se dá paranoia.
Known for more of that sentinel role. Clearly having that individual
fuj, ty koko. To jsou facky. Tak kamaráde. Kamaráde, ten zápas jakože nabírá na obrázkách. To byly facky jako.
Camo may look like he has a weakness, but as we get to his POV, you can see Blade Storm in hand. Looking for the fight from far away. Ult comes in a little late from Patatek, so site clearance comes in. DRX
updraftní z mapy. Sračko.
kept back by the smoke. Get back by the ultimate of Patatek as well, as they can't use their abilities to break through to this site. Camel's down to 20 already. That's a phenomenal spam. And Hyunmin still with a full utility belt. They didn't get caught out. The timing didn't catch them. They'll still be able to have a pretty decent sight hit with that free recon, essentially.
Already. Oh, it's a very awkward fight, and spotting out Camo. He's decided to go aggressive, but he's been caught.
Oh, co udělal flashback.
Takeover. They were so busy watching where Hyunmin went that they've ended
Shock dart
up
je dobrý.
the rest of the site. A singular shock dart kill for Trex. But I'm just looking at nAts. He's not fighting this.
Na snáčku, vole.
He's got no interest. In fact, just going to go sit within his setup. DRX are going to have themselves a 5th round, and it all comes back off again. This double duelist is just putting the defensive side into disarray.
Well, you can see from Team Liquid's perspective on the B site, the whole idea is that they're going to stop you from breaking through that choke point, and they do that with Patatek's utility stalling them out completely.
Yes, sir.
You have Flashback being able to just make his way in without actually challenging, while Hyunmin is taking that initial contact and is unpunishable essentially. As he dashes
pak na duelistovi konečně. Chlap předtím hrál Cyphery, no. Agresivní Cyphery.
Ripping the back line of Team Liquid wide open. And as you said, immediately that call is made by nAts. We're not playing this retake. Even though they'd found one, the 2v4, not worth it when the weapons are, as you said, in start, not in a good spot. Economically, they were being punished already. From the Blade Storm made up.
Aby tak vystřel, kámo, jak svině.
Yeah. Well, I really love the way they're using the refract. It's like
Ty piči, 2 shock darty za full je actually crazy work.
Almost look at me. Like this is what I'm doing. I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna find info, and then I'm gonna retreat back. And at the same time as he's retreating, Flashback is going forward. And so everybody, and rightly so, is focused on the guy who's just dived into the site. And they don't realize how far Flashback managed to get. Like, you can even see from the aggressive position of Camo, he's trying to blade storm the players down on the other side. He doesn't even know there's a guy behind him.
Yep, this is a problem. When you combine that with the utility thrown in towards the back of the site, which I believe it was MaKo's paranoia, it would have sent Kicku running towards the spawn. I mean, that's the guy that should be covered.
Přes hlavu.
Camo was leaving open behind him.
Kámo, máme tady douší jenom.
It's so well put together by DRX. That is a beautiful set play. And for Team Liquid, and even with the disruption of Team Liquid, the set play still works. For Team Liquid now, they call a pause, and of course they do. 5-1 down. And this isn't just 5-1, but you know what, guys? We haven't gotten in our rhythm yet. No, your rhythm is being disturbed. You are dancing to DRX's tune, and you're tripping all over yourself. 2 left feet, and they've got soon.
Regnum Karia Classic, proč tam mají jako díky nim kval nuly, nebo co?
Well, yeah, and something to talk about as well is like you're seeing those trips being shocked, you're seeing positions clearly being well known. Even though this is a slightly different Liquid roster.
Je to druhý den, kámo, group stage tím men.
So I feel like DRX, with the amount of extra time they've had to prep, knowing the game well in advance for that first match of the tournament, this is seeming like a well-drilled side. And Liquid, well, if they did prep for the comp that they're currently up against, they've probably prepped for everything, because I don't think most would have seen this coming.
Right here. Now, I don't mean to peel back the curtain too much and sort of explain how the trick is done, but that wasn't actually Tom earlier. That was Durka.
Tak to je crazy, fakt, man.
Really, I hate to spoil the magic for all of you at home, but one of the things that he said when he saw that agent select come up was that he's a huge fan of Waylay. And honestly, and he also said he thinks Hyunmin's going to do fantastic with the buff from the
Kámo, to je takový feťák, ten Bane. Ten má actually shock dart na všechno.
If he is a fan of the Waylay already, I imagine watching DRX use it as either.
Ještě nehrál ani jednou Fnatic od kokos, to si počkej, jak bude hrát Fnatic, vole.
So damn nice combined with Flashback.
A nejde bože v té druhé aréně, až budou hrát.
Team Liquid's job shouldn't be to work on this round. It should be to think about the next, but they've already managed to make it competitive.
Týpek četl 10 000 snížek jak Angel.
Yeah, nAts as well incredibly low. He did take a hit. Because of that, once again, looks to fall back and just save the weapon. It really feels like that has been the majority of his game so far. We've talked about him a lot.
Ten týpek je ostrý jak svině.
Tearing everybody a new one, and one of the sort of most exciting storylines for me coming into this match is him playing against MaKo, a rematch of that Gambit versus Vision Strikers back from 2021. That was the last time they played against each other. It's one hell of a storyline with a lot of parallels. A superstar turned IGL, looking like a veteran at only 23 years of age.
No se třimu, jako to říkám.
nAts hasn't showed up yet, which I don't think is something I've said for ever.
We just cast the whole of stage 2.
Liquid nejsou locked in? Nevím, kámo. nAts není online.
Yeah, but I don't think I'd say he hasn't turned up
What?
his pistol round, you know?
It's been one round. It is definitely alarming. Seeing how this is playing out, a great sign for DRX.
Nízký klíč? Jako nízký klíč není šance, že Liquid prohrajou proti DRX. Nízký klíč.
Sensational, and we're only starting to see, you know, the first few pages.
Liquid mají 100% výhry na Abyssu, kámo, neměl prohrát Abyss, kámo.
Liquid, if they lose this one, they're going to be terrified of what's to come.
Camo. First point of contact, he sort of swapped positions.
Kámo, ten Bane. Kámo. Je absolutní feťák s tím Feldartem.
Perfectly positioned to just remove nAts' utility.
To není normální.
At least for now, it is a 5-player build-up in towards that A site. DRX has his ult, but is incredibly far away. I don't think
postava paralen.
And on the other side of things, immediately
On mu líbnul double angle.
Of that dimensional drift. That's all the info they need, and they're trying to throw util just to give nothing for Paddington to survive.
Patitek, hezký klasik. Dělá.
Comes into play. Hunter's Fury to push them back 35 seconds, but no way to deny this plant now. It will come through, and it's on Hyunmin to find something from here. If he gets this, he's got another refract online. This could be huge. Or DRX to get back into this play. The drone thought about by tracks.
Ten dron by ho zabil, teda nezabil, zachránil. To nedal nás ten frak? Makor. 1v2 Makor. Jo. A jsme online. A Jaz je online. Komu fandíme? Evropě, vole, tady určitě. Tady jakože fandím Evropě ve všech zápasech až na Giants. Giants můžou Kdyby neexistovali Giants, tak můžeme mít Aleška na Champions možná, takže to je smutný. Hele, True Stretch by the way, Kejko, kdybyste se ptali.
Double dive style of play that is so difficult to hold against. Liquid.
Bravo, good job.
Bravo.
Ourselves the second round. As I said, we watched the game earlier and it was incredibly attack-sided, but as we've learned many a time,
skupina Bravo.
Applying a single.
Co to je? Kámo, force tak B. Pičo, teleport. Ty pičo. Ty pičo.
They are not playing like a team that's down 6-2, and that's
takže kamo, když hitne dobrou hru, tak nashledanou. Pocítil jsem na vlastní kůži před 4 dnima. To nebyl hezký experience, to nebylo hezký. Vesajte dobrý chlap, dobrý chlap.
I respect that call. We talk about nAts this year coming into his own as an IGL. The fact is you just sort of get through your second round of the entire game. You yourself not having the best individual game. What do you call? Let's rush it down B. I respect it. Like, it's bold.
Já ocím velice nonchalantní ocím.
This is what's important. Being able to change it up, not play just one style.
Ale jak šli to kombo, kámo. Ty pičo! Wow! Jsme online. Evropa je online, kamaráde. To byl dobrý call, to udělat znova. Chápeš? Jak šli to kombo, že hrajou dva vandaly, ty nejvíc agro týpci, a ty pasivní týpci hrajou fantomy, mi přijde absolutní goated. Nemyslím si, že to je jejich myšlenka, že to dělají schválně, Ale funguje a mají to tak prostě, vole, vychází jim to tak. Ty nejvíc agro, co všechno píkujou, hrajou zbraň, se dává full one tapy only. A ty 3, co hrajou, vole, defensiv a prostě utility pičovinky, tak hrajou zbraň, která nemá tracery, můžeš fullit, kámo, můžeš supportit. Actually, kámo.
They're not going to do that 3 times on me.
They'll think we'll go A.
Exactly. Now it comes down to the mind games, but what a difference.
Když myslíš, že kamo cheatuje nebo už je legit?
A 6-1 start and then the last 2, well.
Jak kdy?
You blink and you miss it. Those are like 20-second rounds apiece. They sped up.
Ale jako myslím, že na lance už nemá jak jinak to průvnout, chápeš?
This ends 6-6 after the start you had. It's going to feel devastating. Your direct hits were really working. Flashback.
Nemá už jak víc to průvnout, že actually mohl být legit. Klepe se furt stejně. Ale byl zase druhý týpek, co hrál. A hrál hovno. Ale na online dropuje 40 na rank 1, takže... Jako tady necheatuje určitě, Tady určitě necheatuje, no kamo, určitě. Jako na Champions nikdo necheatuje na 1,000,000%, kamo.
This is going to be a 5-man push. Everybody on this is madness. Everyone on Team Liquid is pushing. Full aggression. A player up top drawing the eye. Kicku just needs to bring down. Paranoia sent through. Ready to swing on the back as the rest of the team.
Vidíš, supportivní fantom, kámo.
DRX are in a 4v2. They've lost the spike, but they've got the TP. MaKo can steal that spike away, and that's exactly what he'll do. Okay, they've lost a lot of players.
Že by to byly adaptační kola za začátku, jakože Liquid jsou jak vyměněný, kámoško. Liquid jsou jak vyměněný, no. Out of nowhere, kámo. What the fuck. To jsou takový rakety, co dávají, vole.
Looking for a fight, but look how patient Trex is on the other side. We've criticized him for overpeaking, and this time he won't be caught.
Phantom diff, movement diff.
We've seen it once,
jo, Alex.
but not this time. It will be
Phantom wallbang.
a 5th round for Liquid. A rush B, a rush B, and a rush mid.
Je to možný, Pablo, je to možný. Hrajou tyko konečně svoji hru díky tomu, jak pušujou, víš? Když hráli pomalu, tak prostě jenom reagovali, co dělali DRX, no a I guess asi nebylo ončo.
You have complained about it for the last few weeks.
I'm trying to censor my opinions a little bit, but I'm starting to become a fan of it. Is this how you're supposed to play? I'm taking
Tak Jarka je tragická, by the way, holy shit.
Run it down. Now
S tou bych nechodil po ulici.
You never know until barrier goes up. There's going to be an off in play for Trex. You've got an Odin for Camo, so I'm not sure where I was going with the conventional approach. But a little bit of A main aggression.
Vlad tam má prostě motýlek z CSK, kámo. Přes celou ruku. What the fuck?
Expected.
Yeah, very deep peak. Early TP. I had a mini heart attack.
Mohla být scraps, kámo.
Yeah, it's an updraft. Okay. Convergence path used.
Ten reveal hází už po druhý týpek a actually není vůbec špatný. A mám lepší podle mě. Podle mě byl někdo midside a tam byla Veil ultina na midsideu actually. Phantom div. Sbírání zbraně div. Tuhle ty kejčky sharoutil mini, vole. Mini říkal, že tuhle ty kečky jsou nejlepší, kámo, actually. Teďko nic neudělali, ale na dalších zápasech uvidím. Ty pičo! Klepe se, vole, jak Magor. What the fuck, kámo, co to je? Shake aim. Ale jsou rakety jak svině, vole. To jsou rakety jako svině. Čum na to. Ty pičo, Kejko a kámo, co dáve s těma vandalama. To je crazy, vole. To je fakt crazy, kámo. Jsem se potkal jako Kama, potkal jsem Kama na rankeru, počkej. To nevyskočí jaký to pro. Proč to vyskakuje NA profíkům, ale EU ne, vole, píči. Já jsem hrál skoro všechny ascenty. Počkej, kdy to bylo? To nebylo tady. Kurva. Kurva, já nevím, kolik hraju her, je tady to bylo. Čum na to. 32-16 proti nám, vole. 48% hesa. 6 openů, 0 smrtí. Mají BR jenom ještě. No. Necháme to open chat. Týpek hrál 3 rankedy za poslední 2 týdny. A zrovna ten nejlepší z nich jsme ho potkali. I s nacem jdu, kurva. Generation. MIBR jenom, by the way. MIBR jenom oproti ním. Úplný hovno. Total hovno, kámo.
And then Team Liquid climbing back into it as we get into our Coinbase econ report. You can see our highlight here, Camo. He certainly stepped up towards the end of that first half.
Yeah, he didn't like MaKo, it seems. It did a lot of damage to him, and no surprise that versus Flashback, it's not gone too well. But yeah, realistically, this game has been madness. Like, if you split this up, literally down the middle, it looks like 2 completely different games. DRX dominated with their early executions, and then you saw the adaptation from Liquid of just, okay, we're not going to let you execute, we're just going to run it down, and immediately see the game completely flip with what was an excessive amount of kills for Flashback at the beginning. He's only one ahead of Camo, who was actually one of the players that coming into the match, I was going, I don't know if this guy's going to be able to match up. Well, I was thinking more so versus Human.
Kámo, to je jakoby jedna věc, že na to koukáš, druhá věc je být v té hře. Hold it angle a to ten týpek tě píkne, kámo. Chápeš? Proběhne jenom někde a dostaneš typ, to prostě rakety, no, jak se vině. Takový rakety dával memset třeba, vole, to je strašná škoda, kámo, týpek kvitnul, vole. Strašně moc dobrých hráčů, kámo, co jsem sledoval. Tak vydělali první peníze z Valorantu nějaký. A začali prostě chodit full do klubu a píčoviny, třeba ten memset, kámo, podle mě full jakoby začal prostě chodit na party za tak a už nehraje, vole. A to byl týpek, co určitě mohl, vole, aimově hrát určitě ty jedničku, no. Bohužel. Každopádně. 3v4, vole. Right click, jistě. Shock dart
is going to drop Bane though and make this a little bit more difficult, but still the advantage with the defender.
Oh, zkusil.
And Kicku shut out.
This is where DRX historically
hra je jaká je? To není o hře. To je o lidech. Týpek prostě se rozhodne chodit každý týden, vole, ty ožírat tlamičku, tak co dál?
I'm not going to give you that fight once again. And even Bane, okay, he goes down, but he doesn't want to give away anything. They're just waiting for that flank, patient and controlled. And after what was a pretty nasty streak from Liquid, that's the return DRX were looking for.
Yeah, MaKo even getting revenge onto Camo for that first half with his opening pick, but from that point it was just pure discipline. DRX, you got to think about it. The last 5 rounds, 6 rounds or so, they have cooled down.
Častý jinde než esportu.
Well, they weren't. But that pistol and a follow-up, that's going to give them the ability to build that momentum right back up.
Has Trex got a hero stinger?
Yes, he does. He
has
a hero stinger.
It's already gone. I guess it's going to do some damage. That attempt's not going great.
Kámo, ale halus, jak se hraje maršálka tady na těch champs? Nevím, kolik se hraje maršálka na těch champs, ale v rankedu se nehraje vůbec. Hraje se
at least nowadays, this is about as much of a bonus as you're ever going to see. It is mostly
NBA 71% hráčů do 30 let po končí kariéry jsou budou. To je v pičino. Ale jakože to vnímám hodně i v e-sportu. Je to, že seš, kámo, top tier hráč ještě e-sportovej, neznamená, že seš vylevlovaný v jiných aspektech života, no. Že prostě jenom si hodně hrál hry, no. Jak říkal Marshall Armor, full je better. Když jsi dobrý s tím Marshallem, tak to určitě není to špatný buy, určitě. Mě to překvapuje.
He's got to be very careful. Flashback, just popping flashes through as the team look to try and get in. MaKo's managed to find one, but it's Kicku stepping up. They've still got to be careful. As said, this is as about a pure bonus as you're ever going to see.
Je pravda, že profi play, to je pravda, no, to je dobrý point, Bučo, profi play jsou víc disciplín s těma nákupama. Patitek, come on. Profi play jsou víc disciplín, že nekupujou hovna. Na rankeru lidi furt kupujou hovna, malý shieldy, šerify. A tedy, no. Tady nekoupí nic, častokrát. Dáš Patitek, Benji Crozer.
And you know the best part is, he still has a rifle. It's Camo that has to pay the price. It's Camo.
Hey bro, I got a gun for you. I got a gun for you, bro.
Yo, swap real quick. There you go. Stinger given over.
Lineups. Co D-Trex za reveal? Tam ten na bounce hází D-Trex? Koukej.
They win the round that they should have. But even up against those weaker weapons, it being so close,
Kam padl ten reveal? Jo, zničil, ale kam padl?
Paranoia sent through, but it finds nothing, and now flashback onto Trex. This is becoming difficult for DRX. They've got full control. Well, what if Team Liquid got to respond? One by one.
Yeah. They are walking into the trap, they're walking into the players, and it felt like, at least with Camo diving in, there wasn't a lot of follow-up behind it. Maybe hoping somebody would give them a gap elsewhere, but it hasn't happened. And now with nAts,
to je halus to NBA, by the way, to je halus, kámo.
Kicku, the last two
že jim odkládají peníze bokem, vole, aby mohli žít.
But right now, they're meeting the claws of DRX.
Oh, silent jump.
Side play from MaKo. He's going to be the only one taking this fight. Kiko has a chance to isolate it, but it's MaKo to take him down. Spike went off the map for a moment, but it's right back up there. Fortunately, I don't think it makes much of a difference to nAts. It's about as retrievable either way. Sitting in that laneway, he's locked out completely. And he knows now there's one coming behind on mid. I mean, at this point, the round is
nAts má hra v hru zatím, no.
Pretty much the only choice, especially as we've said before. Look at the ultimates on DRX.
Možná má až moc FPS a až moc herců. Kdyby hrál na svém sračka setupu 200 FPS, tak se mu hrát.
DRX 9-7, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a pause after how this round went down, especially with already the sting of the stinger being brought through.
Yeah. It's an odd one because I feel like they've been able to get themselves back into the game without
Champions
help from the coaches so far. They did have the pause earlier, but I think they have a lot of faith in nAts' ability to IGL.
Geometry,
He's definitely been having a terrible game individually, which, at least in recent times, is a rarity. But coming back to a map that hasn't been played since the beginning of the year, does put the extra pressure on the IGLs. We saw it with MaKo at the beginning of the year.
Kolik mají FPS a herc na Champions?
DRX progressed, so did he.
FPS může být hodně.
But it is going to be that timeout taken.
Prostě 500 plus a monitory určitě 360 Hz. Minimálně. Chce 40, nemyslím si, že máme 240 na stage. 360 už je standard, no jaký budu kupovat. Já budu kupovat ten 400 Hz, no, 360 nevyrábí, ale už. Uvidíme, to udělám. Dám feedback. A HyperX monitory nějaký, no nevím, co dělá HyperX za monitory.
you see Camo dive in, and there's utility to support him. But from that point, when he goes down, and hell, he only has a stinger, so probably he is going down. It then crumbles. Like,
Maxi, to je investice do gameplayu, kámo.
Easy for DRX. And you can't have that repeated.
Jako já jsem to bavil s Minim a říkám Minimu. Však já mám 1 000 000 FPS, 240 Hz a už nemám, ani nevím jak ta hra může být ještě víc smooth. A on prostě, že kup to, prostě bude.
The other ultimates you might want, Paditek's going to have his,
Drex
has his, so it's the most logical player. But also, you go back to when they were winning those last few rounds of the previous half, it was a lot down to him individually. And there you go, once again, MaKo down. There is still another player that they have to deal with. The slow thrown in, but not connected. Refracting back out of the site, but it leaves a teammate alone. Bane has fallen, and Paditek's won a battle with the Ghost.
Ghost. Já mám actually na všech mapách, jsem koukal včera i na bindu, co je nejvíc skurvený, tak mám 430 nejnižší drop třeba. To je crazy ten procesor, fakt, to je fakt jako next level procesor tohle, no. Takže vlastně se omezuju dost tím monitorem, no.
It does also mean that I never want to see Camo take the light gun again, because getting the opener.
Jak nebude to světová změna, ale prostě pár procentní změna, co jeden duel navíc, kámo, za hru, když vyhrajou ty piče, tak actually to je huge, jakoby, no.
A little bit to be desired for Hyunmin. Like if you throw that and they're stunned, great. Maybe you take that 1v2, but you jumping into the site.
Nemám nic optimalizovaný, no Pablo, já prostě hraju na tom, vole, co mi bylo dáno, kámo. Mám frame time 0,9 milisekund až 1 milisekunda a kámo, pískám si strašně. Já jsem rád, že mi to hlavně nefreezuje, nedropuje, víš, že prostě to jede, kámo. Kicku, co mají na stage? Jo, to, co mají na stage, actually není nejlepší monitor. Nejlepší monitor je podle mě zouvý. Dobře, dobře, Pablo. 15. to mají restokovat, ten monitor. Jsem koukal na... jak se to jmenuje, kámo. Zouvý 25. Na konci je prostě 66x plus. 66x plus.
Not worked out, not the start they were looking for, and with flashback gone, again it leaves an opening on the back of this A site.
Yeah, he might have been able to get away if he hadn't been tagged down to 18 HP at the start.
Minima 66k, a ten už se nevyrábí, ale místo toho, no, vyrábí, ale neprodává, aspoň tady v Česku. A v Česku prodává místo toho ten X plus. Jo, je to insane Katarina, no. Ty FPSka jsou next level. To je 3krát jednodušší ta hra, no. Proč nefulí toho resujícího? What the fuck?
I've seen this one before. A 1v2 chance for MaKo. nAts on the other side. This time he delivers a Trex is on just 2 HP. He's had an insane round so far, but needs a little bit more. 20 seconds left. MaKo can just opt to play the time, but he will reposition to perfection. A Red Bull clutch, and this time he gets it done. 1 for 1.
MaKo, no.
I mean, he was very close to getting it on the initial wallbang as well. Just a great read from MaKo when re-entering into that site. How Trex found so much value. I mean, this round seemed won at this point.
It's the bait on Paddy.
So
like,
beautiful.
He brings him back. And
what? I thought he was the one that ran through. It was nAts that ran through.
He basically realized where Paddy got shot from.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's actually insane.
Well, luckily, MaKo is there to win them the round. The start they were looking for.
Bejtíček. Dal bacha, že cena nehraje až tak velkou cenu u zíš roli u monitoru a je lepší se o nich něco zjistit. HERNÍ, kámo, já neřeším nic, než to, že 80% tier 1 profiků hrajou ty zouví a absolutní mastodont Meteor třeba hraje tuhle ten X+, takže to mi stačí, vole.
Danger ping on mid. Reveal follows it up, confirm the space isn't taken, but they know that nAts was looking for space around.
Už neoblítá celou mapu, by the way.
Expecting this A hit, traps already on site. Camo bypassing him, he's up top. Blade somehow hasn't spotted the player on backside. Frink gets the jump on him. Bane with
What? Jak špatný zvuky tam musí mít, že toho Omena neslyší, vole. Co ti jebe? A to 7 palců na Valorant, chceš podle mě mít 24, vole, a 25.
In a round prior, but lost the clutch to MaKo. Now he sat versus 3, but
Kdyby náhodou by byl lepší. O, na piču ultina. Oh, what? What? Jak ho to hitlo? Já mám jen 4 palce. A tak to je nadprůměr, ale.
Where he gets those 2 kills. I feel like it wasn't noticed. Yeah, it was.
Oh, ty pičo, ale dobrý shoty.
That's crazy.
Trivex.
Yeah, unfortunately the rest of his utility belt didn't do him too well. Caught in no man's land, isolated by that ult that went through from flashback that got them all that space, got them all the information. A big contributor to the round, as he has been to this game for DRX. 11-8 now. A 3-round gap in the battle for the best out of
jako nAts, že nehraje, je trošku problems, no.
Team Liquid invest.
Do you remember the last half?
It was the attack side too.
But it was also a very early start for DRX.
Ty pičo, taky těžký line-up, actually. Walk and jump throw, kámo. Respect.
Camo is completely blinded at the back of the site, and when he does finally escape the Hunter's Fury, he is executed.
A bylo jim to hovno.
Rotation from DRX. They've been good at the retakes thus far, but this time they have no plans to retake, and they also have so much control on the other side of the map. Look at the push-up already from MaKo. He's so deep on that A-site control that there's absolutely no way back.
This is the problem, I think, though. Look at how many rounds Camo goes
no way back.
Lands and goes, okay, now what do we do?
Yeah.
There's no one here, what do we do? And that's when DRX execute back out and take him down. They don't have the ability to punish like that when you're Team Liquid because you're playing against Hyunmin on the waylay. He's able to constantly get in, land, go, we've got the info, fall back, and then go, hey, what do we do now? And that benefit is, it is leagues above what is being brought to the table by Team Liquid here. And you need to see other ideas. And we're not really. Even there, when Camo goes down, seconds later, there's still 4 players in main. They're not able to actually do anything about it, and even saving seems to be an impossible task as they get run over by DRX, flattened in a flawless round, and 12-8, the score on the board. For DRX on map number 1.
It's actually the fun thing about the composition
Sentinels
of DRX is you can look at the composition and go, okay, they have one initiator. But if you look at the way they're playing,
Sentinels, kámo, a budou hrát za 5 dní, takovýho, budou hrát znova nějakou dobu, no.
Or your cam, etc., etc. And they're doing very well to find that out early, like be it an aggressive flashback peek and team.
Lepší, jo.
Same with Hyunmin, be it the same
with Pro 2.
MaKo, like they are constantly.
To už je endgame, již nemysl jako lepšího. To, co mám já, je podle mě lepší, ale je to asi individuální.
He has had a really rough time since that 1v2 attempt from MaKo in the previous half. That was the last time he got a kill.
I remember. You said it was the
by the way, kamo hraje, jsem koukal tu moji myšku, vole, nebo kajakovou myšku, nebo čí to vlastně je myška, vole. I Kamo hraje, no, to je prostě god myška najednou, ale. Čum na to, ale. Nats hraje nějakou jinačí. A Nats je v piči. Nic jdeme na bind, kámo. 2-11 Nats je crazy work.
Again, they look like they're running into a brick wall. One player will take the charge, and this time, that one player fighting alone has actually managed to even up the score. Kiko's done well, but there are still two players.
Joži můj hrál fakt, to je borec.
Into his own smoke, just trying to garner a little bit of extra space. Hyun-min is well aware of it though. And the other two players still trapped in main. They want to try and swing this together, and they will, but MaKo's still here. 12 seconds left. They know where the remaining players are, but
Plenty.
it's going to be difficult. Kicku had to body block it down. Nats is all that remains, and he remains no more. DRX are going to be there and back on the international stage with a first map victory.
Big scrubs.
Well, Yao Tsin said, assistant coach
Big scrubs.
said he wanted to see DRX early on here in Champs. He wanted to prove who is the best of this team. Well, we have an answer now. DRX with a phenomenal result in map number 1. Up next is Bind, Liquid's pick after the break.
No, jo.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money.
Lamzu Maja X bezdrátová, yes sir. Umytej total. Co hraje MaKo, co tady s nima vyšukal by the way, ten je totálně jako by vymastil tu mapu. No, líbená reklama, no. U Makora, ten Lotar teď dělá co by the way? Makor... No to je na začátku, já jsem slepej, vole. V3 Pro, Faker Edition.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best. So looking for revenge.
Co to je Razer? Rametrix X Sinatra keyboard hraje prot. Lamzu jsem čekal, že je dražší, děkuju, určitě vemu. Je levná, no. To je actually halu, že nejlepší myška na Valorant, in my opinion, je actually levná. Nats nenapojil, no. Já vám, že dají reset. Někdy bych mohl koupit 2 Lamzu za cenu jedný Logitech, co mám? Skoro, no. Prostě to je kvůli tomu, že platíš za tu značku, že jo. Extrémní částky platí za tu značku už. U Zouvy, u Logitechu a tak. Plus teda jako, ona nemá úplně bytelný build, jo, zase na jednu stranu ona není, nesmíš s ní třísknout. S tou jednou třízneš tu myšku, tak jakoby je na sračku. Ale pokud nejseš dement a prostě netřískáš s věcma, tak budeš nadšený, podle mě. GG beru 2. Ale Chicken se ten rozbil za 2 dny, no. Máš prostě děravou, jakoby, ze spoda. Čum prostě. Je nějaký Alešek incident už na Kicku, by the way, chat? Nebo na Kicku ještě nevznikl Alešek incident. Ukáž Alešek klipy.
Hey guys, Mika and Bella here with Coach Termi of DRX. We saw Flashback and Hyunmin on that double duelist, so just curious
Bella.
about the composition change.
Bella vypadá jak Jenny docela. Ta už tam byla? vypadala jinak předtím.
이제 어비스에서 투타격대 조합을 기용하셨는데 이 조합을 선택하신 이유도 궁금하고
ji nevidíte přeze mě, no, se omlouvám.
대한 이야기를 많이 궁금해하시더라고요. 그 이야기도 조금 더 해주실 수 있는지 투타격대 DRX 더 많이 기대해도 될까요?
Arost.
이번 챔스를 준비하면서 투타격대를 기원한다고 말씀을 드렸었고 현민 선수와 플래시백 선수가 굉장히 잘 쏘고 좀 파괴력 있는 모습을 보여주기 때문에 앞으로도 좀 많이 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같고 그리고 로스터 관련해서는 주전 선수는 베인 선수가 맞고 원래 에스트라 선수와 같이 파리에 오기로 했었는데 건강상의 문제로 그런 거라서 네, 팬분들은 좀 오해를 안 해주셨으면 좋겠고.
I mean, we have hinted that we were going to use the double duelist comp before, and
Porsche sponsor.
Doing great on it, so and
jako Porsche
so I think we made the right call.
Na akciovém trhu nyní Big Scraps, ale asi overall to bude po píči sponsor.
To join us, but due to health reasons, he wasn't able to make it, and I hope that the fans don't, you know, get the wrong.
Musí být na zelený čajík, čet bagetérie, to je jasný. Ahoj.
Shout out to Coach Termi for the insight there. From one coach to another, we're joined by Coach from Team Vitality. Welcome.
Appreciate you guys having me here.
Nice to have you here.
Definitely quite an experience in this arena, so.
What did you make of the games today? Have you had time to watch?
I mean, I didn't get really to watch the first game, but or the first matchup. But even this Abyss in itself, I think it was a really good game. I think the game plans, you could kind of see what was going on, and DRX definitely had the upper hand in it. So, you know, definitely exciting to watch.
Are you getting
Hi VASEK, how do you feel that much? Hello, Sipleby. I enjoyed that match a lot.
He fits right in.
Crazy
right in. Yeah.
But no, I mean, you know, on that note, like Flashback was.
But I look forward for reverse sweep.
One of the biggest factors.
How about you?
The Flashback kind of took control of this map was really good. So.
Yeah, it was indeed. We're going to talk about that in just a moment, but for now, let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed
moment where Kamo double kill.
End of this one goes to DRX round 6.
Yeah, DRX ran a lot of these B main execs. This one using the Waylay ult to actually end up getting in there, but I know, Fidge, you want to talk a little bit about how they were beating out Team Liquid, who were going for these B retakes a lot.
Yeah, I think in the beginning you saw Liquid was kind of trying to set up for this retake.
Já to je ten pop flash, s ním jedujem. Dělám si srandu, umím česky.
Same page. You could see that they were playing more aggressive in the A main and fast rotations, so that they were actually in place in time to play the retake value really well. But I think
Group stage DRX, kámo, moc se to ještě proserou, ty DRX.
You know, honestly, the DRX's attack was
Dostal si nás.
not as strong as I thought it was going to be.
Extrémně si mě napálil, kámo.
Yeah, they run into some roadblocks when Team Liquid stopped playing, you know, more passive retake and just started running all of the aggro looks through B main, through mid and whatnot. But I think the combination of those early rounds going very well for DRX, and then of course on the defense.
Hledám jídlo, čet, nevím, co si mám objednat.
Seeing that after the match, are we? But we kind of set this up as whichever team wins on Abyss will definitively take the crown as the best Abyss team in this entire tournament. Faded, would you agree? Were these the two best teams you were expecting, or is there a third sneaky challenger?
I think they are probably the top contenders for Abyss. I'm a little biased. I think like G2 is generally good on a lot of maps, especially when they have time to prepare. But
mám dát roast beef bagetu dneska.
The strongest, you know, the Abyss matchups. So.
Já nemůžu nic zkazit, ne?
Okay, that's a bold choice, to be sure. I do think I want to highlight Flashback a little bit, because I think when DRX were so good on this map back in the past, that was a Flashback in a completely different role. He was playing a sniper for the team. Now he comes in second duelist here on the Yoru and was absolutely dominating round after round.
He was, and Liquid had problems dealing with him, but let's see if Lohan has the fix and hear what he had to say.
Rozhovor s Lohanem. Co projebal, by the way.
Mika here once again,
Bude nadšený.
of Team Liquid. Now I'm very curious because we knew we were going to get this Abyss showdown.
I like his, ale co? I like his co?
And I'm how you're able to prep
No neřekni to, ale.
DRX, you guys are the top 2 teams in the world on this map, especially knowing that we haven't seen it in some time. How does that kind of prep continue over into a bind, which hopefully you guys will come back on?
Yeah, for Abyss specifically, we don't have as much time to remember how to play the map. Unfortunately, they played the comp that we never practiced against. I think on defense, we managed to actually show some of the adjustments that were needed. And on attack, honestly, I think we just rushed a bit of the decisions. First game on stage, so I understand that it was a bit shaky. I'm pretty sure, I'm quite confident that the next map we're going to be doing better, honestly, and I think we're prepared.
All right, eagle to see it, and then good luck.
Well, they don't have a choice. They have never lost on Abyss before. They suffer that loss, but Bind are faded. I think you're very equipped to tell us. It's so iconic. Liquid's Bind is so iconic in EMEA. And why do you think that is? What can the global fans expect from their Bind?
I think their protocols, especially on the defense, is very, very solid. You know, I think most regions, the attack is usually the stronger side. But I think the way that they're
Zítra hraje DRG v 15, myslím, že jo, podíváme se potom, kámo. Valorant, Counter-Strike, Fortnite, se mi sekne, nerozjede, ping, ničon, tam je to leleportovat, nevím, co s tím mám dělat. Kontaktoval bych providera z Siple. Ale český, kámo, kontaktuj. Myslím, že ten by neocenil tvoji nechytávku.
Trex is very, very good at reading what the opponents are going to do. And I think, you know, especially the way that Liquid's put trust in him, it's a very smart decision. And, you know, I think Trex is
beru
difference maker that can make
bagetku, salát a zelený čajčet.
So I definitely stand by that one.
Ať máme dost síly na dnešní zápasy. Zase Waylay. On to je dualist min, ne ten Hyunmin. A Flashback je taky daný jako na dualisty z toho Cyphera. A hrajou OG komp, Liquid, do píči, to mě štve, kámo, jak šli, že Trex není na fejce.
I do actually like it a lot. We were testing the Waylay a lot.
Nats tam japuje jako hodně, ale
like the couple pass splits, and I think there's a lot of effective use cases. I remember when Liquid was actually using it on Icebox, for example, they were trying to use Waylay as a space gainer so that you can kind of.
Jeho cíl je full nonchalant.
If that's DRX's game plan on the attack, I think they're going to be very effective in being able to take the sites.
Nonchalantní prsten, ty vole. Ty vole, rytmus.
It comes down to how effective that flashback can take space afterwards and be able to, you know, get those frags, entry frags, to kind of clear even more waves.
Yeah, we saw those deep fights on Abyss, like the fights up into A Heaven, for example, and I think here on Bind as well, especially fighting the backside.
Tak jedem, chat.
I think is going to be something I'm going to be looking at here.
Map win 100%, map win 0%.
We're going to go to a map where I have to focus on nAts. This is a map he's usually so proficient on. Game 1.
This is his map.
This is his map, and Game 1 was not by any stretch of the imagination. I need to see my go back on the stage here.
Yeah, my worry is they couldn't, you know, they couldn't foresee the Waylay Yoru. Maybe they can.
Určitě T1, kámo.
Unfortunately, Durka is
ale třeba mě překvapí.
We have Mitchman and Sassy.
Almost there, Yinsu, almost. We'll get him on one day.
Váž, kde je město Vsetín, asi si tam zajedu, je tam totiž in-price, se tam spravují notebooky a počítače a konzole, tak si tam asi budu muset zajet, protože to je nejbližší oprava na notebooky, kde bydlím. Je tak, kámo, je tak.
I think that Liquid are going to be a lot more comfortable. I think you could tell that they really didn't have their protocols in place when it came to Abyss. At the same time, DRX
jak píšeš, kámo? Přesně tak bych to udělal. Úplně, kámo. No nic, moje druhá mapa. Natsovo signature mapa. Se šerívkem, jo.
Because I don't think I've ever seen nAts have 2 maps that bad, ever. And this is his map.
This is the one. The recovery for Team Liquid. Hyunmin back to his old tricks. Flashback there alongside him, and Hyunmin with its 3rd kill of the round.
Kámo.
DRX in a
kámo, to je rozebíračka hned od začátku.
This has gone downhill.
This is big scraps. Big scraps. Jak se máš?
Team Liquid are getting the spike defused.
Popiči, kámo.
I imagine that stat's even worse.
Co ty, bejku?
Tough.
Tough? Žluťa z 10 mentioned?
Try and break back into. It's mostly going to come down to mistakes, and I want to give credit in the last map as well to DRX. They weren't really making silly errors
Ty vole, co dávaj, ale to jsou facičky.
One of the things to look at as well on this B and A site when we get back in game, I challenge you, look at the map and think about the differences between this and Abyss. On Abyss, it's a lot of open space. It's a lot of long laneways approaching the site. When you dive in, getting back out is so valuable.
Kámo, to jsou jenom one-tapy. Jebe. A tohle ten cross, kámo, to plusko s malinkou dírkou, ale mi začíná jako byli chotit dost. Celkem špatný, když se mi dlouho nedá hrát, vždy 5 minut sek a už jsem v prdeli. Chápu, no. 6 Hz a jak to jde, Dreamland? Dobrý crosser, mini. Já nemám kód na něj asi, ale... Ani nevím, jak se dělá takovýhle cross, vole, s takovou malinkou dírkou, teda, že jakoby mezeru 1. To udělá větší dírku, ne?
In their bonus, they were going heavy on those SMGs, and sure, they've got one, but a couple of pistols mean that they can afford casualties, but also they'll be able to afford some.
Krásný večer všem. Ahoj Vášo, jak se tu všichni máme? Dneska vypadáš na hodně dobrou náladu, Vášo, to mám radost. To musím říct. Jsem heterosexuál, ale pochvala musí být. Děkuji, Píster, mám se krásně. Co ty? Děkuji. Giston to je on? Tam je 5, kámo. 5, vole, nebude takým crosseručím. Počkej. Fortnite.
What's left is still Hyunmin. He has been huge, and MaKo really
he has been huge. Oh.
Hyunmin to find one. The fallback now, create the space, force uncomfortable.
A ten týpek nebejval na DRX, to ten týpek, kámo.
All you gotta do is make sure you're far away, but nAts taking now MaKo.
Pochází z rankedu a
defuse underway. Bucky guarding short.
Fortnite. Full Fortnite.
Team Liquid in round number 2.
Hrál za nějaký jiný asijský tým. Když jsi řekl, že se máš jinak? No, to je stejný, kámo, se mám popič. Ok, če hrajeme deathmatche s Buckinou. Celý víkend máš noční? Jsi grinder, kámo.
I definitely felt like there were some silly mistakes. Early attempt at a response. Note that they didn't buy back in with those rifles. They've gone with some SMGs instead, keeping their economy good, hopefully for the next round. But just look at what's on the other side. It is full rifles for Liquid. Huge boost to economy.
Oh yeah, I mean,
doing the thing.
Pistol winning second is about as good as it can go, especially
Mazarini smoky. Housenky.
You gotta win third.
This is getting scary. Yeah, it's all about building that economy early for Liquid and how strong they look. But hell, if you lose
Molík, dobrý.
right back to square. Whoa! Nice nade.
Kombo, vole, jaký nade. Tak to byla God Theory util what?
The 2-1 lead nonetheless, it's better than they got on map 1.
I could already tell this game's going to be hectic. Already at the few rounds.
Nemám děti, nemám holku, můžu chtět do práce? Nejlepší důvodní šéfa? To je halus. To je halus.
It just creates so many awkward spots for players to try and fight within. But Trex again, he definitely had his moments. But the fact is, his multi-frag was necessary in this round. And now, well, this is.
Na tohle reveal vidím už po druhý, že lidi dělají prostě tu insta reveal.
They're not afraid to let Liquid know. An immediate headshot from flashback.
Když to čte video na Enterprise, poznej, kdo je Immortal, tak je dlouho se jak Hero natáčí. Kamo... Třeba 3,5 hodiny, legit.
Good housekeeping early on from the attack side. The push in towards Buka could be a little dangerous. Point of contact is going to be Trex, but he is baiting.
Ten týpek dává strašný facky, ale do prdele. What? Rankedová pičovinka musí být. Šurbitek. Šurbitek! Nad s Vandalem. Jo, Kobe hrajou dlouho už. Ale tak neumí finta flash za Sky? Jo, ani já nevím, co to znamená finta flash za Sky, vole, v tvém podání, kurva. Co? Jít na něj nemířil. With Panatek down on site, they've got the flashes for the re-clears after the initial fight, or the support on a re-swing. Joe Phillips. But him going down, it just makes it impossible. The extra prowler, instead of going right, goes left, catches Kicku. And the pieces of the puzzle nedodžovatelný. Jako jo, ale nedodžovatelný, kámo, flashne na půl setiny, víš, nowadays. To je v piči. A Patytek nezná angly na bindu hlavně. To je true stretch? Ne. Normální stretch. To poznáš, kámo, když to je true stretch, věř mi. On the DRX side, je tak, kámo, je tak. Dávají strašný rakety. Strašný rakety dávají, kámo, aimový. Není zakázaná, Kicku hraje true stretch třeba. Again, we see that other layer. We've seen Hyunmin dive in, take space. This time, dives in, takes info, falls back against his teammates to execute on the back of that information. Kiko's being very patient. Not swinging out. All good, thing too. Wraps back around to meet up with Trex, finds flashback. It's a good start, but still, that bookie on Trex, he needs something else. And in fact, up close, he might have a chance of punishing Hyunmin. They've heard the bookie fire. A Trex viděl kama z Bakinovak, jak ji vzal. Takže, ještě otázka. Hrál jsi někdy Counter-Strike? Sice vím, že jsi hrál, zjistil jsem to ve videu, ale to je jedno. Nevím zase, jestli jsi si do CSK koupil premiér a pokud jo, co si zahrál. Similarly to the last map on this defensive side, we've seen these attempts at aggression. But it seems like this squad led by MaKo have... Kamáni, nevím, jestli nějaký premiér kupuje v tom CSku, já myslím, že to je za free pro všechny, vole. Sitting back, taking those individual fights. This is where we wait to see if there's a response. Now something that Liquid love to do. Najdi si můj Steam, kámo, můžeš mě vystolkovat, co jsem dělal před Valorantem, actually. And that's what they look to do again. Herně. Ty vole, ty agrese od Liquidu jsou dobrý jak svině, ale... OK, full replay. Kámo, všichni kupujou drip, mini, vidíš to? Šurbitek ne, jo? Tak všichni ne. Tak třetina. A ten má sundaný track, něco na stole tam má. Všichni si kupujou drip. Jakože chainy, kámo. Prsteny, ty vole. Pomalu zlatý zuby, ty kokot. Jako já jsem se taky koupil jako chainy, o poprvé v životě. Ale jako je to ten chamber příběžek, co je k Champions. To se nepočítá, vole. OK, Filius. Děkuji, Filius, za podporu VCT Watch Parties. Thank you. Fakt, Pablo, mám to koupený, to nebyl? Koupil jsem si mikinu, čepici a chamber příběžek, ten, vole, náhrdelník, ne příběžek. To je pravda, Urza, kámo, oni si kupují actually ty chainy za prachy, který chybí v tier 2. Legit, kámo. Děkuju, Filius. To je disgusting. Not gonna lie.
flooding into the A site. Ult's being committed. The TP is taken, and DRX go all the way out to the B site. Easy plans. That's a
Jak
great
se jmenuješ?
thinking on their feet.
Na Steam musím tě ostýlovat o informace z CSK. Vašek. Počkej, kámo, tady se ultí CTčko. To byla huge ultina.
DRX have no interest. Oh, we got a 5v4. We don't need to take the risk. Seeker's used on the other side to garner that extra little bit of space, but now the Viper's Pit hits onto the spike. This is a losing battle, or so it seems. Liquid somehow striking
Šurbitek?
Paditek with an immediate double, and a spray through onto Bane leaves one. Freeing. He should be able to deny the first.
A kurva, dal půlku nebo ne? Nice, mají to.
It's close!
Oh, just about enough. But a fantastic retake from Liquid. As said, convergence path, Viper's Pit, and somehow they make their way back.
Už je Adar, co tam máš? Anime. To musí stačit. Viděl jsi první mapu, ale? Viděl jsi první mapu Urza? Měl 2.11 nebo kolik? O, piči. Je prostě tleskají, kámo. Takže mě to pořád je jakoby... Se mám musím štípnout, kámo, že to je reálný. Kámo, mě doslova šikanovali na škole, že hraju hry. A hlavně, jakože, holky, víš, že fuj, on hraje hry doma. A teď tady vidím typky v crowdu, jak typkovi tleskají, že vyhrál kolo ve videohře, kámo. Normálně já s ním do píči, nebo co? Tak to je crazy, kámo.
Again, the stinger has been a real irritation for Liquid. Nade will do some damage onto MaKo, but he will be able to escape. Post plant with the Molotov.
Miluju tu dobu, kam se to posunulo, ale v letom. To je nádhera, kámo. To je actually nádhera, kámo. A vlastně ani mě to nenapadlo. Nikdy jsem o tím nepřemýšlel, nebo jsem ani si neříkal, že... What? Tak to ti jebe. To ti jebe, 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 kámo. To ti jebe, kámo. Replay, replay, replay. What? Zabijou? 2? What? Jeden nebo 2? 2?
I think it was immediate 1-2 punch. I think even they're surprised as to what's just happened.
I was looking at the utility belt for a second. Oh, they've also got Nevermind. Everyone's dead. That's incredible.
Wow, Liquid are going to take themselves a pause. You can understand why. They win a close round. Immediately just get decimated by pistols. Unable to really get going.
Shaggy, nech bejt ten ChatGPT, nech bejt to AI, kámo.
The end of the first half of the first map.
Dobrý, dobrý, Shaggy, klid, kámo, nech to AI. Ještě jednu zprávu máš ban. Neposílej to už, kurva. Uklidni se.
Give me the deathmatch routine. That's all I'm gonna say.
Drop it right now. DRX should have been 5-3 down.
Nechterka, vole. Nevím. Asi... Vezme Friends? Já nevím, kdo je terka, vole, actually. Se lidi přejmenovají na Steamu furt. Nevím, kdo to je. Jak se má Anita? Doufám, že dobře.
Jungmin's ability to basically get over the pit. That's why they have a player in the backlines in camo. He's going to be watching to almost try and defend off his teammate from behind, but there's a lot that can be utilized. And Trax, again, he's played this somewhat before, but they have been ready and waiting.
Doufám, že dobře. To je dobrá odpověď, ne? Jako prostě, jo? Já nevím, jak se má, kámo, doufám, že dobře.
going back to the A side, you know, it's still an option, but you really got to be going through bathroom if that's the play. And DRX are leaving that door open.
Všem přeju, co je dobře, že jo. Až těm, co mi píšou hovno na stream.
They meet too much resistance, but 45 seconds left. Dash comes in, refract online, first player
je mrtvej? Ale mu nepomohl ten botek vůbec. Tak to je tilter jak svině tuhle kolo. Čau Kovenco. Tak to je uber tilt. To je uber tilt kolo, kámo. Všechno se dojebalo tohle kolo pro Liquid, všechno. Ale Molík padl. To je důležitý, Molík máme.
It's 5 for DRX.
What the hell? What the fuck is happening?
I believe it was the saturate, right? That bounced off the back and just left Trex in an awkward position. You can understand Paditek's response. Okay, I want to swing. I want to try and help my teammate out, but it just didn't go to plan. And from then onwards, it just seemed like the second they have even the slightest of opening, this composition just allows DRX.
Ještě mám dneska jednou zprávu od Anitas. Žádné novinky, ale vidím tady před hodinou comeback. Dal post. Ranked will never improve. A dal tam plnou match history. Chamber match MVP prohra. Nice. Jde se pušovat, to je jasný, ale nejlepší obrana je agrese, nebo jak se jmenuje, útok. Je to agrese akorát na hůku, no.
And a chance for an 8-4 half. With how these rounds are going, with where the economy's at for Liquid, it should at least be a lead for DRX in the end, with ults online for the next. Mainly looking at MaKo, he should have that orbital strike, and no one's close on Team Liquid.
Nuts.
I thought that's an info dive. He's full committed.
Still he's sticking it for now. He is going to try and go back, and there isn't really anybody that can punish from this angle. It's a solid start though. nAts now goes down. But bear in mind, there were some severe weaknesses, and now Camo's coming in from behind. He could just...
Ježiši Kriste.
It's really whiffy. Luckily, he's got Kicku to back him up, and Trex has managed to find one with a ghost. It doesn't end up going wrong for Liquid, but it very nearly did.
So yeah, DRX hitting all their shots. Sometimes
really se na barák, tak to si prohrál barák.
Most egregious example that we've ever seen, and good luck to Camo in living that one down. But 5-5 nonetheless. The rest of the team was able to pick up his mess, I'll say. And we may still see a neck-and-neck half. The game
Dobrý výser.
But what a chaotic set of rounds we have. The
Wow.
full focus from them, but the
Ale dal mu dobrou jako.
Hyunmin finding one. The 180 as a bullet whizzes past him, and
I think the POV we saw of nAts there just shows the chaos of the
My dneska hrajeme nebo jak?
A full 180 to shoot out the haunt and then turn back in time to be able to shoot flashback. And he did that. Fair play to him. Like, his reactions were impressive, but they are making what is normally his home turf.
Prodávat se to klasicky, tak bind, on má nejkonzistentnější bind za celý roky. A to hraje furt Viper. Actually, nemá skoro špatnou hru na ty Viper na bindu za těch 50 let. Insane shot, insane.
I don't even know if his head was fully showing.
Well, it was found on the other side nonetheless. That was redemption for Camo to start, but nAts, same old thing.
O Míku, já jsem o tom mluvil za začátku, no já jsem nějaký přemýšlel, kámo, to prostě je ten minulý event. To byly ty Wolves, kámo. Mně normálně přijde, že ty týmy spoustokrát teďko, že to má je úplně jedno, jaký ty týmy byly doma. Jakože v té jejich stage. Prostě záleží, jak jim sedne ta stage, kde teďko jsou, víš? A všechno. To cestování a teda, že ty Wolves byli totální jakoby trosečníci, ale sedla jim ta stage extrémně a vyhrávali všechno prostě.
He's just gonna stick it out. Eventually gets caught by the wingman.
What?
died ages ago. He must have been running around for a few seconds.
6-7 sypl, 6-7.
About to run out, and he caught a lock on. He found the player.
6-7.
How does that happen? Like,
you hit the shot on the head.
Do we have a wingman POV? Is that an option? Because
I'm not sure.
Wingman POV.
Dead for ages.
Yeah, I'm not sure at all. 6-5 for Team Liquid, and MVP of this round may
Wingman.
There he goes, running it down.
W Wingman.
Ridiculous. I feel bad for Bane. I feel bad for him. Like, he did so well in that clutch.
You know the problem there? Crosshair placement. He's trying to headshot the Wingman. And he's short. 6-5.
Is that what happens when someone tries to headshot you?
Agrese, kámo.
Anyway, into the round, an aggressive start.
Hodně agrese.
Low weapon or two, and an immediate usage of that orbital strike. A pacey hit, and well, it's gone right past.
What? On hodil přitom slow?
Bane's revenge, as he will find a double.
Replay, kámo.
They need to clear him, and they have. Gives them a chance.
Oh! MaKo and Bane are so low. Nightfall goes through.
To hodil až... What? Kde hodil ten slow, jako? Takže mu nabíralo kolo, ty kokot.
The odds aren't looking to be in their favor. But time is ticking. Waiting for the Nightfall to fade. The flash out sees no one. Close left clear, worried about long. nAts finding MaKo, but it's Hyunmin finding himself the first, and Bane to swing deep. 6-6. Neck and neck at the halftime.
A really impressive response once again, and an incredible half of Valorant. 6-6.
Není to ale určitě ten bug právě.
The way that this game is going, it is looking.
Bude replay chat?
Potentially, Mitch, one of the all-time greats.
Není replay.
Certainly one hell of a start here on Bind. We've seen some long games, and if it keeps up, well, we might be adding this one indeed.
Byl line-up ze zhora?
We talked about the bounce back of nAts as well, and he has certainly
To bylo sick, no.
Tom, I've had enough of hearing from you. I want to go down to the main man who was up here earlier, Durka, who's standing by with me.
Ai-je vraiment besoin de présenter
Okay, W rozhovor, come on.
It's a pleasure to welcome you here on Vitality's home soil.
Come on.
Thank you for being there. First of all, I think the fans appreciated you coming here, even though you're not playing. How does it feel, you know, having people cheering for you everywhere you go?
Feels amazing. We have a lot of fans here, and even though we didn't play here, I think we got still a lot of support. A lot of fans come in asking for pictures, signature, and stuff. So it's like really nice. Merci les gars.
Merci les gars.
To je Bobík. Ruce v kapsách jak Aleš.
Finalement d'avoir des fans qui viennent te voir, qui viennent te soutenir ici, même quand tu ne joues pas, et bah forcément leur soutien me va droit au cœur. Ça fait très plaisir. On espéra aussi faire mieux. Merci les gars, comme il le dit si bien. Second question about this match. I was wondering, are we rooting, you know, EMEA, or is there any player in DRX that you want to see winning?
I mean, always kind of for EMEA. I want them to succeed anyway. So I think my first initial prediction was like 2-1, but now it kind of gets tough, you know.
So you would say Liquid still?
Yeah.
Pour Team Liquid, du coup, qui est-ce que tu soutiens
Derke ví.
entre Team Liquid?
Derke knows the game.
Du côté de l'EMEA, donc on soutient l'EMEA. Thank you very much. Merci, Derke. And let's see if Team Liquid can take the win. Let's get back to the game.
Well, it's good to see one of my favorite co-casters down there in the crowd. We had fun earlier, and his predictions came through. He was talking a big game about Hyunmin, and that man has delivered here today. I mean, just a stellar performance from him. But there's been plenty of heroes down on the server as we
Trek se to bere hodně, kámo, ta hra.
Yeah, for sure.
A má brýle sundaný třeba.
It's crazy as well.
Má brýle na stole, no.
Hyunmin has been playing, and nAts is yet to damage him. He's just been flying over the top and is unable to really catch.
0 damage do Vejlej?
It's like trying to catch smoke.
What?
He just disappears every time you get close. Even still, though.
What the fuck?
Level at the half. And this is the half where we talk about
4 killy shorty, no?
The best in the world. Like, I don't think there's many
Okay, teď bageta.
in that respect. Positioning, especially towards that A side of the map, has always been problematic. But as said, the preparation we've seen from DRX going into this game, the difficulty they've caused.
Nebyl čas, kámo, zajít na nákup dneska. Chtěl jsem tady být na první kolo už těch energií.
Well, he certainly had a good bounce back, as we saw there in the stats from the previous map.
Pokia bageta je v pohoda ještě.
Every turn. Couple of rough openings, but for the most part, this has been night and day. Deep play from Team Liquid. Not afraid to get aggressive, and the full site's already cleared out. They're starting to get an inkling.
Pavlo mě tady kamo osočuje a doslova si jako koupil nové červený Porsche nový.
So they expect the flank to be coming through. In fact, nAts expects the flank to be coming through.
Kamo, to je tak obrovský ten slow, jebe ti.
Kicku's watching his back. Team Liquid, a double opening, a 5 versus 3. They know that MaKo's here as well. Ooh, but nAts has been tagged extremely well. It's an easy
Hovno! Fuj.
There's so much left.
Stane se.
Not much left to do it with.
Co mu dal?
Players in lamps are gonna cause serious issues, and at this point, it's all about orbs. The clock is far too low already, and MaKo, what?
MaKo farmí orby.
Do a little bit of extra damage, but that is all she wrote. It will be Liquid taking their first pistol round of the series. We'll see if that is a turning point for them in this map. From what I've seen so far, probably not.
Těším se na zelený čaj jak svině, kámo.
We've already seen second rounds go the way of the team who lost the pistol. We started it out that way, and for
Tohle je true stretch chat. To měl Kejko. Poznáte prostě, ta hra vám dává motion sickness. Nový line-up z hooky na 17 různých způsobů, kámo. A myslím si, že... Aha, tak ne. Tuhle ten je asi nejčastější a nejlepší, no. Nejrychlejší, tak. A ten můj je lepší, kámo, já pomalejší. For real.
Well, they are currently walking into a 4-man stack, and well, now that 4-man stack's coming to them.
To je farma jak svině tohle. No jasně, ty pičo! Pardon, nemůžu to nikam dát. Nemůžu to někam dát. Nemůžu vůbec prostě, kámo, že to někam chci dát. Kámo, to byly facičky. Ace. To byly strašný facky. Já to vypípnu, kámo. Já to dám bez zvuku. Já to dám. Jakože jsem neudělal žádný zvuk, jenom že jsem dělal bejra, víš? Jsem dělal jenom...
Padatech stealing the ace. It's poor form, Tom.
I don't think he could see the guy.
Gosh.
You know, I guess.
Never have shot.
Ten poslední. Jo! Ten poslední, kámo. Tak to je 400 Hz, kámo, a tedy ne. Tak to, ten poslední kill. Ten poslední kill, kámo. Musí být jakože... Jak to říct, kámo? Specs div. To mi neříkej, kámo, že... Ten poslední shot, kámo, jak byl rychlej a všechno. Že by dal na 144 Hz, ani hovno. Ani hovno.
The space hasn't been taken though. There are players outside A, but no one has filled it in.
But also look.
Je tak, je tak. True stretch. Je to tak, kámo, je to nejlepší jeden, s kterým by to hrál úplně každý.
Swinging angles because a stray bullet. Hell, even the Tiger could take him out at this stage. He's got to be incredibly careful, and that's not really what is needed. In fact, they've had to gamble a second player over.
Pozdravíš, prosím. Zdravím Mirku a Láďu, čus. Já on jezdí 40 Hz zatím.
They're going to be aware of this position. His best play, wait for the rest of the team. Try to take advantage of the chaos. Hope that Liquid try to respond to the retake by pushing into his space. He can land that shot. But it's a passive play from Team Liquid. Not much utility left, and I think that's certainly of note at this point. Post plant isn't really that much of an option, not as deep as we'll see with this comp a little bit later on, I'd imagine. But Camo does well to find
the
first of the retake, a 3 versus 5. And the question for DRX, do we go for it? Do we risk these weapons with such little economy? And the answer is a clear no. They're running for the hills, and Team Liquid pushing up to 9.
Yeah, it's kind of a brutal scenario for them. They get absolutely played by the poison, which I'll say as well, with how powerful a post-plant tool that is a definite read from Liquid. That is them going, okay, they're going to try and get early info. Maybe they throw that haunt up high, as we've seen so many times. We hide within that poison orb. It's not the same as a sky smoke falling down, which is a very clear indicator that that has been avoided. They get that early pick, but also do enough damage on the other side of the map that I was actually looking at the contact point of where freeing was in lamps. If he swings, Camo is looking the complete opposite way and no one could cover him. But he doesn't have the HP to swing anymore. That was the one opening they had back into the site, and the second they lose another player, it's done. Like, you have to just retreat. Well, clearly feeling the pressure a little bit. We've spoken about Liquid streaking rounds together has been a tough thing to do, bar that first half of Abyss. Well, now that they've managed to win this one,
Well, this is the first time it's
Ale pravda, ta bunda se mi líbila i na Mikim, vole, ta motorkářská.
Firmly wrapped around those reins, and for DRX, the fight back, it's not out of reach just yet. But with 3 rifles saved, they've still got a decent chance at what will be
Bagetka je tady.
a mixed buy or a light buy. They have a decision to make. How much do they invest into this? The ones with rifles, add a little bit more, leaving themselves with less for the next, and does that mean a force-up? Maybe they try the bookie. Hell, it worked on the other side.
Dobrý večer, steskám.
It's definitely not pretty.
Jo, letím dolů, děkuji.
That's the other problem is you save all these guns, you feel the need to reinvest into your utility. It can kind of create this offset of never really having a particularly decent buy if you don't manage to make this work. So it's definitely put them in an odd position. The other thing as well is it's not like, oh yeah, we've got this ult that can pad the gap.
Myslím si, že to bude scalovat. Já plánuju dát nějaký TikToky a pičovinky. Myslím si, že první týden bude takhle v chillu a potom jakoby to bude scalovat a na ty playoff, kámo, top 4 a finálko to bude divočina, kámo, potřebovat tady jakoby sekat lidi, vole, přes prsty. To je pravda, Pavlo, to je pravda, kámo. Actually jsem vyselektoval hodně lidí, no. Tam mají prostě Jirka Novák, jsi čůrák, díky Jirko. Oj, oj. Disaster, no. MaKo.
They were expecting a fight around the corner, but he steps through, takes the battle to them, and leaves Kicku in a 1 versus 5. What a game plan from DRX. Well played. The utility spent on B, the gradual fallbacks, the Viper wall up. It made it look like Liquid hadn't a chance if they went there. So they have to go the other way, and that's all part of the plan for DRX.
But you can see as well that I feel like Liquid's expectation was that was going to be a crunch. I think they put the poison orb on the TP, like basically just so that if anybody tried to get through, nAts could cover them. They were expecting aggression, just not in the right place. And once he goes down, well, the rest of the team immediately pivot, and they are just not prepared for the aggression of MaKo, putting the team on his back once again, a vintage display of individual brilliance. And more some frustration, because as I said, that was still the economy of DRX on the brink. Now they managed to win with what was a couple of pistols still there.
With some upgrades as well. Bane coming in late for the Sheriff kill. He'll make it out. Flashback sticks around for 1. And he gets his reward. Camo playing ahead, maybe expecting that the TP had already been taken. Either way, it's a mistake. nAts with an op, lurking up in the wall. You do not see this every day, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he does love an outlaw. But I guess his expectation is that, okay, they've got this double duelist, there's going to be players looking for the fight. He was correct. He just wasn't in the right place. Now just sat back. Try and claim some additional space. He managed to walk his way. This is the classic. He's walked all the way up. That operator's still watching though. And that's taken out Kicku. He's managed to see a man on the other side, but DRX are not looking to fight this. Not looking to give that additional little battle over to nAts. In fact, he's going to go walking through, taking so much damage as he does, but his goal is not to fight these players, it's to get into the backlines. But look how prepared DRX are for this. They now have players watching from either side.
Orbital strike going to completely deny the plan. Trex taken down as well. He'll go down with the ship with his wingman. And the flashback catches nAts. All that posturing and it leaves them with nothing.
Napsal, musíme dělat prank, až přijde psát, že je gay. Dobrý prank, kámo.
All you can do is save.
Yeah, he needs to as well. Like you start looking at the finances of Liquid holding onto this gun could make a pretty significant difference. But that's a solid round from DRX. I think bringing the flashback operator in, like him just having that element of maneuverability, able to put himself into position.
A to nás jsme bavili o tom, že ten chat je tady, že ten chat je tady v klidu, jsme se to bavili. No píče.
They didn't give anything. He's busy trying to hunt down players, find this team some value. And for the whole round, he's basically.
A to bude scalovat, Pablo, kámo.
Even though he had so much space.
To se připrav.
I felt like Liquid were at least going to push up to that double-digit
mark. Jo, co jsem napsal do píče. A proč to je odebrán ta zpráva? Já jsem to neodebral, to se odebírá samo. To jsem neudělal já. Normálně YouTube odpoledně smazal, že už to taky nechce číst, kámo, ten bot. Už toho bylo moc.
Orbital strike online, and you know what? It's going to be used, sent in onto Bane, but it's only a trade, and they've lost Camo, the man who would have taken that orb and been one away from the showstopper. Instead, he's still one away.
Ve Styrii nemám moc klipů, kam jak nehrajou dvě fejtky do píče, jenom jedna fejtka a typek háže věci, které už jsem ukradl. Jako bagetku, no roast beef jsem si dal dneska výjimečně.
It's a heavy investment. We now sit there. Looking at a patient DRX, the operator locking down the other side, and Hyunmin again is going to go looking for information, but he's managed to take quite a bit of control. They've stuck themselves in towards Hookah, but have left themselves stuck in the mud. Even still, they hold
Kámo, co to je?
An absolute shutdown of the Liquid push. They won't get caught by the flashes, but it means absolutely nothing.
I actually don't know who broke the Gecko flash that came through. I think it might have been Fring. But that was so important. Those players were going to be dead to rights if that connected up close in outside of Hookah. And at that point, the round falls, it crumbles. DRX.
Kámo, ale bagetéry, já jsem to zapomněl, já jsem dlouho si ji nedával. Ale to bagetéry strašně postihla shrinkflace. Legit. Já jakožto bagetový sommelier poslední rok. Jsem měl bagetu každý den. Teď si dávám po x měsících, kámo, tak to je extrém.
A team that comes in as I think in most
cases, bagety jsou legit poloviční,
EMEA number 1, Pacific number 4. They are the favorites. They are the ones with the pressure on their shoulders. And for DRX, heating up like this so early on, already having a map to the good, and now on the map where Liquid think, well, we're comfortable. We can take the fight to them. It's not the case. Well, not convincingly.
It's giving the context of how DRX even qualified it. It was the match of Talon facing off against RFU. Talon with 2-0 in the lead. They close out one of the last 3 maps, and DRX aren't even here. Well, we're talking about Talon playing in this game, or actually, Talon would have gone in as a number 2 seed and put someone else down, so it would have been a completely different story.
Trex ještě na jako Trex by měl hrát fejtku. Určitě. Myslím, že Gecko dokáže strašně, nevím proč. Nevím, jak je to možný, ale Gecko strašně dokáže zabít dobrýho hráče. Když dáš prostě generational hráče na Gecka, tak prostě Gecko bude průměrný.
Hyunmin starts to rotate around. He's now going to be here to help out with this push if it does come down here, and the big problem. The op in that corner. Trex is stuck. He has to face it. He has to cross him. And you don't cross.
Imagine, že má problém tady. Imagine, že má hodí problém do cvičku.
Walks down B long. That's left the B site wide open.
Yeah, the thing is, nAts doesn't know that. He doesn't know how much of a commitment there was, so they still have to be patient, but eventually will get themselves in onto the site. Flashback. Having that dimensional drift available will be able to get themselves into post for the plant. Not given over to Camo means he doesn't have that ultimate online yet. They're trying to put the pressure on. He needs a kill and he'll find it.
There we go.
Now that's the showstopper. Immediately puts into play, but he's trying to find the target and he'll get it. Hyunmin down. giving them the advantage once again, and Camo's taken over.
Ty vole, čekal jsem dát do posledního.
But that one is flashback. He has been a man to deal with, and a rifle picked up the remaining two. So passive, so patient. He's expecting that they're towards long, but both players are going to be swinging from the same position, and only the first is needed. Camo saving the day, and Liquid, well, they don't let the lead slip.
No, come on,
Such an important round for Camo, especially Tom. It looked like a mistake. Not seeing that orb go to him, especially when you're in a disadvantage. I was very surprised with the fact that he finds that opening on the brink, that he can catch Yeonmin and then lands it onto MaKo. That single-handedly saved the round and perhaps Team Liquid's life on that upper bracket run. One round in between them, but it's Liquid still in the lead. It's Thrash online for Trex, making a side exec much easier. And Flashback wants to get ahead of that. He knows if you sit back and let Liquid make the push, especially with Thrash, they've got a good chance. So he wants to push into them.
Don't know if Flashback goes any further than this.
Gate crash fading.
Yeah, would open him up to a couple of angles, but he does have support. No easy escape, but with the angles held, oh, there you go. The second one will be put into play. They want to try and hold on to this. The fact is, though, Liquid really have ground to a halt. They're expecting there to be some level of aggression. And what they're correct, they just haven't found it yet.
It's going to be B-long, I think, while the Tigers...
Big scraps.
Camo posturing, ready to push on up. In goes Thrash. A lot of pressure on A, but Spike's...
Tohle je Bobiče strata, by the way. Bez plus jako ultina je top, kámo.
The rotate to B is far more likely. They'll pick up that spike.
No.
Young Min finds one. But Panatek is good for the trade, and he's just a distraction right now. He is drawing their eyes, but DRX haven't full rotated. They've left.
Nechápu, jak tady sleduju, že DRX hrajou close liquid, kámo.
They're suspicious of this play, and rightfully so.
They
will find his reward. MaKo needs to be patient. Play this one with his teammate.
Co ti jebe? Po jednom, furt, ale. Co je ty Liquid? Nejdřív z longu vyletí, pak jeden skočí, pak třetí. Můj ranket.
They're reading this game incredibly well. The goal from Liquid has been to try and have that push and pull, sell the fake in, throw the thrash in, force them back, and that's exactly what they did. But then nAts falls on one side, and because of that, they don't gamble the rotation, they don't pull that second player.
Evropa je v píči, kámo. Nejlepší evropský tým jsou vlastně Giants, kámo.
He's been the bane of their lives. He's causing them so many issues. Just sat back in this corner, over towards the garden, time and time again.
Giants vyhrávají Champions.
Liquid will take a pause, and I want to give context as well of what the loser.
Flickless je novej, vole, Champions MVP. Champion, no má Flickless bude nosit, kámo, Champions přívěšek.
That's what happens if you lose. If you take a defeat, you go up against Khan and his merry.
Myslíte si, to bude nAts? Bude to Flickless.
And no matter how confident you are in Liquid, the #1 seed, they've looked great regionally. Had their issues on the international stage, but of course some of the time that was because of players not being able to get there. Definitely a tough time for them. But I don't think you can be completely confident in either team falling into that.
I think jediná naděje, kámo, actually Heretics.
When they're up against EDG.
Actually, bychom neměli spát na Heretics, podle mě. Wood má podle mě názor. Jak říká, jak furt protahuje tu ruku, neviděl?
They were landing a lot of solid rounds, and I think, you see it in how long the series lasted.
Yeah.
Or even just
bylo crazy, Leono.
Over on Abyss. For Team Liquid.
Není Champs tým, co nebyl underdog? Kromě Lauda a Cendu? Jako napsal si kromě Lauda a Cendu, což jsou 2 ze 4, takže...
For DRX, they have everything to work with.
Asi to nebudu rozvíjet.
Should be the lead to the defensive side, but stranger things have certainly happened, even just here today.
Oh, it's early space taken. Nice shot from Bane again. As said, they have struggled to deal with him on this site.
Ano, půjdu na zelenou.
Trying to create pressure, and pressure is being created. Flashback missing a shot. Flash immediately.
Yo!
Will fall because of it. Spike down once again. With these weak purchases, Liquid get a chance.
Liquid have got the op as well. They've done the work, the groundwork with the spike down. Might not be an advantage just yet, but it's a lot closer to it than they were just moments ago.
Oh, jaký defuse position.
Defuse already starts. Blind catches everybody. Liquid spamming though, and the players up top. The defuse from
MaKo je nejlepší hráč, co se týče spikeu, kámo.
And that will give DRX 11. That was
Se týče spikeu, kámo, MaKo, kámo, má nejlepší game sense.
Yeah, it's once again.
Vždycky, vole, zpamatuju spoustu styknutých spikeů, kámo, od MaKa, vole, na abysu. A zase spamuje lidi, když stykou bombu, vždycky ví, kam střílet.
Well, I think they're going to be pretty happy that they brought him back. 11-10 rifles for Team Liquid. Ult on Patatek. That's the only one for now, but this could be a crazy round.
Musíš pať o ten spike defuse?
Hyunmin, Fring, and Bane all one away.
Nesoustředit se na to lidi moc, no.
4K in the previous. A single pick, a single orb.
MaKo byl strašně dobrý v blokování toho Astrapulu třeba. Ten to uměl konzistentně zablokovat.
A hard one to call.
Bylo crazy.
The heavily favored one for that defensive side, who've now been chaining rounds. They've been looking good. But we're used to the game of tennis. The scoreline of deuce, the back and forth. Someone's got to crack the code.
Vele orby jak OP, kámo. Já mi ho hází hrozně dobře teda, no. O, výser. O, výser. Kámo, zase MaKo abusenul prostě milimetr videohry, viděl jsi to byl prostě off-angle kvůli špatně hoděnému smoku low-key, vole, prostě kolečko tam měl, kde mohl chillovat. Insane.
But that feels much more like a mid-round call. You've dealt with Bane. Now you got a post plant.
But the damage here, well, the AWP has been picked back up, but it makes it a lot closer than it might seem. Patatek and Camo have been able to tuck away, though. They've been able to claim their spots to fight from. But Liquid need to be so careful not to overpeak.
Camo, ne! Ne! To si děláš prdel, vole!
The scars of the previous round where the defuse was stuck. Still showing here he needs to pick! MaKo! Stop the defuse!
On omylem portal, ten idiot. On omylem portal. On omylem portal.
How have they gotten away with that?
The maestro of MaKo has
Tak to je konec, kámo.
once again. The last round he sticks in
To je konec.
this time. Taps it and then just almost plays the bait as teammate goes down, and they assume, in most cases, not for the wrong of them, that there's no way he'd stick it now. But this man has made the right call every single time.
Co řekl? He's off, Gio?
And back on the international stage.
Mu někdo řekl, že je off, mu někdo řekl, že je off. Mu někdo řekl, že je off, asi.
Now leaves Liquid 2 behind. One away from Showstopper, sure, that could help. The flashback's got a victim in mind.
Gio, no, jsem slyšel, nevím, jestli mu řekl, že jo. V piči, kámo. A to dělá hodně lidí, kámo. Ti říkají o bombě, že někdo je on nebo off, jenom bylo to, že si to myslí, kámo. To úplně nesnáším do piči.
The showstopper, if found, could change the course of this round. At least give them a leg up, and instead, they are falling. One by one, till it's a 5v3, a 5v2. DRX on the cusp of taking this series. A series everybody would have favored to Team Liquid at 2-0, the likely result. And look at them now.
30 seconds called the masters of the group stage for a reason. The 5th, 6th spot has always had their name on it, and that means they need to make it out of the groups, but they're looking to do it in style. Kicku is all that stands in their way, and of course it's back to deal the final blow. A late change for this roster, and a change that seems to have brought them right back to the top of the tier 1.
EMEA's #1 has fallen at the hands of DRX. A team that may not even have been here. Their arrival out of their control, but they are making the most of their appearance at Valorant Champions in Paris. And it's the top team of EMEA who pays the price.
Takže number 1 evropský seed v hovne. Zítra 15:00 byli MIBR a potom musím podívat. Amerika je lepší jak EU. Amerika prohrála proti Giants X. Zase klid.
Display from DRX, the #4 seed, fairly low expectations from many, I think including their own region, but they have clearly taken that.
Je druhý zápas zítra G2 Heretics.
And now they go to play NRG and that lower
matchup is going to be první zápas bude taky pískanice. Meteor versus Demon 1, vole.
Last year and the #1 from EMEA. That's going to be a bloodbath.
An absolute belter guaranteed for DRX, as you said, looking
Hudbička nic moc, ale
they will face NRG, and one thing's for sure, DRX are here to shoot for #1, and they've already hit their shot against Team Liquid. Watch out for this squad. And I think one of the most impressive parts of that game was Hyunmin. We love to see his waylay, and I love to see him in the Verizon post-match interview.
Interview s Hyunminem.
Ils sont ravis de cette victoire de Team Heretics, c'est sûr. Et je vais pouvoir avoir une interview avec Hyunmin. Hyunmin, who's signing a keyboard right now. Can I bother you for a second after this beautiful victory against Team Liquid? First of all, congratulations. And we've seen Bane, your former teammate, coming back to step in.
Mluví anglicky?
So we saw you having fun on stage. I was wondering, what's
Kde je translator?
About playing with him?
I guess the energy when we play with him is very fun.
Je to ten s kým ona tam s ním jedla, ne s tuhletím.
With Bein, I mean.
Yes, yes.
And we could see that on the server definitely. Donc on a vu que Bein avait rejoint l'équipe.
To ten zrovna umí, no.
Donc qu'est-ce que on adore en tout cas du côté d'une.
To dělá týpek vzadu jako. Dělá týpek vzadu.
Il amène des good vibes. On a vu se lever aussi pendant les rounds. Donc voilà, on est très très potes. And second question I was gonna ask you. You qualified for champs as the seed 4. We know that the road hasn't been easy, you know, to reach.
Můžu dát víc nahlas to mluvení a míň tu hudbu.
So what is the thing you are the most proud of today of the team?
I guess our team is playing with no regrets.
Okay.
So I guess.
What do mean makes sense, však Faker neumí anglicky.
I think that's the most important part.
I agree with you. That's very important indeed. Et donc, on sait que la route n'a pas été facile pour DRX. On est qualifié en seed 4. La course au playoff a été.
Jako umí anglicky, ale.
De quoi est-ce qu'il est le plus fier aujourd'hui? Et
ne moc, a dělají, že neumí.
On joue sans regret, on s'amuse sur scène, et c'est clair que ça se voit. And last but not least, we had crème brûlée, the French dessert.
Ja, to ono,
I
ale.
wanted to know, is crème brûlée buff real, and do you want to have more French desserts?
Yes, I think it was a buff. Yes, I will have to have more.
I'm proud and happy to have been able to help you. On a mangé de la crème brûlée avec Hyunmin il y a quelques jours, donc je lui ai demandé si c'était un petit peu un bœuf de manger des desserts français, et lui il dit que oui, évidemment, et qu'il voudra en avoir un petit peu plus.
Janka Portinacovi o to, kdo pojede domů, by the way.
Congratulations for this massive victory, and that's
crazy.
For us on stage. For today, we're gonna head back to our analyst desk before some banger matches.
Team Liquid překvapilo, že nepřekvapilo? Team Liquid prostě, vole, hranolky. No nic, že dnešní zápasy jsou za námi. What a crazy day, jak říká Jin Su. Zítra to byl možná ještě lepší day. Jo, zítra je lepší day, kámo. Jdeme na T1, zahřívačka a potom G2 proti Benji, Heretics a tak dále. To mě zajímá, kámo. Takže zítra opět tady jsme. Nyní se přesouváme analyzovat klipy, druhou část dnešního streamu, analyzovat klipy a ranked na zelenou, takže tak. Moc krát děkuji, že jste dorazili sem na Watch Parties. Děkuji za nové odběry, členství, Top D, Tapikos. Mini hrajeme 21:30. Tak to vidíte, chat, vole. Program je vyprogramovaný. Takže se jdem podívat na klipy a 21:30 pár rankedů. A dneska to musíme ukončit o něco dříve, nebo respektive já musím jít spát hned po streamu, protože kámo jsem se šel spát zase 6 ráno, kámo, a není to úplně vončo, no. Takže tak, no, vidíme se za chviličku, blázni. Peace out. Zítra ve 3 tady. Je tak, mini, je tak. Vidíme se vlastně na 30.